What a beautiful morning we have down here at San Juan in La Union, the Philippines, for what is the biggest day of junior surfing across the world. We are talking about the World Junior Championships. The top 48 juniors from across the globe are going to be battling it out to be world champions here. I am joined in the booth myself, Jessie Starling, by the incredible Di Wacko. Di, welcome to the World Juniors.
Good morning, Jesse, and I'm super excited to be here for the World Junior Championships and to be back in the Philippines. And this is my first time actually be here in La Union, and it's a beautiful coastline, Jesse.
Let's talk about that. Your first time here in the Union. What are you thinking? What are your thoughts so far?
It's just like as I mentioned, it's a beautiful coastline. And, there's a point break here, and there's a run corner. There's a little rights breaking. That's where I surfed yesterday, actually. So it's just nice to be here because in Japan it's super cold.
Yeah, freezing in Japan at the moment. But right now we've got board short weather. We've got really fun waves, and what is shaping up to be a great first day of surfing. Obviously, like I mentioned, top 48 juniors across the world are here right now. Who have you got your eye on, Di? Who is really standing out in the heat draw?
Wow, that's a big question, But we have the runner-up, Winter Vincent here, and he's going to be surfing, so probably I'll be eyeing for Winter Vincent.
Oh, I love it. We've got a pretty cool team of commentators working here. One of the best, Stace Galbraith. He is down with Will for the morning call.
Oh, if you don't say so yourself, Jesse, thanks for the kind words and good morning. And good morning, Daisan. Good morning, Wilson. How are you?
Amazing. So good to be back here in La Union, Philippines for the World Juniors. We're stoked.
What are we going to do today, mate?
Yeah, we're going to start with the men's opening round. We're going to do 35-minute heats. I had a chat to some of the surfers like Winter Vincent, who got runner-up here last year. There's a lot of waves, but there's a big difference between the quality of them. So we've given the surfers some extra time, and there's 3 surfers in the water in this round, so give them a bit more time to be selective.
Yeah, it certainly looks fun out there this morning. Look forward to a big day of action. Thanks, Jess.
Awesome. Thanks, Stace. Thank you, Will. It's looking pretty fun, I reckon, out there. But I love that, Will and the team, they're taking into account that, there's a bit of a difference between the good waves out there this morning. So they really want to give our best competitors every single chance. And we're looking at opening round heat 1. Oliver Zeitz from the Netherlands out there in the red. Willem Watson from Oz in the blue. Lucas Skinner, the wild card from Great Britain in the white. You don't really come across a lot of great British surfers, do you?
Not really, but we have one female surfer, Sky Brown. She's from United Kingdom, and it's actually first time to see a men's side surfer from Great British.
Yes, and he's coming off what is a pretty big run of events as well. He's made 3 consecutive ISA World Junior finals, just coming up for 4th over there in Peru recently. So they're going to really kick off this event here this morning. I love that these guys get a real taste of international surfing. You compete through your region to qualify here for the World Juniors. So these guys will be used to competing against their guys at home. But now take them here, you're going to have an international heat every single heat.
Definitely international heat every heat. But look at this sign, World Junior Championships. That's a huge name to next to your name. I mean, it's the biggest stage for the juniors, and just like Will mentioned, and then you mentioned, it's a great call from the team. Just getting a long heat, because I've been checking the waves this morning for half an hour, and it is great waves, but sometimes it's tricky to select the good ones.
Yeah, absolutely. So these guys, they're definitely going to be loving that bit of extra time, and not, this is actually going to be a really unique environment for these competitors, because it's not very often that they're going to get to surf 35-minute heats. I mean, think about, the regional QS that a lot of these guys would be competing in, the Challenger Series events as well. Most of them, more often than not, 30 minutes. Never really extended to that 35, except for a couple man-on-man heats on that Challenger Series level. So again, we're going to be testing our juniors here. We also, big thanks to our presenting partners, Purefoods and Magnolia. So we are just supported so much here in the Philippines. They are actually leading the charge for backing surfing in Asia.
Right, that's a huge support from all the brands supporting this it's the biggest event for the juniors.
Well, that horn that you guys heard, that marks the start of the biggest day in junior surfing across the world. Ollie Zeitz, Willem Watson, Lucas Skinner, they're going to battle it out. So how it works right now, we've got the opening round. We've got 8 heats of the men, 8 heats of the women, all of them with 3 competitors in it. You've got 35 minutes on the clock. Winner goes straight into the round of 16, second and third to the elimination round. So we get a second chance here, Di, but you really want to be into that round of 16. Just skip around, have a bit more time to practice out there.
Definitely, straight into the run of 16 will have the advance because it's humid outside. It's really hot, so definitely it's better to have a good rest. But having a second chance is a big deal in the first run. You can do pretty much, well, it's not whatever you want, but you can just, do anything you can, and you can practice in the heat.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what? When you're going and you're having a look at these athletes and exactly what they're going to bring, you usually go to the Instagram and seeing their free surf clips. All of these guys with really solid free surf clips too. So I'm excited to see how this battle goes down, how they feel with the Rashi on, a little bit of pressure on their shoulders. Right now, though, we're looking at the West Philippine Sea. So we're in San Juan, La Union. This point is called Mona Lisa Point. North swells. It's exactly what we're looking for. We've got this beautiful reef that curves out. When a north swell comes in, it really allows the wave to wrap around that reef and give us that beautiful point-like shape that we're so used to seeing here. So we've got a pretty nice swell direction, north-northwest, and some good sized waves coming through. We had a little paddle thinking that we might have a start here, but as far as conditions go, direction of swell, we're looking at a great day of surfing here. See if any takers on this one. Here we go. Ollie Zeitz, he's going to kick off competition here. Straight to the rail to kick this one off. Loving the energy he's bringing so far. That's a nice connection for Ollie Zeitz. He's going to pick up the pace on the inside and give a solid looking finishing turn for Ollie Zeitz. So from the Netherlands, grew up in Hawaii, and he's giving us that Hawaiian power on these waves here.
Wow, definitely. It was the great way to start his campaign. Start this World Junior Championships. There's a beautiful, two-turn combo from Oliver Zeitz. I've just like mentioned, I've been checking the surfs, but back to the live action.
Aussie Willem Watson, he's up and riding his first World Junior competition ever. Nice click to start that one off, but maybe just a bit of a nerve settler right now for Willem. So he's probably going to reset off that one. But you know that you've competed, Di. You grew up doing the juniors. There's nothing like the pressure of that first wave of competition.
First wave always gets me, but it is a really, nervous moment for the first wave. But Oliver did a great job. Great two-turn combo. There's an outside section and there's an inside section, and making sure you hit that section really hard is giving you a great point, but that's exactly what he did. Great two-turn combo from Oliver. That's definitely a great way to start his campaign in this heat.
Yeah, look at this drone angle shot. This is just that picturesque point break. It looks like a machine. Every single wave looks so fun. They run all the way into the rocks, and when it gets big, they actually run all the way into the beach break. So it's really cool to see how this point adapts.
Just like mentioned, I've been checking the surfs.
Let's take a look at these replays here, Di. Willem Watson,
just
he's up and riding his first World Junior competition ever. Nice click to start that one off, but maybe just a bit of a nerve settler right now.
To hit, but it's always to get quick start in a heat, especially in this 35-minute heat. There's plenty of time left, so definitely it wasn't the wave that he was looking for, but still it was great to have a quick start for him.
Absolutely. So Willem having a great series so far on the juniors, coming in second on the rankings to qualify for the World Juniors. We're talking about the pressure of that first wave in a big competition. As far as it goes for a surfer like Willem Watson, this is the biggest of his career. Add that added pressure on Di. It's really cool to see how our junior surfers, these guys are under 21, rise to the occasion.
Wow. I can't think how much pressure they're going to have in the first heat, representing their countries and worldwide broadcast, everyone's watching. So much pressure.
So much, but so much support from these guys. Lucas Skinner, he's got an entire country backing him. You know, he is probably the most touted surfer coming out of Great Britain. Think of some guys a little bit older than him as well. Stanley Norman, really incredible surfer coming from that part of the world as well. But talk about Japan being cold. It's going to be freezing in Great Britain as well. So this is a completely different climate for someone like Lucas Skinner.
But it's a great condition and great weather for surfers. You don't have to wear wetsuits. Probably back in his country, he's wearing full 5 mil wetsuits.
Everything.
But now in bodies, so it's good. It's a good place for him to just surf. Definitely.
Yeah, absolutely no complaints being here in the Philippines. When you get to surf in board shorts, it's pretty much a surfer's dream. All three of these guys get 35 minutes on what is a really fun looking right-hand point break. And this is just the local community. They get behind surfing so much here in the Philippines. This is the second time that we've come back here to crown world champions. Last year, we saw Bronson Mady, Luana Silva take home the trophy. This year, we're going to get two new names. Right now, Willem looking deeper on this one. That's nice connection with that pocket, but late to that second section there. You can see, though, there's a bit of an energy shift. He's looking really strong on that one. You can see he had desire to really belt that section there.
Definitely, and I can see that he's changing his strategy now. He's getting those inside one that peeling along the reef really nicely. But unfortunately, the last one didn't really offer too much section for him. But still, I think he's in the good rhythm.
So, Di, tell me, when we look at the draw, we've got 24 of the best men juniors in the world, 24 of the best women juniors in the world. What are you expecting to see? Because every year with the junior surfers, the bar's getting raised higher and higher. Right. So what do you feel is out there? What do you think you're going to see for this event?
Just like you said, the bar is getting higher and higher, especially the last year in the final, Winter versus Bronson. That was one of the best final in the whole season, I reckon. And I don't know. I don't know what to expect in this junior event anymore because everyone just put the bar really high, too high. So probably we'll be seeing a lot of crazy maneuvers, air reverses. But definitely I'm expecting the exciting maneuvers, exciting performances from these guys.
Pretty cool to know we have Ollie Zeitz. He's going to kick off competition here as well. Straight to the rail to kick this one off. Loving the energy he's bringing so far. That's a nice connection for Ollie Zeitz.
Really love
he's going to pick up the pace on the inside and give a solid looking finishing turn for Ollie Zeitz. So from the Netherlands, grew up in Hawaii, and he's giving us that Hawaiian power. So a couple scores locked in. First wave of Ollie Zeitz, a 5.67. So good mid-range to start off. The judges setting their scale with him as well. Willem, a 2.17 and a 1.7. Currently has him in second, but like we spoke earlier, it's all about that first place. It's all about getting into that round of 16, taking the pressure off for that elimination round. But interestingly enough, both of our champions last year surfed through the elimination round as well.
That's right. So you don't have to be in the first place in the first run. Always, probably sometimes for some people, it's always good to have more heat so that you can just adjust and you're just shaking off the nerves.
What was it like for you? Were you the type of surfer that wanted to surf more heats out there?
Nope. I'll be the surfer that I wanted to go straight into the next round.
Yeah, same. I didn't want that added pressure, but sometimes it works out better.
Right.
Sometimes it really does. You're like, I understand why I lost in that heat now. So I can keep serving a little bit more, take the pressure off. But these guys, they know exactly what they want. Almost 10 minutes gone in this heat. Lucas Skinner, no waves ridden yet. I feel like Lucas has this really cool, quiet confidence about him. And I feel like he's the type of competitor who's really going to back himself into his decision making. So for some people, sitting for 10 minutes, it's going to build up in your head. But right now, the 17-year-old from Great Britain, I feel like he'd be pretty unfazed.
Wow, definitely, just like you said, waiting for the waves for 10 minutes give you a lot of nerves moment. But just like you said, he's just composed in the water, just waiting for the right ones. And probably he knows what to get because he's been probably practicing this point for a couple of days now.
Yeah, so with this swell direction having a little bit more west in it, we're seeing some of these waves start to really wrap, just kind of taper off down the point. You're looking for those ones that come a little bit more square on. Right now, Willem is hoping that this wave is going to do that. Nice jam in the pocket. That's exactly what he was looking for and chasing here. Goes to the rail. That wave is going to taper off on the inside, just like we were talking. First wave here for Lucas Skinner. This is the first we're seeing of him in the event so far. Right now, good looking section. That's a great tag there. A lot of spray coming out the back. He's going to get more on the inside. Drifts the tail round. Thought he was going to lose it. Regains there. So this heat is getting interesting now.
Wow.
All surfers with a really nice connection at least once on the wave here.
How exciting is this?
Oh,
this is the first hit of the event, and already everyone's putting
chasing here, goes to the rail.
Show.
That
This
wave
is
is
a
going to
replay
taper
of
off on
last
the inside,
white.
just like we were talking. First
That
wave
was a
here
great
for Lucas Skinner. This is the
second
first we're
turn
seeing of him
the first
in the
section.
event so
Just
far.
waiting for the
Right
section
now,
to
good
stand up.
looking
This
section.
one,
That's
lots of
a
money turn,
great
lot of
tag
sprays.
there. A lot of spray
A little
coming
bit
out the back.
climb
He's
there,
going to get
and not
more
this time.
on the
I thought he was
inside.
gonna
Drifts
fall,
the
but
tail round.
definitely
Thought he was
great
going to
recovery
lose it.
from Lucas
Regains there.
Skinner.
So
It was
this
really,
heat
really
is
worth
getting
waiting for that
interesting
wave.
now.
Yeah.
All
Waited a long
surfers
time.
with that's that quiet confidence I was talking about. You know, for some competitors, they need to get a wave in the first 5 minutes, take that pressure off. But for someone like Lucas, who just seems to have this really cool just energy about him, I felt like it kind of built him. That decision-making skill, you can really tell that he's a thought-out competitor, because that wave, he waited a long time for it, but he made the most of it. Probably throwing down some of the most interesting turns we've seen on that wave. We got really big hits, big drifts of the fins as well. Willem Watson on that last wave got his best of the heat so far, so a 383. That second connection was really nice, but just wave selection letting him down right now.
Definitely. And I'm super, curious about what Lucas is gonna get for the first one, because it was 3-turn combo, but the middle turn was one of the check turns, so definitely how it's gonna turn out compared to the first wave from Oliver.
Oh, it's a big score.
Wow.
667 for the first of Lucas Skinner. So that'd be nice to hear on the paddle back out here. And you got the highest wave score of the heat and the lead right now. So you can see we haven't even gone through 15 minutes of this heat yet. We've got 22 and a half to go. It feels like we're going to have a pretty interesting battle right now between these three surfers. I dare say we're going to see the leaderboard chop and change a fair few times in this heat.
Definitely, it will be changing quite a lot of times. With the 22 minutes, there's plenty of time left. And just like you mentioned, Lucas did a great job waiting for the wave quite a long time. But this is a live action from Surf Blue.
Yeah, Willem staying busy here. Wants to keep surfing, keep that momentum rolling through. Great looking flight cam here, thanks to Magnolia. Just a couple of check turns, not really getting that real big section that he's chasing. You can see he's hungry for it though. If it arises in front of him, you can tell something good's going to happen. But he's taking that strategy of keep catching waves and hope that one of them stands up on the reef here. So we got these two really opposing heat strategies right now between Lucas and Willem.
Great job
And
waiting
right
for
now
the
they're
wave
sitting,
quite a
waiting,
long time.
staying
But
off.
this is a live action on the smaller size
Yeah,
waves.
Willem staying busy here.
Good
Wants to keep
first turn.
surfing, keep that
Probably
momentum
he
rolling
wanted to
through.
get one more
Great
turn
looking
in
flight
to
cam
get
here, thanks to
the
Magnolia.
5-point
Just
range,
a couple of
but
check turns, not
unfortunately
really
the
getting.
wave just dies out, tapers out, so it didn't really offer too much after that. But just like you said, it's a completely opposite strategy from Willem. But probably I would say the first half of the heat, the keep catching the wave strategy will be working really well. But after that, probably needs to be waiting for the right ones.
Yeah, a little bit more selective. You can see right now, those two surfers with the highest wave scores right now in this heat, they've been patient. They've been really picking the eyes out of exactly what wave is coming through and what kind of bowl it's going to have through that inside section. Because like you mentioned, Di, you got to make the most of that out the back section and then get something onto the inside to really make sure you're sitting up in that top position there. And that's exactly what Ollie and Lucas did on theirs. You can see Willem right now paddling himself up the point. I know that Surfing Oz sent Clancy Dawson and Adam Dufner over as coaches here for Team Oz. So I'm sure he's looking in for a couple of signals right now. But Ollie Zeitz, he's going to take that quiet confidence role as well. He hasn't caught away from the start.
Well, it's probably his strategy, just waiting for the right ones. And just like said before, these guys have been surfing this point for quite a long time, a couple of days. Probably they got here earlier, so they probably know what to get and what they want. So looks like Oliver is a little bit having a look on the beach. This is the beach side.
Yeah, we're going to get a look at this replay here. This is the highest wave score of the heat here, 667 from Lucas Skinner. The flow on this wave, Di, he looks like he's surfing well beyond a 17-year-old.
Oh, definitely. He's surfing really mature. But love the last turn, putting the variety on the maneuvers. And that was a great technique to recover from the turn. Great surfing from Lucas Skinner.
Yeah, Lucas, 17 years old from Cornwall, and we spoke about it, right at the start of this heat. In the ISA World Juniors, he's made 3 consecutive finals, coming off a 4th place over in Peru just last month, So he's been busy. He's been competing a lot, especially on an international stage, where you have someone like Willem, who's here, hasn't competed for a little while. We haven't had the last Pro Junior since about October back home in Oz, so he would have been training, had a lot of time off to really start and get prepped for this. And Ollie Zeitz on the Challenger Series this year, so his best result is 17th in Brazil right now. And we always talk about how when you see a surfer come from the Challenger Series and have to go back through the QS, how you can see their surfing has lifted. They've become a better competitor, a better surfer, and it really feels like Ollie Zeitz, he's taking that on and he's really applying it to his surfing. It feels like he's just consistently, continually lifting in his game.
Definitely, competing and surfing in the higher level gives you a big jump up on your ability of surfing, definitely. And it's a great opportunity to be following the CS Tour and then coming back to the junior event. Probably he's building so much confidence throughout that year last year.
And we think about the importance of this event as well. We think about previous champions, Joel Parkinson, Ethan Ewing, and just how those guys, you win a World Junior Championship. A lot of those guys go on to be championship tour surfers and even world champions. Gabby Medina, these guys, they know the importance of this event right now. Willem, he's sticking to his turn strategy right now. He's really starting to get angry with it. He wants a solid connection on this wave, and that is it there for Willem Watson. 3 nice turns there, smaller looking wave, but you can see he was hungry to really start hitting the sections right now. So Willem Watson didn't muck around here, Di.
Wow, that was a great wave selection. This wave had a first horror section on the first section and a great hit. And getting to the inside section, he did it again. It's a great 2-turn combo, throwing a lot of spray. So definitely he'll be back in this game. Probably he'll be better, he's going to get better the 3.83 with that ride.
How is that when you're in a heat and you just want to hit it? And you just get so frustrated because you're like, why can't I find a section? It just really starts to get under your skin, and you can see that start to come out in Willem a little bit. You can tell he wants to put a score on the board. He wants to showcase to the whole world what he can do. And even though it's a smaller one, yeah, you could just see the emotions really start to flow out of Willem there.
Definitely, he's feeling it right now with the two great combo from the last ride. There's still plenty of time left, in this heat, 16 minutes and 20 seconds. So definitely he's going to get another, attack on that wave.
And Di, not only have you spent a lot of time competing throughout your career, you've also spent a lot of time coaching as well, helping out a lot with this next generation of really strong Japanese surfers coming through. You spent a lot of time in Australia as well. If you're here, put Coach Di hat on right now, and you had a competitor here, and you're looking at heat 1 of the day so far with the situation at hand, what kind of strategy are you giving your athlete out there?
Probably I'll give different strategy to each competitors because they have different personality. Based on that, probably the first strategy I would give is just stay busy in the first half of the heat. And it just, if you get 2 or 3 waves, maybe 5-point range and then just wait for the right ones.
Yeah, love this. So pretty much what Willem's doing right
Yes,
now.
pretty
Stay
much.
busy, keeping active in this heat, and it's paying off for him. Last wave, a 5.43. So he's finally got himself into that 5 range. He broke out of that 3-point range now. So he's going to start to slowly build. Would love to see him keep that energy, keep him rolling through for this next 15 minutes. So right now, Willem in the lead. Lucas Skinner, he's not chasing much though. It's a 2.59. So our English surfer, he's going to stay patient. We've seen him be really particular with his wave selection so far in this heat. Ollie Zeitz, a 3.59. So this heat, it's far from over. We spoke at the start. We said we're going to see it start to chop and change between all of these competitors. Everyone's going to get a chance at the lead, and these guys giving exactly that. And I feel like this theme is probably going to run through the entirety of the day.
Definitely, they are the best junior surfers from all of the world. So probably we'll see a lot of changing in the heat, just like you said. But this is so exciting to just watch because, everyone has different approach to the heat. Everyone has different strategy. And I am so excited to see which one's going to work out.
You've never seen a hungrier group of juniors as well. Every single one of them wants it. They all have that fire in their eye. We're looking at even opening round heat number 2. Keone Lasser, he's on the Challenger Series. He's here with his dad, Julian, who's an incredible coach. Nadav Attar, who lives in Costa Rica, represents Israel and has this incredible frontside hack, spends a lot of time with Andy King. And then Huey Vaughan. He's a little bit more left field, compared to the other competitors in this draw. He's not super phased by competition, more of that free surfer route, but he's here. He wants to take home the trophy.
Yeah, just like you said, I thought he's more of a free surfer, but he wants it. He wants a title next to his name.
Pretty interesting. So Huey came here last year to try and take home the trophy, and the day before the comp started he broke his toe, so he didn't get to compete at all last year. Actually, we ended up having Macklin Flynn fly over as a last minute wild card, and so Huey, he's here, he's got all toes intact and he's ready to compete and try and take home the trophy.
Wow, so he's going to be surfing in heat number 2, so that's going to be a great matchup.
Yeah, big heats coming up all the way through. We think about the likes of Winter Vincent. He's coming up in heat 4. Local wildcard Troy Esperhon as well. Dylan Wilcoxon, who has just taken out 2 QS 6000s in the Asia region in what is co-sanctioned events too. Iko Watanabe from Japan, Dane Henry, who's an ISA World Junior Champion and an ISA gold medalist. This talent in this stack of surfers is honestly probably the best I've seen. You think about every single one of these guys and the accolades that they have to their name. They don't feel like junior surfers.
No, and I've seen them on the CS2 as well. And on the female side, we have this full CT surfer as well. So it's a high level of the competition, definitely.
Absolutely. I mean, these guys, this is what we're talking about earlier, just the bar of junior surfing is getting higher and higher. I mean, some of these guys are only 14, 15 years old, and they're surfing like Challenger Series surfers, and they're definitely on their way. The sport's future is looking very bright right now. For someone like myself at 14, 15, I was still wearing weird flat caps. Right now, though, Lucas Skinner, he's looking for the lead, chasing a 2.59. That was a whippy snap to start off with a solid-looking second turn. You can see that confidence start to poke out a little bit more there for Lucas Skinner. He felt that at the end of the wave.
Wow, that was great surfing from Lucas. But it was an interesting wave selection, actually. It was one of the smaller size waves. It wasn't that set, but probably he wants to have the lead really quickly. So that was a great call from Lucas.
All right, now Ollie, he wants a 3.59 at this point to get up into second. Really tidy jam in the pocket there. Now starts to open up that wingspan, drive through a big carve into a solid looking finish. He's going to keep working through this inside section. He's done with that wave, but that's that set wave. It had the pace, it had the energy, and he really made the most of these first 2 sections here, Di.
Beautiful cut back turns to stay in the source power source on the wave. Great second stand. Love the carb, throwing buckets of spreads, and gets the finish here. It's not as horror as his last wave, but still managed to get the finish. Definitely, it was worth waiting for.
Oh, absolutely. Even that finishing turn, it wasn't even a section, but he made something out of that. So he's surfing that wave up. I love the pace. I love the energy. I love the variety he gave us. And right now, you think about the entirety of the heat, 2 best waves has to go to Ollie Zeitz. After that exchange, you're going to have to think he's going to be in the lead. Lucas Skinner locks in a 4.67. So last wave of Ollie Zeitz needs to be, 0.1 better than his first wave of 5.68, and I see it going there. It just had great tempo to it the whole way.
Definitely, I 100% agree with that. It's going to be definitely on the 5-point range because it has the first vertical off the top, carves, and finishing turn. So definitely it'll be close to the requirement. But it's there's plenty of time left. It's only 10 minutes left. So I think they're gonna change some strategy in here, especially Oliver. He was waiting for the second one for quite a long time, but now he has third priority. Probably he's gonna be looking for the smaller inside ones now.
Yeah, keep building to that scoreline. So we're still gonna wait for that score to drop in for Ollie Zeitz. Right now, though, just past that 9-minute mark. So 26 minutes gone in this heat. And you can feel the nerves. They're going to start to build a little bit out there. But one thing I love is just the drive from every single one of these surfers so far. You can see, I mentioned it earlier, all of them are so hungry for it. And no one really looks too fazed by the pressure and the big name of this event. You can see in the background there, the Basque Country surfers. They're starting to gear up. Keone Lassa representing as one of them. He's coming up in opening round heat number 2, but check out this number, 7.5.
Wow.
Last wave of Ollie Zeitz there, Di.
It's huge number. First good range score of the competition, 7.50. He must feel really great right now.
Oh, he's looking left. All right, Ollie Zeitz, backhand whip to start this one off and goes strong on that second one there. You said it, Di. He's going to start looking at those inside ones and just keep swinging with 2 other people out here at Mona Lisa Point. So let's take a look. Lucas Skinner now down to second. Needs a 6.51. Let's look left here with Ollie Zeitz, Di.
Wow, I didn't think there's a left here, but beautiful first turn and great second turn. It was one of the smaller ones, but still beautiful 2-turn combo on the left.
I can see you eyeing off that left, Di. I know you love a left.
I'm a goofy footer, so definitely love the left. I always look for the left, but
always
didn't think there's a left here.
No matter where we are in the world. Di and I have the privilege of going to Siargao, Cloud9, another event in the Philippines here. And it's this epic right-hand barrel. And I swear I see Di go left more at Cloud9 than you do right. But I love it for you, Di. I'll go right, don't worry.
Save the left for me.
Yeah. All right, 7 minutes here. So last of Ollie Zeitz doesn't go into that top 2, just showcasing that powerful backhand that we see from him. Willem with first prio. He's pulling the prio card right now. So taking off on this one. Good looking wall ahead of him. Might taper off though. He's going to stick with it. Sticks to his rail, just really clean opening swoops, and that was a huge turn there. But unfortunately that nose got buried under a lot of foam there for Willem Watson. But you can see these surfers, they're all starting to really push each other to lift on those big end section turns.
Wow, that's a great selection of the maneuvers from William, because he knows that he needs a big number, 7.74. It has to be the best wave of the heat. So he just pushed it really hard. This is a replayable last wave from him. A couple of check turns. He was hoping to get probably bigger turns at the back, but he just pushing the tail really hard. Unfortunately, he couldn't really ride out of it, but still beautiful surfing from William.
It felt like he almost lost speed coming out of that turn. There was a weird wobble that happened on this section here. That jam was huge, and as the board came around, just couldn't keep that momentum moving forward, unfortunately. So Willem, you can see he's got the talent and the power. The power is absolutely there from Barwon Heads down in Victoria. So he's used to some big, meaty sections as well. But right now he's got 5.5 minutes to find himself a 7.74 die. That's a big score right now, and it's got to be something pretty special.
Definitely, it's a big score, but there's potential out there. There's opportunities to get those 7-point ride, 8-point ride, and these guys, all the surfers are capable of getting those 7s. That's why they're here now. So probably within the 5 minutes, we can see one more excellent scores block.
How exciting. How fun is surfing? I've missed this. I never want time off again. This is so fun. We're going to crown world champions this week, Diane. You know, if you take home that trophy, you get a spot on the Challenger Series. You get a full ride, a full season on the Challenger Series coming up in 2026, which is potentially a spot on the championship tour. You know, these guys know the stakes right now, and they're fighting for it. Ollie Zeitz currently in the lead, finds a section, goes for the full rotation, but unfortunately just lands a little tail heavy there. So Ollie goes down. He's still got the lead right now. And, you know, you can think about how much energy these guys were feeling, but think about the nerves back home here, Di.
Right. Beautiful attempt from, you know, Oliver. Probably wants to get rid of the 5, 6, 7. Even though these two surfers need pretty good score, 6.51 and 7.74, I wouldn't say Oliver is in the safe place right now, because these two are capable of getting those 6 and 7s easily.
You know what's so interesting as well? All of these guys pretty much still sitting in cruise control. You know, we've seen these guys lift so much. I'm excited to see this guy out in the water next. This is Nadav Attar. So he's going to be coming up in opening round heat 2, like we mentioned, with Keone Lasser from the Basque Country and Australia's Hugh Vaughan. So this is going to be a pretty solid matchup. You can see Huey getting ready as well. And I feel like 3 really different styles are going to be coming up in opening round heat number 2. Lucas Skinner with an answer back here, floats the first section. A lot of foam on the face there, so unfortunately wave selection letting him down. We've got another left. Di, look away.
Wow, there's 2 left in this heat already. Wow, that's a lot.
Goofy Footer's smiling across the world right now. 3 minutes to go here. Willem, he's chasing. You can see just that last minute rush for these guys to try and find this wave. You can see energy rises. There's almost like this frantic energy in the ocean right now. Lucas Skinner, there's a bit of foam on the face here, Di.
Right. Nice floats. Come around the section, trying to get one more turn, and unfortunately the wave just shut down on him. Needs 6.51, so definitely he needs to have 2-turn combo at least.
Here we go. Bowley section. Drifts the tail a little bit there. Starts to open up here, but just doesn't get through that inside section. You can just see how much these guys want it, though. I mean, the fire is deep right now. Let's see what went wrong here for Lucas Skinner.
I'm loving the carve right here. Just pushing the sail really hard. Drifted. But unfortunately, you know, again, the wave. It's just a wave selection probably. His surfing is right there. Needs a 6.51. He's just pushing the limit, but just a wave selection, I think.
In all honesty, I haven't actually seen too much of Lucas Skinner's surfing, but I'm really impressed by what I've seen so far. You can see just the way he opened up his arms through that carve and the body torque he's had, and just the way he drove through it. I mean, it's really cool. It's very classy, and I'm excited to see him compete again. How good is not getting knocked out in the first round? You get a second chance here.
Yeah, we get to watch their surfing again, so that's exciting.
So 1 minute 45 to go right now. Pressure's on for our British surfer Lucas Skinner and our Aussie Willem Watson. Willem chasing a 7.74, 6.51 is the requirement for Lucas Skinner. Ollie Zeitz is hoping that the ocean goes flat for the next 90 seconds. Loved to see, you know, that call for 35-minute heats really start to transpire to this heat, because you have really noticed that there has been a big jump in the difference between the quality waves and the other waves coming through. So I think great call by the event organisers for the 35-minute heats here this morning.
And it doesn't feel like a 35-minute heat because the surfing is too exciting.
It's
you know,
way too fun. 35 minutes flies by. So it's interesting, though, as a competitor, it's quite tiring, 35-minute heats by the time you get to the end. So
definitely.
We'll see the men's compete all 8 heats, and then we've got the women on standby this afternoon. So potentially more action rolling through. Ollie Zeitz, 45 seconds here. He's going to play defense. Goes to the rail, back to the power source. A little look out the back. It's never exciting when you see the competitor do that. You're like, oh, it's not going to be a good end to the wave. So just a bit of defense right here for Ollie Zeitz. All eyes out to the back. Hopefully we get another wave come through for Lucas and Willem. Love to see one last showdown, but it's looking a little bit quiet out there right now, Di.
Yeah, it looks like there's nothing on the horizon, but definitely I want to watch one more wave for each surfers. But with a 10-second, I don't think there's going to be one more wave.
What a way to start the competition here for the World Junior Championships 2026. That was a big heat number 1. We've got 7 more of those. Stay tuned, guys. WSL World Junior Championships is coming right back. We'll see you soon for opening round heat number 2. Excited because guess what? We are crowning world champions this week here for the WSL World Junior Championships presented by Purefoods and Magnolia. It's been a big morning so far. We're 1 heat down and we're looking at a solid heat number 2. I'm Jessie Starling and I couldn't be more stoked to be in the booth with my big sister True. True's welcome in. First time this event.
Thank you, Jessie. Yeah, I'm so excited to be here. I mean, to be back in the Philippines and commentating a World Junior Championship is pretty crazy.
Yeah, let's crown some world champs this week. Looking at this heat number 2, Keone Lassa from the Basque Country. He's out there in the red. Nadav Attar from Israel. He's in the blue. And Huey Vaughan, the wild card of back from home in Australia. He's in the white. Stacked heat number 2. How's this is the opening round? You know, look at the talent we've got in this heat.
It's pretty inspiring as well. I mean, we look at, you know, the amount of people and the as you said, Jessie, the amount of talent in this draw, and we go, wow, we've got some definite future world champions coming up as well. I mean, it's pretty insane. Huey was supposed to compete in this event last year, unfortunately broke his big toe. Yeah. So right before the event was supposed to start. So it's nice to see him in the Rashi and, you know, hopefully getting a good start for the 2026 World Junior Champs.
Yeah, Keone Lassa, he was competing here last year as well. He's here with his dad, Julian. Huey's going to kick us off for this heat, 35 minutes. Bit of foam on the face here right now for Huey. And he does what he does best, go to the air. So gets a little stuck on the rotation here for Huey, but can't expect anything less on his first wave.
Just a little bit of a warm-up, Jessie. He's going, you know what, 35-minute heats, that's a lot of time. And he said, I'm just going to play around with it. I saw him surfing for a long while yesterday. His dad, Vaughnie, was over there filming. So he's been putting in the hard yards. He's been here before. He got a fair bit of practice time in. And now, as well, he's been here for the last couple of days before the event, warming up, you know, getting to know his competitors, also getting to know the lineup. It's a tricky wave out there here at Mona Lisa. It's really fun, although it does have a couple of dead spots. So making sure that, first of all, you're able to preempt those, and then, you know, make sure your board is really working through that too, and then those turn selections become really important.
Oh, Di would be licking his lips right now. Looking left here, Keone Lassa connects but goes down with that first turn there. So a couple of lefts starting to roll through here. You know, every wave around the world has its own little idiosyncrasies. Mona Lisa's got a couple as well. So you really want to look at those waves that are coming that little bit more straight on. So we're looking at the West Philippine Sea. We've got this beautiful reef out in front of us. And when we get these north swells, they really start to wrap in around the point. And that's when we get to see Mona Lisa in full force. We've got a little bit of west filling in today. So there's a little bit of west in the swell, which is making some of these waves taper off down the line a little bit and make it a little bit fat. So these guys are going to be really chasing those waves with more north in it to really just start to push back at them, have some nice bowls. And Ollie Zeitz found a couple really good looking ones in that last heat. So I'm sure we'll chat to him shortly. Backhand attack here for Keone. Goes up and into that first section. Just kind of, you know, like we spoke with Huey, putting the feelers out there. Settling the nerves. We spoke about it. I spoke about it with Di. He said, I used to hate my first wave in a heat. You know, I had so much pressure on my shoulders. I know it's a little bit different for each and every competitor, but yeah, right now just settling the nerves here. I've never seen Nadav compete before, but I'm looking forward to see his his strategy in this heat.
Yeah, me too. I'm really excited as well. He spends a lot of time in Costa Rica, so, getting to know those waves, and also it's such high quality over there. It's so fun. And coming here to the Philippines as well in La Union, it's really cool to kind of see how these surfers adapt and see where their surfing takes them, really. And I feel like for Nadav, I'm really excited to see what his approach is going to be like in this heat.
Yeah, right now it's sit and wait. Someone else who had a little bit of that sit and wait approach, but it paid off for him, is the winner of that last heat, Ollie Zeitz, who's chatting with Stace.
Thanks very much, Jesse. Ollie, what a way to start your campaign here.
Yeah, super stoked. I mean, I got that start at the beginning, kind of snuck one underneath everyone, and then just waited with priority and picked the wave I wanted.
We saw Lucas do the same thing. He waited a long time with priority. What's that feeling like?
Oh, it's always so nerve-wracking. Like, my stomach starts freaking, gurgling, and I'm just like, oh, my God. Like, please just give me an opportunity.
And how often did you replay that first wave in your head? Because it was a pretty good wave. It's probably one of the better waves we've seen all morning, and it looked like it really used that to open up on your second wave.
Yeah, I mean, this wave's really, shifty and moves around a lot, so I kind of just glad that I got the luck to find that underneath everyone and get that quick, easy start, and that just makes it so much easier for the rest of the heat.
You've been doing heaps of competing at home. How important has that been to have some good surf contests back on Hawaiian soil?
Oh, yeah, it's been so fun. All of our events in the Hawaii QS are just so good. We have such good waves, so it's always super good to sharpen up and get ready to go shred and prep for here.
Absolutely. Did you want to sing out to anyone watching back at home?
Hallo, oma minu. Dankjewel voor het kijken. Ik hou van jou.
Awesome. Thanks, Ollie. Thanks, Jess.
Oh, cheers, Stace and Ollie. That was cool to see a bit of insight there. And, Di and I were talking, it's so much pressure. These guys are competing for a world title, a junior world title. So talk about, being at the high end of your league and the high end of your sport. These guys are the best juniors in the world. And Ollie Zeke's just taken down two of them already in the opening heat of competition here. We look at, we're just talking about Nadav. He spends a lot of time in Costa Rica, like you mentioned, just spent a lot of time training with Andy King. What a way to warm up for an event.
Yeah, wow. He is one of the top tier coaches in the sport. He's coached some of the best in the world, and I feel like to have someone like that in your corner, it would be such a huge confidence booster coming into this event and being like, okay, my preparation is on point. I have the right support team behind me. Now it's time to just let everything come together and flow.
Last time we saw Keone Lassa in a big stage competition was over in the Brazil Challenger Series, where it came with a 9th place finish. Best he's had on the Challengers so far. Like I mentioned earlier, works really closely with his dad, Julian, who has a pretty sharp team of athletes on that Challenger Series. We think about the likes of Teresa Bonvalot, Leilani McGonigal, Keone himself. It's a cool community for Keone to consistently be around, all these top tier athletes, and he's starting to really translate that into his own. To have a 9th place finish in a Challenger Series, I mean, you've got to be a great surfer to achieve that.
Absolutely, yeah. In a Challenger Series, it says it in the name, it's a challenge. It's one of those moments where, you have to really rise to that occasion. There's so many good surfers, and I think, touching back on that with the people that Keone gets to train with, Teresa and Leilani, both on the Challenger Series, they're probably two of the most fiery surfers I know, and maybe he's picking up on that as well and going, okay, I need to have this fire. I need to have this little bit of spice so that I can really show up in these heats and, put the pedal to the metal in a way and just, make a statement.
I've just had a full memory. You've competed here before.
Yeah, I have.
What's it like to be out? Actually, we'll check back in with that in a second. Huey, he's looking here right now, wants to start to put a big score on the board. Gets a little stuck on this first section. He's got room here. Solid looking second turn there for Huey. So he's got one nice jam in, couple small scores to start for everyone out there, but you'd have to say looking sharp on that second section there.
Yeah, exactly. You could see it bowling up in front of him, and he was just licking his lips in a way, and he's like, yep, okay, here we go. Here's the section that he can really open up on. I love how he didn't go too hard. He was like, you know what, I'm just going to get a good 2-turn combo and then build from there, and that's the best part of the whole situation in this heat on these waves as well. I feel like that first section, you're looking at it, it's a little bit more carvy. You're kind of doing a carve to a wrap, and then it really starts to open up, and that's when you can drive deep off the bottom, get vertical in the lip, and do something that's a little bit different. So I think for Huey Vaughan, he's started off well, locks in at a 4, so he's in a good position, and now he's able to kind of surf a little bit freer.
Yeah, it's cool to see Huey really start to showcase his rail game as well. We always see him in the air, loving these bigger looking turns. We're getting quick, whippy carve right now. Goes for that big second drift, but unfortunately coming unstuck, smaller looking wave. And like I mentioned, you've competed out here before. Some of those smaller ones, they don't push back at you enough.
Yeah, unfortunately they don't. So this is, that was beautiful there from Huey. You could see that extension. Unfortunately, the wave, you could honestly see it just tapering out. There was no power to it, unfortunately. So Huey, I love how he's just catching a few waves, keeping the feet in the wax. But yeah, you do have to be quite selective with your wave selection out there, Jessie. I think being on point with, either the medium-sized ones and, as you mentioned before, the ones that have a little bit more north in it so that it hits kind of the reef and the bank underneath you, you're able to really see it start to build. But it's really tricky because sometimes you just have to make your own magic. And I really like the fact that Huey's doing that right now, just turning waves and keeping in momentum.
Yeah, interesting to see who has had the reps out here, who has kind of figured out this wave's, little idiosyncrasies through the point. And right now you can see Huey's done some reps. This is his second year here. Like we mentioned, didn't get to see him compete here last year. So he's on par right now with Keone. This is Keone's second year here as well.
Yep.
Keone getting to compete here last year, though, had a 17th. Lost to Daniel Emsley in the elimination round. So sometimes you come back to an event the second year round and you have even more hunger, even more fire, because you almost want to prove a point or get redemption at a place.
Absolutely. And it's so funny as well, Jessie. Sometimes you talk to people and they go, I don't have a good connection with this place, or I do. We'll get back to it, though.
Nadav, look in here. Our surfer from Israel, great connection there. Drifts the fins. Really starts to open up that wingspan here. He's going to try and find an inside section so you can see that tide starting to fill in a little bit. That's a nice second turn there, but just doesn't get over that front foot. Keone using some power, but goes down. That was a really tight turn in the pocket there for Keone. He was on his way to what was looking like a good wave. He'll catch up to what we did out the back there, but you can see just a couple fumbles right now from our competitors.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I'm wondering if it's kind of, it does seem to be a little bit fatter out there in the sense of that last section, but Huey, let's see what he can do.
Yeah, goes down, unfortunately. So just a bit of a mistake from not just one, but all three of our surfers right now. You can see maybe feeling the nerves a little bit. Pressure's starting to mount up on our surfers right now.
Yeah, and I think for all of them, they can kind of look back and go, you know what, it's all good, because they all haven't really had a good connection. That was nice.
Wow.
Sorry, Huey, though. I really like that. Something different, and then unfortunately goes down. You can see how fat it is on that inside. You really need to be aware of that and try not to force those turns and sort of meet it with too much power and too much speed, because sometimes that's when it can really catch you off guard. But yeah, I loved how Huey just went for something different at the start of that wave. But for all those three competitors having those incompletions, they're all still sitting in the same similar position at the moment. So no harm, no foul.
Yeah, I'd love to see what Keone did on his wave out the back, because he was looking really sharp as well. Once he came through to that inside section, he's got such a powerful backhand. I mean, when he really starts to open up, and you can tell when he starts to back himself and have confidence in his surfing, he has this really gorgeous, graceful line that he draws. And he's actually one of probably my favourite surfers to watch when you see that confidence start to filter in for Keone.
Yeah, for sure. And I think as well, when you see the goofy footers on this wave, they can kind of draw a different line and sort of come behind the section and up into it a little bit tighter in the pocket. So that is maybe a bit of an advantage. Well, definitely, I think, an advantage for those goofy footers. And for Keone as well, as you said, Jess, he's got that beautiful style. He's got that really great drop knee sort of I love just how his approach into those bottom turns. He gets so low, almost like he's touching his rail. And it's exciting to watch because it looks effortless.
All right, scores starting to drop in. So last of Keone at 377, so improving, but only by a small margin. So these guys will want to start to drop some big looking scores. I'm excited to see what that last big air reverse is going to land at Huey. It was in a really clinical part of the wave there, so he's going to try and build on this 4 and 3 that he has in his lineup right now. Last of Nadav, it's a 2-6-7, so still just some small scores, waiting for someone to really break out of this 4-point range here. Starting to lock in right now for Huey. He might just do it. It's a 4-8-3, so it just comes a little bit short. So scores are in, 15 minutes down, and it feels like our competitors are probably going to have to hit what is essentially a bit of a reset button right now, because it's too close for comfort for all of these guys.
Yeah, it really is, and I think a pair of 3s and a pair of 4s and a World Junior Championship level is not what you're expecting. Let's see if Keone can break out of it.
Good looking speed here, jams and gets the completion, so that's going to be a bit more confidence here for Keone, but you can see just a bit of frustration there. Really wants to connect with a section. Similar energy that we saw in the last heat for Willem Watson. He had this desire, this urge to really connect with a big section there. Keone looking like he's got that same hunger in his eyes, but yeah, he's just got to find that wave that's going to bend back towards him. So love them catching heaps of waves, but wave selection letting them down a little bit.
Yeah, it is. And I'm also, looking at it and kind of looking at the waves that they're catching and maybe the opportunities that are coming through. Maybe there hasn't been too many of those waves that we saw in that last heat. So let's see. I mean, he's flying down the line. Unfortunately, that section, you can see it crumble. So he wasn't really able to get up and over it with maybe something a little bit different. But he needs to be on his feet and just turning some waves, getting into the rhythm. It might set him up in a good position. So that was still really nice, and it's kind of a good foundation to see the type of surfing that is expected of Keone Lassa throughout the rest of the event.
Yeah, on your screen right now, Connor Donegan-Dominguez, he's coming up in that next heat against Lennox Smith and the local boy, Toby Espejon. So one of our local wildcards will be in that opening round, heat number 3. Looking forward to seeing the beach really get around the local wildcards. All the locals start to flock down.
Yep.
And they really want to support their Filipinos. Last of Keone, yeah, just a 2-6-7. So nothing, sorry, a 2-6. So nothing really out of this world. But you know what's cool is that you can really see how much these guys are looking for and wanting it, and it's cool to be able to pick apart their heat strategies on such a high level, because these guys have set that bar for themselves just by their talent, just by their previous results. So yeah, these guys, I'm looking forward to seeing it when they really can connect with this wave. You can see the beach really starting to fill in now, though. This is what we were talking about. Those locals, the Filipinos, they get behind their Filipinos. They absolutely love supporting each other. And get ready to see what is going to be a very busy beach for that heat number 3 and 4. Pretty sure we've got back-to-back wildcards.
Yeah, the brothers going back-to-back, Toby and Troy. Yeah, it's so cool to see the support from the Philippine surf community as well coming down here. And as you said, Jessie, to touch on it, you come into these World Junior Championships with sort of an expectation of how you want to surf. But I do feel like with these opening round heats, no one really loses. We don't lose anyone after today.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know what? Go surf. Obviously, you want to light it up and do your best, but it's okay, because you do have another opportunity tomorrow in those elimination rounds, and I think that does really lift a lot of pressure off these surfers.
All right, Nadav, having a look at this one. Beautiful roundhouse cutback here. Really swoops in the pocket. He's going to get more through this inside. You can see he's trying to build momentum. That's a good-looking section there. Capitalize on it as well. Back to his rail here. Really wants to start to find an open looking section, and just it kind of gets weird through this inside. You spend a lot of time hunting down the line, but it never quite bends back at you when you're in towards those rocks there. So love that he made the most of what he had out the back, and feels like that's going to be a step in the right direction here for Nadav.
Yep, agreed. And I think as well, looking at it, surfing this wave, and from experience surfing here, I do really feel like it's one of those waves where you have to focus on what's in front of you, surf the section, not the wave, and just hit the points when you can.
Here we go. Good looking wave here for Huey. Swoops back all the way. Unfortunately, shuts down the line there. So, yeah, this wave has got a lot of different personalities to it. It can break wide, it can break deep. So, just trying to find that line that you're trying to draw. It can get a little bit tricky, but when it's on, it's such a fun point break. So, a couple of scores to lock in. An interesting one there for Nadav.
Yeah, definitely. I'm intrigued to see where this score is going to go for him and how it's going to fit in the lineup. I think he's been, pretty quiet in this heat, just over 15 minutes to go. So he's waited about 20 minutes and he's only had those 3 waves. So it's sort of a good space because a lot of these junior surfers are used to surfing 20, 25 minutes. So 35 minutes is going to feel like a complete luxury. So he can kind of start over right now if he feels that he needs to. But hopefully on this next one, he gets those sections that really lights up. And this wave is really fun. You can actually get those inside bowly sections where you can, if you stay tight in the pocket, you can really start to unleash and let your fins fly a little bit where you can. So hopefully Nadav starts to find one of those.
Best wave of his heat drops in for Nadav, 4.33, so he's creeping up close to the lead here. Needs a 4.51 for the lead now, so only small scores. Keone, a 5.06 is what he's chasing. You can see he's changed his strategy. He's sitting a lot more down the line right now, and maybe, he's getting a bit of guidance from his dad, Julian, but you can tell that he's done the reps out here and he knows exactly what he's chasing because we've gone from seeing him catch lots of waves to being a little bit more selective, and it feels like we got one to catch up with him because he just dropped in a 4.27. So now, what's that? 4.57 for the lead. It's getting close. It's the battle of fours right now.
Yeah, it really is. It's starting to creep up on Huey a little bit. They're starting to nip at his heels. They're getting a little bit louder. So a 4.57 for Keone is not, it's not a big ask, but it needs to be his best wave of the heat so far. So for him, he needs to find himself on maybe one of those bigger, medium-sized waves that hits that kind of bank and that reef a little bit better. So we'll see. It feels like it's tricky right now in regards to maybe the wave quality, and those good ones haven't really started to shift through the lineup just yet. But hopefully in the back part of this heat, we'll see it light up a little bit. And for Nadav as well, seems like he's just remaining really composed, and he's like, it's all good. I've got that 4.33. I only need a 4.5 now. I'm not stressed. The wave's going to come, and that's when you really start to get in rhythm with the ocean, in rhythm with yourself, and that confidence as well.
Huey obviously broke the internet a couple times last year with some crazy flips in the air in some wave pools, especially that one over there in Texas. He's really just set this new standard for himself. When you become the or one of probably, one of, if not the best aerialist in the world. You think of people like Matt Miola, his brother Joel also winning Stab High as well. It feels like Huey keeps lifting and he's chasing this free surf world, but it's cool to see him back in a jersey. I love seeing Huey competing.
It feels like a completely different version of Huey, but also the same. It's weird to see him lock in. Yeah, it's really interesting because obviously, we see him a lot in those wave pools. We see him mainly just go to the air. So now we're seeing that rail game, and you get reminded like, oh yeah, that's right. Huey's rail game is incredible as well. He's got that really beautiful hard carve. He's got those kind of whippy snaps on lock. So I think seeing this different side of Huey, this more traditional competitive side, is really exciting. So I'm wondering how, coming into this event, if it's changed at all, if his preparation into this event is different to how he would prepare for some Stab High events.
Yeah, I know he was training a lot with Johnny Gannon up on the Gold Coast, leading up into this, spending a lot of time just getting physically strong. Yeah. Obviously spends a lot of time surfing with his brothers, youngest of 4. Actually know his little niece Vesper is watching on right now as well. So I feel like Huey, he spent a lot of time just kind of being around good surfers and strong coaches, and you can tell that Keone's done that with his dad and being around Leilani and Teresa and Nadav working with Andy King. All these guys have had really similar preparation for this event, and now it's time to put it in play. It's really time to start opening up and showing us exactly what you've been doing in that off season.
I feel like each year we're starting to see the level elevate more and more in regards to, of course, the talent in the draw, but then also the support team. You start to see some pretty big names come in, and you go, okay, well, Andy King, he's supporting Nadav. You know, you've got Vorney, who was on the seat, like traveling for the championship tour this year as well with Joel. So there's so many, there's so much that's elevating around them. It's really allowing these competitors to just lift their level within themselves, and then also just showcase that on the big screen too. And I mean, where these men and women, there's a World Junior title on the line. That is pretty incredible, and you start to think of all the amazing surfers that have, you know, created history doing that. Andy Irons, Joel Parkinson, Isabella Nichols, Ethan Ewing, all of them have gone on to the championship tour, won CT events, maybe even won some world titles, potentially more world titles to come from them as well, you know. So it's really inspiring to see that.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see what this event has to offer. Who is going to take home that trophy? Is it this guy Nadav? Goes for a big layback, unfortunately goes down there. A lot of white water on those end sections. It starts to come from both ways. You know, we see this water really build up into that end section. Unfortunately, getting the better of Nadav on that one there. So 9 minutes 40 here. We've got everyone in pretty much the same realm. Highest wave of the heat so far, with Huey being a 4.83. And right now, one of our local boys, Toby Espejon, with his brother Troy next to him. What do you reckon the dialogue's going down? Just hit it?
Yeah, hit the lip. Light it up. I think for sure. I mean, a lot of these Filipino competitors, they would be surfing here a lot, and having so much support around them. They really thrive off that support, the loud, the energy, the yelling, you know, the whistles. That really fires them up. I think a lot of John Mark Chukong Maramar, as soon as he hears those people on the beach and that support,
oh my God, yeah,
you see another level. So I'm really interested and excited to see Toby and Troy hit the lineup and what they're going to do, because they are the underdogs, the Filipino wildcards in this event, and they're, you know, talented in their own right, but definitely the underdogs, and I love a good underdog story.
Oh, me
so
too.
I'm excited.
Yeah, looking at the women's wildcards, we have Kathleen Casals, we have Mara Lopez flying the flag for the Filipinos here at La Union as well. And we think about La Union, San Juan, Mona Lisa Point in particular, pretty big part of the Philippine surfing world. You know, they've got their first ever championship tour surfer from the Philippines come from La Union, being JR Esquivel on that longboard tour, and he's really setting the standard to get more Filipinos on that championship tour as well. And we're going to actually add some people to the championship tour after the World Juniors with a longboard international QS. So we've got plenty of action coming up here at La Union for, what is it, 2 weeks now?
Yeah, 2 weeks of surfing,
Yeah,
2 weeks of champions, of world titles. It's going to be, there's so much going on, and I think that's why this community thrives. It's such a surf town. Everyone is, you know, so excited to have so many incredible competitors and people here, but they're such frothers, for lack of a better word. You know, they love surfing, they love being out in the water. You see a lot of longboarders out on this wave as well, just doing things that you didn't even think was possible. And they're really starting to break the boundaries, and, you know, Filipino surfing and the surf community is rapidly growing. This is last year we had 3 or 4 events in the Philippines. This is the first of many to come for 2026.
Oh, absolutely. So San Juan, if you're just tuning in, is where we are right now for the WSL World Junior Championships presented by Magnolia and Purefoods. And it's a big one. You know, world titles are on the line this year, for right here this week, actually, for the best 48 juniors across the globe. 7 minutes to go in this heat right now. Huey Vaughan holding down the lead here with a 4.83 and a 4-point ride. Keone Lasser, he's only looking for a 4.57. He's really starting to nip at Huey's heels, but so is our surfer from Israel, Nadav Attar, chasing a 4.51. So it's as close as you get. When you can hear from the beach commentators, you need something in the 4 range. It is so within reach. You know, honestly, it could be one turn. One big turn will get you up into the 4s. That's what we saw Huey with an air reverse on that opening section out the back. So right now, really spread field though. You can see just how big this point is and how you can sit anywhere. You know, you can feel like there isn't another competitor out for quite some time. So Nadav deciding to sit really deep, probably going for that one big hit. Huey on that traditional part of the point right now wants one of those sets to come through, holding down first priority. So that's a bit of a good card to have in your back pocket.
Yeah.
And then Keone moving down the point. He's trying to create some space and try and get one of those ones that's going to bend back and wrap along the reef through that inside section there. Little bit trickier to identify those waves when you're sitting wider there.
Yeah, it is a little tricky, but also I think the positive for Keone right now to be a little bit wider is he can get those inside ones that maybe Huey and Nadav will miss. So he's in a good spot to kind of pick up a couple of those off to the side, but it is really tricky, and there's so much space between them all right now. Huey is in a good position to take whatever wave Nadav gets, because at this moment, if we're looking at it, factually and scores-wise, Nadav is actually closer to the lead than Keone is, only just. Nadav needing that 4.51. Keone needs a 4.57. So it's really tricky to kind of choose who you're going to play tactics against.
Huey's best mate coming up next in that next heat, Lennox Smith. He's got a pretty stacked heat, actually. Connor Donegan Santos, he's coming up in the blue against Toby Espahan, like we spoke about, that local boy. And if we think about Lennox's run here last year, he was the king of the buzzer beater. I think he had about 4 or 5 heats in a row where he got the score in the last 5-10 seconds.
Wow.
I did a post heat with him. I was like, could you just stop? You just win a heat from the start, mate. This is stressful watching it. But he actually went down to Bronson Mady in a great semi-final matchup there. So he got pretty close to taking home the title.
Yeah, and no doubt, wanting to get one better as well for Lennox. He's such a... for such an easygoing person and someone that's so smiley and so happy all the time, he's a fierce competitor.
Oh, yeah.
He's out there in the lineup. He's heckling you. He's like, yeah, I'm going to rattle some cages. I'm going to really do my best. So I think, Lennox obviously has such a great connection already with this wave. And I agree, Jesse. I feel like we're going to see him in that pointy end of the draw. I mean, I love when you see Lennox on a nice, big, open face and he just lays into that rail. I get really excited to see what he can bring. So
I reckon it's part of his facade. That larrikin, just trying to ease you a little bit, think that you guys are mates, and then he just goes, bam.
Yeah.
Shut the door in your face. Right now, Nadav chasing a small score. Gets the click on the inside section here. 4.51. Huey, he's up and breaks his board. We've got a board broken right now. That is Heartbreak Avenue for Huey. So that's not what you're looking for in heat number 1. Unfortunately, love to catch up with what he did because that is a clean break there. I hope he's all right.
Yeah, and it doesn't really leave him much board as well to work with in regards to getting in. And it can get a little bit tricky on that inside, a bit sweepy.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like that's, done and dusted for Huey. He's got 3 minutes. There's no way unless he's full Ironman spec. Here we go.
Oh, Keone connects so well but goes down, unfortunately. So Keone, he's going to be looking for another wave here. Previous wave for Nadav, he was looking for a 4.51. It comes in. It's a 3-point ride. So Huey, he's safe for now when it comes to Nadav. He's going to need another wave. And so is Keone. Just a small score. Doesn't even go into his top 2. So 2.5 minutes. It feels like Huey's going to have to watch this one from the beach. And Winter Vincent, last year's runner-up, he's watching on very closely. Let's see what Huey did here, True.
Yeah, okay. Nice quick snap to start. Oh, you can almost feel like that looked like that sort of had a bit of a weird sticky section on that wave. This last one of Nadav as well, unfortunately not the score that he was looking for. Very similar wave, but unfortunately, yeah, Huey's board just breaking pretty much right in front of his tail there. So Vaughnie's on the beach. He's thinking, Huey, you got 2 minutes. Let's see it. But at this point, he's safe in the lead, as you mentioned, Jesse, and that's a really unfortunate break so early on in the event. That's why they rely on the surfboards. Has he even lost a fin there as well?
Yeah, he has. Wow, Huey.
Bit of a shocker, unfortunately.
It felt like maybe it was creased. It looked like it was flexing under his feet a little bit as he was trying to get up to that lip. So it felt like maybe it was already creased from that air on the previous wave. And that's why we might have seen him fall off. And he just hasn't realised. 90 seconds to go. He's not looking overly rushing to get back out
He's like,
there.
I'm not going back out.
Keone's chasing a lead here. Needs a 4.57. Slow start to this wave. Now it starts to build up, but just can't connect with it. So you can see confidence. It's a huge part of Keone's game. He's got 1 minute to try and find himself another score. So unfortunately, like we mentioned, Huey's watching this heat from the beach. It's out of his hands now. And you can see Clancy down there as well as Vaughnie. A couple of local boys with the other half of his board. And Nadav with priority needs a 4.51, 50 seconds. I mean, this is when you're competing and you're out there thinking, please, Huey, please, ocean god Huey, send me away, please. Like, I need a 4, you know, and you think that's actually nothing.
It's not much. It just feels really tricky, the timing of this wave right now. It almost feels like a 4 is sort of a big ask with 30 seconds to go, but it's a point where Nadav, he's thinking, I just want a set. Just give me one set and I'll do my best to get that score.
Yeah, 20 seconds to go here. So it's now or never right now for our two surfers left out the back for Keone and Nadav. Nadav has a look, doesn't quite like that one. Looks like we got a bit of energy rolling on through at the back. Nadav's going to be out of position. Keone might be out of scratch right here. So 2 seconds to go. The Hooter's going to go though. Don't know if Keone was up before that one. Wow, it was a great looking turn. We'll just try and get some confirmation of whether or not that was just up before or after the Hooter here. It has to be a 4.57 if it was. Just waiting to see if the head judge is going to lock that one in. So we're going to take a look at the replay and probably come back to you guys after a break with the results of that heat. No, we're not. Just kidding. Replay here for Keone True.
Oh, that was really, really smooth. What a great turn from Keone, but it's looking like it was after the Hooter, unfortunately for him. So a great confidence going into that elimination round.
Yeah, results are in. Huey taking the win here. We're going to keep rolling through and have a look who was going to make the round of 16 and coming up in opening round heat number 3 right after this quick break.
It's been an exciting morning already for the WSL World Junior Champions presented by Magnolia and Purefoods. And it's only heat number 3. Lennox Smith and Connor Donegan dos Santos as well as Toby Esperhon, the Filipino wildcard, taking each other on in this heat. I'm True Starling, joined in the booth with one of my favorite people in the world, Di Wacko. And Di, we're here in San Juan. We've got beautiful Mona Lisa in front of us and some of the best junior surfers in the world taking each other on right now. Connor up and riding on his backhand. He's got a good looking wall ahead of him, a little bit whitewashy to start off with, but he's going to create some good flow. Tags it once again, and this one is really just a little bit of a frothy wave, but he makes the most of it. It was tricky in that last heat, Di. There wasn't a lot going on. A bunch of 4s, really. Huey got the win with a 4.83 and a 4, so it was a slow heat in regards to seeing those big to excellent scores roll in.
Wow, yeah. I was in the booth for the first heat of the morning, and yeah, it changed a lot, quite a lot, because it has a more texture now on the surface. And just like you said on this one, it's really tricky wave to surf on it. It's really foamy wave, but definitely he did, everything he could do on that wave. But still, it probably, to me, I reckon he needed to have a more like hollow section to actually hit the section.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like ones like that, they kind of break out to sea. Here we go. Lennox Smith absolutely tags it there. You could see that back foot disconnect off his board. How was that core strength just staying on it, pretty much 1 foot on his board? He's thinking, I just need to hold on to this. That was a big turn, a really big moment for Lennox.
Definitely. That was a lot of workout pain off on that turn. Definitely great recovery from Lennox Smith. He's, coming 3rd place last year's World Junior, and he did an incredible air on the QS as well. A couple of good results on the QS 6000. So definitely there's a lot of confidence in Lennox Smith.
Yes, so much confidence. We saw him have a really great event at the NIAS Pro, getting 2nd, as you mentioned, Di, and then a 3rd at the Tahara Pro as well in Japan. Let's take a look at this last one of Lennox.
It's a good wave. Wow. It's only one section to hit, but definitely it was one of the big maneuvers I've seen this morning. So definitely only one turn, but definitely he'll get a good score for that turn. But look at how, he pushes the tail really, really hard. One back foot actually came off.
Yeah.
But I'm not too sure how, but he did a great job to recovery from that turn.
Wow, that was, as you said, Di, that core strength. He's been working out really hard. He's been in the gym, training. He's got the backing of some Surfing Australia coaches. We have Clancy Dawson here as well, who is giving a lot of insight for these Australian athletes. So Lennox has someone to lean on here, and a 4.5 locks in for that first wave. A 3.17 comes through for Connor, and Toby Espejon, the Filipino wildcard, gets a quick 0.23. He's from Cloud 9, him and his brother. Got the wild cards here, the Philippines wild cards for the WSL World Junior Championships, which is pretty amazing, to have these spots open up for them. The brothers, they're actually coming up in back-to-back heats. So that's pretty much just over an hour of stress for both of them, because when you're competing and you have a sibling or a family member in the same event as you, it gets really nerve-wracking. So there's a lot to navigate for them.
Definitely. And especially for the big brother, he's probably focusing on his surfing right now, but definitely somewhere in his head thinking about his young brother coming up next.
Definitely. And, Di, we've been to the Philippines a lot last year. We were really lucky to be in Siargao at Cloud 9 for the Siargao International Surfing Cup. We went over to Belair. Now we're here in La Union. And there's, so much that the Philippines has to offer. But one thing that I feel like is, and I said this to Jessie in the last heat, that I feel like is a consistent is the amount of support that you see from the Philippine community. They're always down on the beach. They get loud. You can hear them whistling. You can hear them cheering, and they just, show up in flocks. There's so many of them, and you really see the surfers in these events start to feed off that energy as well. It's awesome to see.
Oh, it's awesome to see. It's always good to travel to Philippines and to see this big support for the local community, for the surfers, and especially when you have a big sport, you have extra power in the surfing, in the heat especially. So probably this big sport will help these two brothers in the heat.
Yeah, it definitely makes you feel a little bit more comfortable, for sure, a little bit more at home. Coming over from Siargao, Cloud 9, it's a quick flight and about a 4 to 5 hour drive from Manila Airport. So everyone's, they've been making their way over to this beautiful place of La Union in San Juan. And this Mona Lisa Point, I surfed it. I was here 2 years ago, and I was really lucky to be able to surf it here. And Di, I know that you're a frother as well. Have you been out there yet?
Not yet, actually. This is my first time to be here in La Union, and then, definitely I'm gonna have surf at some point, but I haven't surfed this point break yet. But it looks super fun out there, but looks like Blue is up and riding. Yeah,
Connor, he's lighting it up on his backhand at the moment. Just a bit of inspiration for our goofy-footed commentator, Di Wacko, next to me. A quick float there for Connor. He's really starting to try and get that flow, link those turns, a little bit of, as you mentioned, Di, a bit of texture. It's a little bit lumpy and bumpy in those waves, so you really need to manage and navigate that. So I feel like for Connor, he did well, but you could see that fumble right before that last turn.
Right, just like you said, it was tricky wave, and really there's really a lot of bumps on the wave, but still managed to get a good turns. So definitely it was a great surfing from him.
Yeah, absolutely. Someone that had a pretty interesting heat in that last one. A bit of drama towards the end was Huey Vaughan. He's down there with Stace.
Thanks very much, guys. Huey, you must have been licking your chops looking at Lucas and Oliver in that first heat, and then it all went belly up in your one.
Yeah, got like 4 foot and chunky and pretty bad, so yeah. Had to do what I was, I don't even know what I'm saying, to be honest. I had to work with what I had, so yeah.
Happy to get the 2 points.
Yeah, happy to get the 2 points.
Full credit to the boys.
Yeah, full credit to the boys, yeah, that's it.
First surfer in the history of La Union shortboarding contest to break a surfboard out there. How does that feel?
Yeah, I don't know what happened out there, but yeah, last wave, just tried to do a turn and obviously just broke, so don't know what happened, but yeah.
You've been training hard, you're looking big, you're busting out of that rashy. I'd put it down to that.
Yeah, mate, trained for comps and yeah, might have gone a little bit too heavy for the board, I don't know.
And how are your toes holding up?
Yeah, toes are holding up pretty good this year, so can't complain. Happy to be surfing.
So last year, day before the event started, you broke your toe, you couldn't surf. It must have felt good to get the rashy on and get this event underway.
Yeah, very good to get the rashy on, and frothing to see how this event pans out. Yeah.
Only up from here, mate. Well done.
Only up from here.
Thank you so much, Stace and Huey. Last year was a bit of a crazy year for Huey. Made, the trek over here to La Union, had a bunch of free surfs, was looking really good actually in the free surf, probably one of the best. Broke his toe pretty much 2 days before the competition. His big toe, couldn't surf, had to pull out of the event. So super dramatic, and in style as well, a bit of a dramatic finish in that last heat for Huey. He broke his board, so for making history really for him. Literally broke it right in front of his tail pad, lost one of his fins. It was on his very last wave with 3 minutes to go in the heat, so it was kind of okay, good timing for him, but definitely a stressful last 3 minutes. But let's go through this replay of Connor's dive.
Wow, he did great on this wave. First turn, love it. 3 fins out the back. This turn, nice carving turn, and straight into the last turn here. A little bit bugged the rail, but still managed to get the finishing turn there. So it was a great, 3-turn combo from Connor.
Yeah, it was a well-surfed wave, comes through at a 5.83, so he goes up into that lead. It was an interesting wave to surf as well. We saw that bit of a fumble. You could see the bump and the lump, so the competitors in these next few heats definitely watching closely, thinking, okay, I need to prepare for this, and I need to, see these lumps and bumps and almost preempt that. So Connor really starting to show that in this opening round, heat 3. We've got some big heats as well. Winter Vincent, he came second in this event last year. He's going to be coming up in this next heat with Ricky Sato and Troy Espejon. This is the Filipino wildcard. Toby Espejon up and riding, using his priority on this wave. Quick up and over that first section. I love the patience that he's got right now. Just whips it off that whitewash. Didn't really have steep sections to work with, but he worked with what he had and made it work.
Definitely he managed really well on that wave. First time, really, a lot of bumps on the wave, but still managed to get a float and then straight into the final section. So, like you said, it wasn't as horror as the other surfers had, but definitely it was a great combination in that wave, and it was one of the bigger sets. So yeah, I'm curious what he's gonna get for the wave.
Yeah, it's an interesting kind of a lineup. You could see almost kind of 2 floats for Toby, so we'll see where that score comes through as, and you can see the Nutrichunks mascot there making his way down the beach. A massive thank you to one of our supporting sponsors, Nutrichunks, just making this event so fun. And there's so much going on around the event site. We have the athlete area in the hotel next door, which is really cool. They've got some bikes, they've got some lockers there. There's so much going on the beach in regards to food and drinks and ice cream and everything in between. So there is surfing, and that's, the main event, but there's lots to keep you satisfied throughout the event side as well, which is super cool. And, thinking of Connor, this is actually his first ever World Junior Championships. So this is pretty insane. The 20-year-old is competing for his country. He's here saying, I'm representing Spain, and I'm in a space where I can, really showcase my talent and my surfing his first ever World Junior Champs.
Wow, it's a great great moment for him. The first time to be here for the World Junior Championships, and he's showcasing his surfing here. He got the 3rd place, I think, in Morocco Pro Juniors last year, and then the anchor point in Morocco has the same similarities in the wave. So probably he's probably confident on his backhand.
Have you surfed there?
Yes, one of my favorites.
Give me some insights. What's it like over there?
I would say it's Moroccan snapper rocks.
Really?
It's got right hand beach break and stretch out, appealing, nicely. So it's a great place to surf.
I love that. I'll have to head over. That sounds so fun. We got a little bit of an insight into our athlete area, as we were saying before. Some bean bags for comfort, some bikes there to get the competitors warmed up. That's Adam Dufner. He is here coaching Dane Henry, who is coming up in heat number 7. He's definitely one to watch in this WSL World Junior Championships event. There's so many coaches as well that are around the event site supporting the athletes. Adam Dufner is one of them. And yeah, as we mentioned, Lennox Smith, he got 3rd here in the World Junior Championships last year. Went down to Bronson Mady. He's had a 2nd in NIAS. He got a 3rd at the Tahara Pro. But he's looking for a couple more spots up and taking home that big trophy and that, having a historical moment of being the World Junior Champion here in La Union.
Definitely, coming 3rd place last year's World Junior Championships makes him want to come again.
Yeah.
It gets the world title next to his name. That's what he wants.
Yeah.
And that's why he's here now again.
Absolutely. It's a title. It's very prestigious. It's one of those moments where you're thinking, I want my name on that list. I want to be, known as one of the historical surfers that's maybe got a World Junior Champion and also a world title in the same breath, which is pretty crazy. So I feel like a lot of these competitors, both men and women in the draw, they've got their sights set on this and future as well. We've had so many incredible names who've taken out World Junior titles. We think of Joel Parkinson, Ethan Ewing, Isabella Nichols, Andy Irons. It's pretty incredible, the list of people that's gone on to make history in surfing, and it's all started here.
It would be super honored to have your name next to these legends, Andy Irons, Joel Parkinson, and all the names are already written in the history. So it's a big thing for juniors. Yeah,
it's huge. And in this heat, we've got just over, I should say, 19 minutes to go, and it is Connor Donegan dos Santos. He is in the lead right now. He's got that 5.83, so that's really sitting pretty. It's the best wave of the heat so far. He has a 3.17 as a backup. Lennox Smith holding first priority. He's locked in a 4.5, just courtesy of that one turn we saw a little bit earlier on in this heat. He needs a 4.51 to go to first. And Toby Espijon, a 1.83 and a 0.23. He needs a 7.17 at this point, and that's when you can really look at it. We've got just under 19 minutes to go, Di. You can look at that 7.17 for Toby and break it down into 2, and he can go, you know what, maybe if I get a 5 and a 4, and he's going to try and do that right now. Gets a nice quick carve, really tweaks the tail up and over that section. It's a smaller wave, a little bit fatter here, but he's going to try and stick with it. And unfortunately just goes, you know what, that wave's not going to offer much on the inside. Saves a little bit of a paddle out for him. So Toby locks in what will be his best wave of the heat so far.
But I think it was a great decision, great wave selection for Toby. It wasn't one of the best waves, but still, like you said, you don't really want to focusing on getting a 7.17 with the 17 minutes remaining. You kind of want to break it down into 2. That's exactly what he did, and probably he's looking forward to getting just to a couple of 4-point range. Yeah,
absolutely. And a bit of a cuddle being shared there with our NutriChunks mascots on the beach. Pretty cool to see. A little bit of fun, a bit of character around this event. This is that last wave of Toby's die.
One of the smaller size waves, but still managed to get one beautiful carve and straight into the second turn. And I don't think it's going to be a 7.1, but still, it'll be, just like you said, it'll be his best score in this heat. So, just taking the edge off, probably. Yeah,
a 2.5, it locks in as die, so you're 100% correct. It takes the edge off a little bit. He now needs a 6.5, and even then, with 17 minutes to go, he does have the ability to just slowly chip away at that. The 6.5 is a pretty decent score, and I feel like with the surfing that he's doing, if he can find himself on one of the better waves, he'll really edge up for that. This right now, though, Lennox Smith, he's looking smooth on rails straight away. That board, just an extension of himself. He's taking it easy, just cruising through these moments. You can see he's firing up, though, through to this inside, tags it. just really laying into that last turn for Lennox Smith and stays with it to ensure he gets that completion. So really lighting it up straight away. You can see those little different moments of push and pull off the back of that tail. So Lennox needs a 4.51. We'll see where that last wave goes in. And he waited a while for that die and remained composed.
Definitely, I love how he didn't rush anything. He just waiting for the wave to stand up and just hit the section, and he did what he can do on the wave perfectly. So it's going to be a really interesting number for Lennox Smith.
Yeah, it comes in at a 3.57, so he definitely gets himself, a little bit further out into second place. However, it's not what he's looking for. He needs a 4.51. So I think wave size as well, letting Lennox down a little bit on that wave. 4.51 to go to first for Lennox, a 6.5 for Toby to go to first place. So I think, Lennox's surfing on that wave was really smooth. He had some great moments, but unfortunately it was just that wave size letting him down, and that's when we keep going back to how important wave selection is out here.
Well, especially at this, this point, the wave selection will be really, really crucial, because it gives you a really long, long ride. Actually, it gives you a long length, and then it's just really important to when to pull out on the bad wave, because it can give you a long length, but still you can't have really good turns. So definitely the timing of the pulling out is really key.
Absolutely, and I think as well identifying that, okay, if I surf this wave for another 10 meters, I'm going to have a couple extra seconds and minutes on this paddle out, and that is so crucial as well. It's so important to, identify that early, and that's why we see these junior competitors be so in tune with these waves and, make those incredibly important decisions early on. They'll be paddling into the wave and go, you know what, actually, I don't want this one. I'll wait for the next one, or whatever that is, So I like that Lennox went that wave. He needed to get another score and try his luck. Maybe he'll be able to pick one up on the inside, but you can see it's definitely looking like you have to be, even if it's just one big turn. I mean, Lennox did 4 turns on that last wave, gets a 3.57. On the 4.5, it was just that one big impactful turn. It was really a moment there. So maybe that's the strategy that he needs to fall back on, is finding one big section that he can just really lay into.
Definitely, that is just showing a clear message to all the surfers. Just one big turn will give you a good number. Even, Lennox Smith's first wave, one turn gave him 4.50. If he can put one more turn together, then it'll be like 6 and 7s easy. So just like you said, definitely he probably needs to get one of the bigger size set and get one big turn in, and that's how he can get 4.51.
Yeah, absolutely. With 13 minutes to go, just over. It is Connor, though. He is sitting out there with first priority and the lead. That 5.83 that he got a little bit earlier on is the best wave of the heat so far, and has been for almost 20 minutes now. He has that 3.17 in his scoreline. He got first place in the Pro Junior in Hossega, ended up getting the runner-up in the European Junior rankings last year, which is why we're seeing him in this event. So some huge results there for Connor, and we come back to this word as well, which we do a lot, in surf contests, is consistency. You come back to that consistency in your surfing, but then also in your results. It gets you to these higher stages, like a World Junior Championship. And Connor, he's a consistent surfer. We've seen that in his results, and we're seeing that right now.
Yeah, definitely. Having a 5.83 in this heat is really, really important factor. And that first turn was great. All three fins out back. It managed well. There's no downtime in between turns, and straight into the float. A little bit late to the section, but still managed to ride out of it really clean. And then again, the third turn was beautiful, throwing a lot of sprays, and to get this, finishing turn as well. So it was a great combination from him.
Yeah, it was really smooth, and you can see how critical that is as well. He gets, as you said, all three fins out the back. Even a little bit of a tweak on that turn. You can see the board change its direction. So well rewarded there for Connor, a 5.83. A huge thank you to Magnolia as well, one of our presenting partners for this event, as well as Purefoods. So huge thank you, because without these guys, we would not be here back in La Union for a World Junior Championship. What an incredible event it's been so far. It's already heat 3 and we've seen some huge scores. That first heat was so exciting with some big scores roll in. We saw Oliver Zeitz take it out from the Netherlands. And then last heat, we saw Huey Vaughan taking it out. And that was dramatic in itself. Breaking his board in the last 3 minutes of that heat is pretty crazy. So
wow, it's crazy.
There's so much going on already. We do have 8 heats of the opening round of the men's, and then we do have the women's opening round on standby, all 8 heats of those as well. That is Troy Esperon. He is coming up in the next heat, brother of Toby. So he's making his way out. He's going to take on Winter Vincent, runner-up from the 2025 World Junior Champions, and Riki Sato as well from Japan. He's going to be out there too, so that's a big heat. This is live action though. Lennox Smith, good first turn, finds a steep bottom turn and a deep bowl there, really leaning into the rail. So 3 turns there, 3 quick, concise turns for Lennox Smith. You can see he's hungry to get up into first place.
Definitely, always you want to get into the first place, straight into round of 16. But that was a great wave selection, great 3-turn combo. But probably he wants to have the finishing turn there for the 4.51. But definitely it was a great 3-turn combo, so it's not too sure, but it's going to be really close to the requirement, 4.51.
Yeah, I think so as well. He had really good speed on that wave die, and he had those, his turns were concise. They were in really critical moments of that wave. It locks in at 3.67. So betters his second wave, but it's still not quite enough to get him up into the lead. He's the king of a buzzer beater, though. We saw that happen a lot last year. Lennox tagged it there. Maybe it doesn't get quite as vertical and as critical as he wanted to. Really love seeing Lennox on an open face where he can really lean into that rail. He's got such a great carve. We saw so much of that at the NIAS Pro QS 6000. So hopefully he can find a moment. But speaking with Jesse a little bit earlier as well, Lennox had so many, if not all of his heats, a majority of them where he had buzzer beater moments to take him all the way through to the semi-finals.
There's plenty of time left, 8 minutes 50 seconds, so it's not over yet.
It's not over yet.
He was waiting for the bigger ones for the first wave, but now probably it seems like he's changing his strategy, just getting those smaller ones and trying to get the requirement first and get into the first place, and then probably he's going to be waiting for the bigger ones now.
Yeah,
he's
absolutely.
just, he has third priority now, so there's no point just sit out there and just wait for the turns.
Yeah.
There's plenty of waves and opportunities inside as well.
Yeah, he can kind of keep that momentum going, keep turning waves, keep, being on his feet. And I feel like these opening round heats, of course, we see first move straight through to the round of 16, which is a huge bonus for first place. Second and third go through to the elimination round. So that's when we start to see competitors get dropped out of the event. So no one really wants to lose on the first day. Being in that round of 16 is definitely a massive advantage, but these opening round heats, you can kind of play around with it, figure out the bank. There is so many free surfers out there as well, warming up for the event too, so it's sort of tricky to kind of adjust your lineups when there's only 3 other surfers out there. Here we go though, this is live action. Toby tags that section, maybe a fraction late, but he made it count. He's waiting to get around this section. Unfortunately, the wave doesn't really offer a whole lot, and he has to just eject out. So Toby Esperon looking for a 6.5, our Shargao local from Cloud9, making the trek over here. We'll see his brother Troy come up in that next heat, but unfortunately that last one for Toby, it's looking like it won't go into the sixes. It comes through at a 2.0, so he's still chasing a 6.5 die.
Right, he's still chasing a 6.51, but it was really unfortunate for him. It was just a wave selection that, that was just a problem, but he's got the skill to get 6.51. He's got the rail game, he's got the air game as well. So definitely, if he gets on the better waves, then definitely he'll be getting those requirements.
Yeah.
It's really tricky out there right now. So you don't really want to be sitting out there, but you don't really want to be getting all the waves.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to be quite selective with the waves that you're catching, but also, being busy on. It's so interesting, looking at these competitors. You want to be busy, but busy good. Be busy on those good waves instead of just catching anything that's really coming your way. So I think for all these three surfers in this heat, finding that rhythm to be, on those good waves that are coming through the lineup is so important. We saw a lot of really good scores in that first heat. Heat number 2, we saw it start to, get a little bit trickier, maybe a little bit slower with those good waves, but it's starting to hopefully open up a little bit now. The locals making their way through to support the Filipino wildcards, Toby and Troy Espejon, their back-to-back heats. 5.5 minutes to go in this one, and Connor Donegan dos Santos, he is still out in front, holding down the lead, and has been for this whole heat so far for about 30 minutes. 5.83 and a 3.17. Lennox Smith, a 4.5 on that very first wave, and a 3.67. He needs a 4.51 to go to first, capturing all the action. The locals on the beach, a 2.5 and a 2 for Toby. He is looking for a 6.5, so now is really the moment, I guess, with 5 minutes to go, that maybe he needs to start thinking about just looking for that 6.5.
Yeah, definitely. You gotta say yes. With the 5 minutes remaining and the thinking about the length that you can get from the wave. Probably there's not much time left for a couple of waves for Toby. So definitely he's gonna get 6.51 on the one wave for now. 4 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock.
Yeah. Here we go. That is Winter Vincent, runner-up from last year, making his way out into the lineup. That's his mum, Mel, there as well. Just, the real constant support for Winter throughout these events. Also a Challenger Series surfer as well. Mel, she's such a proud mum. And I know that Winter's definitely looking for to get one better in this event. He got second to Bronson Mady last year, and that was such an incredible final. Bronson was it was two really different approaches. Winter is incredible in the air, but his rail game has been so on point. He's got this incredible just connection with the ocean out here in La Union. So excited to see him fire up in that next heat with Ricky Sato and Troy Espejon. With just under 4 minutes to go, no change to that situation. So it's been a little bit quiet in regards to the consistency of the waves in this heat dive.
Wow, it's been really, really quiet in the ocean for the last 10 or 15 minutes. There's not much. There's a lot of waves coming through, but not the good-looking waves are coming through. So it's been a tricky moment, but just like you said, Lennox is always on the wave in the last minute. So we never know. It's not done yet, so there's still 3 minutes left.
Exactly. And Jesse and I also were talking in the last heat, Lennox, he's such a larrikin, he's always laughing and cracking jokes, super smiley outside of, when he doesn't have the rashi on. And Jesse goes, I think it's part of the facade, because he's a fierce competitor. As soon as he puts the rashi on, it's like, okay, we're going to work. I'm in the zone. It's really interesting to see that kind of play out with Lennox, see how happy and smiley he is, and then he's like, all right, I'm ready to go, and he's locked in. And I think, he's in a space right now in this heat where he's locked in and ready to go, but maybe he's thinking, okay, what is going on? The jokes start to crack out a little bit with 2.5 minutes to go. He's like, ocean gods, give me some waves, please.
Definitely, these three surfers just, except for Connor, he's probably hoping please not.
Yeah, I don't want anything.
I don't want anything
go
to
flat.
go flat. But for those two surfers, Lennox and Toby, they are hoping to get one more wave to coming through.
Bit of a wave rolling through the lineup. Connor has that first priority, so in a position to go this one on his backhand, winds up. Good, strong first turn, gets a little caught up, but really great recovery. This is where he's going to start to open up even more. What a great bowling section he had in front of him there for that second turn. Connor taking it through to the inside, looking out the back. He's thinking this is the last opportunity for this heat with just under 2 minutes to go. Toby Espejon waiting for this one to wall up through to the inside. You can see it sort of starting to bowl up a little bit. It's really tricky because it has those moments where it's looking like it is and then it backs off, so you have to really be in tune with the ocean. So wondering, we'll have a fair bit to catch up on what Toby got done out the back. But that last one of Connor's was really good, that second turn, such a great moment.
Definitely, I really love the first deep bottom turn and straight into the vertical off the top and straight into the second turn. That was a great combo. And what I liked about it is he played really well. He waited for the wave for quite a long time, but he played defense as well as he just did an offensive move on that wave. So that was a great surfing from Connor. And this is the last wave for Toby. Trying to get one turn in, and he did there. Floats the section, trying to come around and get the finishing down there, but this wave just dies out. So it was just unfortunate for him.
Yeah, it was one of those moments, he had that nice two-turn connection at the start. That last wave locks in at a 3.07 for Toby, so it is actually his best wave of the heat so far, but with 20 seconds, it's not going to be enough. We saw Lennox get a little bit in the action as well, a 0.5, so he is still looking for a 4.51. He's got that first priority, 10 seconds. Is he going to find a wave and maybe continue that buzzer beater form from last year? It doesn't really look like he will. We do have a good score to roll through, a 4.93 for Connor Donegan dos Santos, increases his lead, so it will be Connor moving on through to the round of 16. We will see Lennox and Toby in the elimination round. Don't go anywhere. We have some big heats coming up. The runner-up from last year, Winter Vincent, he's going to take on Ricky Sato and Troy Espejon. We have a special guest coming in for this next heat. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Rolling into another big heat here at the World Junior Championships presented by Purefoods and Magnolia. We've already had a couple really solid heats go down. Some big names falling out of the draw as well. We move on through to the opening round, heat number 4. Last year's runner-up. He's out there in the red, Winter Vincent, taking on Ricky Sato from Japan and the local boy, Troy Espejon, who is up and riding straight away in this heat. Just a feeler of that one, a lot of foam on the face there. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Di Wacko and the beautiful Camille Pillar, one of the most talented local women around here. Camille, thank you for welcoming us into your... And Toby and Troy from Siargao, that Cloud 9 area, son of Dodo Espejon, who for a really long time was traditionally the best backhand surfer at Cloud 9, and that's a really big prestige to have. Now you have guys like Filmer really starting to battle for that, so they come from a really strong heritage of solid surfing over there at Cloud 9.
Yes, I agree, and it's good that you mentioned the stance as goofy footers, so there's kind of a legacy there as well. Filmar is also a goofy footer, and his daughter and son, Lilo and Koa, are also both on their backhand.
We've got a great looking natural footer out there right now though, Di. Winter just not missing a beat.
Not missing anything on that wave. Two-turn combo, but that was a huge two-turn combo, and there's no downtime in between turns, smooth transitioning, and then the last finishing turn. That was a strong turn as well, and the last one comes in at 7.5, so wow,
big score. We haven't seen a big 7 drop in for quite a couple heats. I mean, we saw some big scores go down in that opening round when we had Oliver Zeitz take out the win there, but Winter, he would just have that just a bit of taste left in his mouth from last year. Obviously, in my eyes, him and Bronson were the two standout surfers. It was going to be either one, and Winter went to that really traditional approach where he has these gorgeous, Parko-esque style and these big drawn out lines. And then you have Bronson, who was just going crazy in the air. Bronson obviously taking home the victory, but it feels like if anyone wants redemption, it's Winter.
Definitely, he wants to get the title right now. That's why he's back here, and always good opportunity to have world title next to his name. So it's the dog's having fun.
Yeah,
right
so
there.
Winter actually pretty close to qualification for the championship tour, so he's currently sitting in 10th spot on the Challenger Series. He's had a great run, a couple of quarterfinal finishes there. He'll be going straight to Pipe from here to start practicing for that next Challenger Series coming up. But you know, I feel like even when you have that kind of big focus of, right, I'm real close to qualifying for the championship tour, you can see how much a world junior title means to him. He's left Hawaii, he's come here to the Philippines, and he wants to take home that trophy. I mean, you know, you don't want to be that second place. Obviously, he was stoked with that finish, but he's willing to leave Hawaii, leave the reps out pipeline to help for the next event to be here. And I feel like that really just showcases the stature of this event here, Camille.
Yes, and last year's finals where Bronson stomped down that 10.0, Winter actually answered back with a formidable score at 9.27. He also went up into the air, so is very capable not only of the traditional textbook turns that we love to see, Parco-esque as you mentioned. And yes, so Winter has his air game on point as well, and it's just a matter of Mona Lisa Point being able to offer up those ramps.
We've got Riki Sato out there from Japan as well. Pretty cool young guy coming out from Japan, 20 years old, had a great run on the junior series over there in Japan, and a real character too, Dai.
Right. You know, he's originally from Shonan, where I grew up, but this is a live action from Winter.
Yeah, we'll check back in with Riki in a second. Winter, he's pacing his way through this one, really trying to find that tempo right now. It starts to open up here. Board's looking fast under his feet. Bit of a check turn there, but you can see not exactly what he was chasing down the line at this point. He's got a 7 in his lineup. That's a solid number to have in your back pocket. Troy goes down on his, so chasing a 5, 6, 7. 35-minute heats. I mean, there's an incredible amount of time right now. We've got Riki Sato with a 4, needing a 4.84, but originally from Shonan, which I've come to learn is a really cool part of the world. But Camille, take us through this one here for Troy.
Okay, so this wave looks like it was one of the set waves. Unfortunately, he falls down as he tries to build up speed, and it's quite the same approach that Winter does here, building up the section. Nice little check turn over there. Unfortunately, goes face to face with this giant foam ball.
Yeah, so a couple waves going down. Nothing of too much consequence here. Hitting on that last one for Winter might just drop out that 0.83 and rise the bar a little bit more for Troy and Riki. But we'll get back to it. So we've got Riki's from Shonan. It's pretty cold there at the moment. So like we heard from Connor in that last heat, how good is it to be in boardies when it's cold at home?
Definitely. Back home, it's freezing. You have to wear 5 mil wetsuit. And Riki is actually now living in Chiba. It's way more colder than Shonan. So definitely he's super stoked to be here, just wearing boardies and surfing with the world best juniors. But he's very dedicated surfer, training every day. And sometimes he's training with Keijiro Nishi, who is a CS surfer. So he's very dedicated surfer. His dad is former professional surfer in Japan. And he has a younger brother who also competes in a WSL World Juniors last month.
Oh,
So
awesome.
he's a big surfing family.
It's cool to see as well, you know, when the teams come here. We had Connor kind of touch on it in that last post-heat interview where he's really supporting the Spains and the Basque Country. We've touched on the Filipinos, you know, really getting behind each other. But Riki Sato obviously traveling with a big group of Japanese surfers. We have Anon Matsuoka, Sumomo Sato, Iko Watanabe here, Mirai Ikeda. I mean, these guys have become this really cool family unit because they spend a lot of time on the road, not just balancing, you know, Challenger Series. They've also got a lot of QS events. And then there's the Japanese Pro Tour as well. Those guys compete 12 months of the year.
Probably they see each other more than they see the family.
Yeah.
Probably.
They are always together. And I feel like they've made this really cool, tight-knit community. And it feels like they found their recipe. They found their winning formula. And I think it's because they have each other.
Definitely. Last year, probably I see a lot of Japanese traveling to the CS tour, and they gather together and support each other, and that gives you a extra power in the heat. So definitely the big support is helping a lot of Japanese surfers.
Yeah, it's cool to see the big families traveling around. We've touched on Filipinos, we've touched on the Japanese, we've got the Aussies out there. Winter Vincent, he's here with his mum Mel, as she came last year and watched him go all the way through to the final. And then also big names like Dane Henry, Lenny Smith, Huey Vaughan, Willem Watson. So these guys are going to be spending a lot of time together on the road here. But Winter, I love when he travels with his mum because he lays really low. You know, he really does just kind of stick to himself, enjoy some nice quality time with his family, because he spends so much time on the road when you're doing all the different tours like Winter is. So you can see here he's got this really cool, calm approach to him. He's got a 7 and a 3.77, but he's not overly chasing a higher score at this point in time. And I feel like, Camille, you would know this best. When it comes to Mona Lisa, you really got to know this wave. You got to know every single inch of it and how it works to get a good result here.
Yes, that's true. For a point break, it can get pretty unpredictable at times. So knowing the tide is also one of the life hacks for the point. It works best at a rising tide, I believe. So that's what we're experiencing right now. And on live action, we have Troy.
Yeah, trying to find a good wave here. Gets stuck on that section there. So it looked like maybe his feet a little bit too far up the board there. Bit of frustration building at this point. And, you know, this would be the biggest event Troy has ever competed in. You know,
that is true.
Huge.
He just turned 19 years old, and I just remembered when he arrived here in La Union, he actually snapped his board. So this is his backup board, and maybe that's why he's struggling a little bit with the board under his feet. This is not his choice board for the competition, but still 20 minutes to go. That's still an infinity, and hopefully Troy finds his flow.
It's an interesting wave because you look at it and you're like, oh yeah, it doesn't look too powerful, but then you're out there. There's a lot of power out there, you know. And then we talk about Troy breaking a board. We saw Huey snap his board clean in half a couple heats ago. I mean, Mona Lisa, it's got some punch behind it out there.
Yes, and also no one really talks about the current paddling back. That also takes some strength from you. So other competitors would actually decide to just paddle in straight to the beach and just do the walk, and it's a closer, quicker way to go back into the priority zone.
And Camille, give us more of an insight into what it's like to be a part of the La Union Surf community. I mean, not only do you have so many incredible shortboarders, but you've got a really strong crew of longboarders as well coming from here.
Yes, the working theory is that La Union's main product is longboarders. So last year we've had another up-and-coming surfer, Jo Marie Ebueza, join the ranks of J.R. Esquivel on the World Longboard Tour, which is why it's a significant event to be able to have a qualifying coming up. But now on live action, Winter again.
Yeah, looking sharp here. Bit of foam on the face, but does not seem to be phasing him. Wint just absolutely laying the rail here. Really fast surfing there. You can see his board almost looks twitchy-like off the bottom, which I actually think is great. You can see the board has this energy to want to be up in the lip, and it's looking good for Winter right now.
Wow, definitely, you know, his surfing is great on that board. It's just generating a lot of speeds and, you know, smooth transitioning turns. So that was great, another surfing from Winter.
Yeah, Winter in my eyes is a CT surfer. I think he has that class. I think he has the competitive edge, and he's not scared. You know, he'll charge. He's got an air game if he needs to go to it, and he's just not phased. Look at him. He's just cruising back out the back. He's not phased by the current. He just is waiting for him to kind of take himself out there. But yeah, it's cool to see Winter come back, fight for redemption here. But Camille, like you were saying, you know, the community here, it's so strong. Before I get you to touch on that, talk to me about this wave.
Okay, so this is quite a foamy wave, so maybe that's also a consideration to why the twitchiness of the board, so it's not as smooth. But the smooth style that Winter is known for is clearly evident on this wave. It's a bit more like he increased the tempo just now. Very nice sharp turn, good on the Sharp Eye surfboard. Thank you to his new sponsor. And yeah, so he might better his second best score, will throw away the 3.77.
Yeah, he does. A 5.67, that last wave for Winter Vincent. So he's creeping ahead. He's asking a big number of Troy Espejon. Right now needs a 9.5 for the lead for Troy Espejon. Ricky Sato chasing an 8.67. So we're talking excellent numbers here, Jai.
Wow, that's a huge number for the requirement, 9 and 8 point range. So that is like something you have to. Wow, that's a huge number. I mean, you gotta do some kind of big maneuvers to get those excellent range for now. But there's still 16 minutes remaining in this heat. You don't have to aiming for the requirement right now. You can break it down into 2 waves for Troy and Ricky. But the requirement is really, really high now.
Well, let's think about what you had to do to get a 10 last year. It was 2 airs on 1 wave, and that was to get a 10-point ride. So needing a 9.5, well, the platform's been laid. You need to do 2 airs on 1 wave, something really crazy. But guess what? 16 minutes, a lot of time to break it down in 2, but it needs to be something of quality right now. So you can see Ricky feels like he's changed his approach a little bit. He's gone from catching a lot of waves here, to starting to sit and wait.
He's really, really smart competitor. He can wait, and his nerves are not gonna be on his way. So he's very smart and strong competitor. So I think it's a good call for him to just wait for the right runs, because he's up against one of the two of the best juniors in the heat. So definitely you need to have a good wave to get a score. So I think it's a good call for him to just wait.
Yeah, some solid lines starting to roll through now. We got a bit of energy out in the point. We're going to see if anyone's going to take this one. That was not a bad looking wave there, but Ricky lets it go there. Thoughts on that one for the local lady here, Camille?
That set looked really beautiful, actually. I'm quite surprised that none of the surfers were in position. So this is where it plays out that Mona Lisa Point is changing. So our surfers have to adjust where they position themselves on this wave. So if they were sitting a bit closer to the second section earlier, I think it's worth it for them now to go closer to the first peak.
Now, Camille, I have an underlying love for bathymetry. I love learning about reefs, waves, swells, how the swells work. I was chatting to you yesterday.
Yes.
La Union has a very interesting tidal chart, like one of the more interesting ones, and it's around this time of year that you guys have what I've learned to be called is a monotide.
That is the running joke amongst us, because it doesn't seem like there is much of a difference between the high tide and the low tide. Actually, today the difference is just 1 foot. So, yes, on live action, Troy.
Yeah, looking good. We're going to start hearing the cheers that come from the beach here. Troy, great bottom turn. That's a solid connection here. And again, this is exactly what he's looking for, channeling his dad there with some strong goofy-footed surfing. Speaking of goofy footers, I've got a very talented one sitting right next to me. Di, what do you like about that one?
I always love goofy footers going on
know.
their backhands. Beautiful surfing. The first turn, carving turn, but a lot of sprays at the back. But this turn is money turn, definitely vertical off the top and straight into the finishing turn there. So that was great 3-turn combo from Troy, just showcasing his surfing skill. But this is a reply of Ricky. Quick in and out. Unfortunately, he was waiting for the wave for quite a long time, but it was unfortunate for Ricky.
Yeah, just a short, sharp wave there for Ricky Sato, but feels like that's going to be a pretty solid number there for Troy. I mean, he's got confidence here, Camille. I feel like he's really starting to open up. Di, I'm going to let you take this one away here, Ricky Sato.
佐藤力、こちら3本目、4本目のライディングになります。一発大きなバーティカル当ててきますが、ここはキックアウトしていきます。残り時間12分50秒。
Yeah, just a bit of a short, sharp wave there for Ricky Sato. Maybe a bit of head noise starting to filter in.
Yes. I think that Troy was able to read this change better. You could see that he was pumping down the line a bit because he eyed that section. He knew it was going to roll away in front of him. And he adjusted his game and it paid off. So hopefully it's not a 9.5 just yet, but that might go into his best score of the heat.
So scores are all locking in. Troy Espehan, his last wave, a 3.77. So judges keeping the scale down a little bit on that one. I really loved that second and third turn. I thought the connections looked great. Really beautiful bottom turns as well. Deep off the bottom there for Troy Espehan. Ricky Sato, he's getting a 2.43. So we're working back the requirements. An 8.9 is now what Troy Espehan needs. Ricky Sato an 8.67. So Winter Vincent kind of in a heat of his own right now, Camille.
Yes, and you mentioned something about bathymetry earlier. I would just like to point out that the reef structure underneath the point, they're kind of like slender finger-like reef beds. And last December, there was a really huge storm that passed, and it pushed in quite a lot of sand and covered the holes between the reef, and it kind of changed the point a bit, made it look more like a beach break. But then now we're losing some of that sand, and that's why we have more sectiony segments compared to one straightaway wall.
Yeah, right. So the storm kind of affects the reef. Is that like consistently with all different storms? You see this wave chop and change a lot?
Yes, because, you know, a lot of sand gets dumped into the shoreline, and that just changes the entire bottom surface. And as we proceed with this season, then, you know, the waves come and take the sand away again. So, yes, that is my point with D point being an unpredictable point.
Yes, definitely. True, and I'm talking about it, you know, you really have to get to know this wave to go deep into the draw, maximize on every single opportunity coming, you know, your way here in these heats. And these guys, you know, they're world-class surfers. They're top tier. They're the best juniors in their region or across the world if they get a wild card into this. So these guys know how to compete. Now it comes down to that wave selection, who's going to perform the best and what they've been dealt with those cards. And Winter, he's given us a perfect example of how you do that in this heat.
You know, he had a lot of heat last year, so probably he knows exactly where to sit and exactly what kind of wave he wants to get. And that's, you know, what he's showcasing in this heat. Already locked in 7.0 and 5.67, and he already got 7 waves ridden in this heat.
Yeah, he's looking so sharp. And if we look at the screen right now, Camille, you can kind of see that current you're talking about as well. It's really ripping in fast through that inside section.
Yes, and they're staying bunched together actually much closer to the second peak. So if you were on the beach right now, this is directly in front of the staircase, in front of the Little Surf Made Resort. But I think it would be worth it if they paddle a bit further out into the first peak, because we already see the tide has shifted. The wobbles in the water are actually also because the tide is pushing in. Or if not there, if it's really crunch time, there's also a nice beefy inside section, good for a quick 2-turn combination on the critical side.
Yeah, so let's see what we've got through the end. We've got a bit of a dance battle going on the beach here, so we still got a lot of local love for Troy Espejon out there. We saw Toby unfortunately come in 3rd place in that last heat, but he's going to get another roll at the dice. We've got the elimination round probably coming up tomorrow or the next day. But taking a look at this one, we might have a paddle here. It's going to be Winter. Using priority, can he get on? He can't, unfortunately. The first mistake we're going to see from Winter in this heat.
That's another common thing that I usually see from Winter Vincent. That's, you know, that's how much it's a tricky condition out there. And even Winter makes a mistake.
Yeah. For someone who's just always so seamless, we've grown to love just how effortless and easy he makes it look to compete, especially out here at Mona Lisa Point. Right now, like we mentioned, Troy Espejon at 8.9 is what is required. Ricky Sato an 8.67. So I feel like we'd get some cheers and some whistles, maybe a couple hand directions of where these guys would need to be sitting. But Camille, you think they need to be out further and deeper on the point?
I think so, even way further than when they were practicing. So when the tide comes in like this, it kind of just ruffles up all this middle part, this big middle part, as you can see on the screen. And there are some nuggets to be found, except with 7 minutes, just over 7 minutes on the clock, you really have to change your strategy. I hate it in a heat when you're just sitting and waiting and leaving it to chance. I think you have to manufacture your own luck.
Absolutely. Got to manufacture your own luck. Someone who's very good at doing that, Dylan Wilcoxon. He's won 2 QS 6000s. He's coming up next in white. 2 QS 6000s in 1 season. So he is so young still. Took out Nias, and he also took out, was it Cloud9 or Taiwan? I'm getting my events mixed up. Pretty sure it was Taiwan. So he's going to be coming up next. Ricky Sato, Dai, take it away.
佐藤力、この波で 8.67 が必要になります。一発2発と入れていきますが、ここフィニッシュのセクションがなかったようです。残り時間6分50秒、まだ時間はあります。もう一度沖に出てもう1本必要になりそうです。
Feels like he's getting in his head a little bit there, Dai.
Right, his surfing is there, but just his wave selection he's just struggling with the wave selection right now.
I think he's picking the right waves. It's more of the connection that he's not able to really show us. Because I know he wants to build up speed, but sometimes in Mona Lisa Point when you're surfing it, there are parts where you have to slow down instead of speed up, and then wait for the wall to build again. But don't worry, it's so great that in the opening round, no one goes home.
Yeah, so good. You don't get knocked out. Love it. Because these guys, that's what they're used to. We think about QS, Pro Juniors, Challenger Series. It's first round knockout, you know, everywhere you go except for right here. So we're going to see all of our juniors get to compete one more time. Try and save their spot and keep battling it to take home that trophy. If we focus a little bit more on these Filipino surfers and the community coming through, Camille, you know, Troy and Toby, they're lucky to have support from Bagtik Surfers with Bingo Magtugas, Happy Islanders with Bilma Alapayo. La Union has a really similar thing as well here. They've got this awesome support for a lot of the longboard community that JR Esquivel always gives thanks to and kind of flies that flag pretty heavily on that longboard championship tour.
Yes, they're all just part of this really fun group chat, the LU surf team. And that's where everyone just shares their feedback on, oh, I watched your heat, I think this is what you should have done, and Winter on live action now.
Yeah, LU Surf Team group chat might be going off right now in this heat. They want to be in the booth letting us know their thoughts. Winter, just one carve that goes down on that one. But it's a pretty prestigious group chat, I've heard. You know, it might be a bit hard to get in that group chat, I think.
Well, for one, you have to have some Esquivel blood, maybe. But then again, everyone's related, a cousin or a sister or a brother. We also have the Lopezes, where Mara and Ashley and Warren and RJ. That's another big pillar of the LU Surf team. And yes, support is great. We actually have inducted a new regional director for the Department of Tourism here in Region 1. So to Bingo Manahan, if you are watching, congratulations again. 4 days old into your new role.
Yeah, straight into a big event here, the biggest junior event in the world this year. This is the World Junior Championships presented by Purefoods and Magnolia. If you're just tuning in, we are at San Juan. This is at Mona Lisa Point in La Union, and it's looking fun. We have our opening round of the men out there, and it's the runner-up, Winter Vincent. He's holding it down right now. 7-point ride and a 5.67. Other than missing that wave, you know, he's just really picked up where he left off from last year.
Definitely, he's showcasing his skill and the reason he was runner-up from last year. 7-point ride, the strong, you know, points, especially in this condition. But looks like Troy up and riding.
Yeah, Troy wants that for himself, chasing an 8.9. It was a big first turn there. Air dropped out of it too, so we got some drama here from Troy Espejon. But unfortunately, just that one maneuver. But I love that he's getting to showcase this incredible backhand attack he has, Camille.
Yes, and he is just so hungry. At only 19 years old, he really wants to prove himself. As you said, this is the best event of his young career just yet. And it's also great to note that between Toby and Troy, they have such a relaxed and calm and supportive relationship, you know? Like, it's more of bro helping another bro out instead of like, oh, I'm better than you, I'm gonna defeat you. So you would know something about that.
Yeah, it can get a little bit tense between siblings and giving sometimes, but no, you got to work as a team, definitely. I mean, no matter where you are in the world or ever, you know, that's your partner.
Yes.
So, yeah, it's cool to see the Espejon brothers really supporting each other. And this turn, Camille, it was really nice.
Yes, jams it straight up into that walled up section. Very vertical on his approach, gives it his all. Unfortunately, that's all the wave had on offer for our Troy.
Yeah, so just that one big turn here. 2 minutes to go. We'll see if that one creeps up his scoreline a little bit, but it's just not going to. It's a 2.2, so needs that big, excellent number of the 8.9. Di, what do you love about this one?
Well, I love the approach. A little bit too late, a little bit late to the section, but he did great on the wave. I mean, that he did everything he could do on the wave. He, just the wave didn't really offer too much for the whole row of sections, but definitely need one more good wave to go into the first. They need a big requirement now.
90 seconds on the clock here, so it's now or never right now for Troy and Ricky. Excellent scores asked of them because Winter Vincent has put on a clinic. He's just set the bar, he's set the tone. Highest combination of the day so far. So Winter, like we've said, just stroking right back into the fine form that we saw of him last year when he came in with a runner-up. He's got a big couple of weeks coming up from here to Pipe, then back to Nui, and hopefully straight into his rookie year on the championship tour. So time will tell, but his goal right now is to be World Junior Champion. He's one step closer. He's probably going to take this one out and move on through to the round of 16. Ricky Sato, what's his reset here, Di?
Probably just trying to practice surfing here now with the 30 seconds remaining, but probably he's trying to figure out where to sit or what kind of wave he wants to get in the next round.
Yeah, Ricky is going to have to break this one down with that Japanese contingent that we have down here. We're going to see another Japanese surfer coming up in a couple heats time, Iko Watanabe. So he'll be picking Ricky Sato's brain out there. We've just got over 10 seconds to go. It's been a big morning. We're already halfway through the opening round of the men's here. And the junior talent we have coming through across the world is not disappointing, but it is going to be Winter Vincent moving on through to that round of 16. Troy Espejon in second, Ricky Sato in third. We got plenty more action, including a big one. Mexico, Brazil, Indonesia is going to be taking it out next. We'll be right back. We've got an ad break, but don't go anywhere. Plenty more coming up at the World Junior Championships.
And welcome back. We have heat number 5 for the men's opening round out there. Lucas Cassidy from Mexico, Ryan Kainalo from Brazil, and also Dylan Wilcoxon from Indonesia. Part of that Kandui crew taking each other on for heat number 5 of the WSL World Junior Championships presented by Purefoods and Magnolia. I'm in the booth with Stace Galbraith. And Stace, you've been down and around, floating around the beach, getting the vibes. What's going on down there?
Morning, Drew. Yeah, it's been great down there. Sun's shining. Wind kind of fluffed around for a little bit there, but it didn't seem to bother Winter Vincent. He looked like he had a great time, but yeah, it's been a magical morning. Crowd's huge. Like from the first minute we got down here to now, it's just been building all morning. And I think some people might have just been here for hours on end.
Yeah, they've just rocked up with their tents.
I don't think they've just rocked up.
No, they've been here for a while.
I think they've been here all weekend. And,
since 5 a.m.
Yeah, they found themselves a good perch. So, yeah, no, it's been an awesome morning. And, yeah, it's just been cool. I guess it's one of those things. It's like the first major event of the year. So you kind of, I think everyone's, the competitors especially, they're just checking everyone out. There's been a few slow heats. There's been a few really good heats. And I think this is kind of, all these guys and all these girls, they surf against each other all the time. But this is the first time that we'll see them all together in one spot, competing for a World Junior title. So, yeah, it's been cool.
It's pretty incredible as well, talking with Jesse and Di a little bit earlier, the talent and the amount of support and how that's changing and shifting each year. And Winter in that last one, as you said, the changing conditions didn't even look like it bothered him at all.
Nah, not at all. As we see a little wave there from Ryan, but yeah, he's the guy to beat, and I think he knows it, and I think that's all part of this event. It's like it's getting these kids, because they are, even though Winter's like 6'5" and he looks like a man, they're just preparing them for the world tour, and Winter's going to have to learn to surf with that target on his back, and I know he's already thinking it. I caught up with him yesterday, and he said something about this, that, and Bronson and the other. And I was like, hey, well, he's not here this year, is he? Like,
exactly.
Everyone can see it. So how do you manage that? How do you get through it? And
yep.
It doesn't look like it's bothering him so far. So I'm excited to see his posted interview and see how he's feeling. Whoa! Ooh. Oh my word! That was definitely one of the bigger air attempts we've seen today. It would have been a huge score if he was able to land it.
That was pretty hectic from Lucas Cassidy. It looks like it could have really hurt, but he's all good. He's back out there, and Winter actually turned 21 a couple of days ago as well.
Yeah, right.
So, of course, the juniors, it's 21 and under. So this will be Winter's last pro junior or junior event.
Yeah, and I think you make a good point, because this is actually the 25 season.
Yeah.
So I think, he was obviously 20 when he was competing, and then, like you said, his birthday earlier in the year. But, getting back to making onto the big leagues, it's like when you're a junior, those, days that you were born, they matter a lot. You know, when you're in the 14s or the 16s or the 18s, but the minute you go out of this and onto the Challenger Series, which a lot of these guys and girls are, it doesn't matter. You've still just got to beat the best. And, Winter's just snuck one more in just by that luck. But, he'll have to make the most of it. I'm sure he will.
Yeah, he will for sure. It's pretty amazing too, seeing, having a look at all the competitors in the draw and seeing how many of them are actually also on the Challenger Series as well. And then they bring that sort of, I guess, Challenger Series aura and presence into these, it's a World Junior Championship, that World Junior titles on the line, and they're surfing in a Challenger Series, even CT level. Yeah,
for sure. I mean, we saw it last year with the women. Luana Silva won a World Junior title surfing on the World Tour, obviously in the same year and years even before that. And I think that's where, to give the women a compliment, that's where the biggest sort of gap is. Yeah. So many women on the World Tour that could be in this event. And even as recent as last year, you could have had Katie Simmons and Erin Brooks and all these surfers here. So it's a testament to the talent and the crew that are here for sure.
Yeah, it really is. And someone who is, looking for that championship tour qualification, and he's one step closer, though, to a World Junior Championship title. Winter Vincent, he took out that last heat. He's down on the glass with Camille.
Okay, putting on a clinic in these conditions is Winter Vincent, who, as we all know, was runner-up last year. So I want to talk to you about that. What's in your headspace coming back here to La Union? Welcome back, by the way. How does it feel to be getting another chance at snagging this world title for the juniors?
Yeah, it's my last year. I came really close last year, and I had a great time here. And I was just looking forward to coming back to this place, staying just down the beach at Kahuna. With Mum again, and just looking forward to this event.
What a way to open up 2026. I hear right after this you're flying straight to Pipeline, and as you know, the conditions, the kind of waves are so different. So how do you stay on point? What is your head game being an athlete at the start of your budding career?
Yeah, flying home, picking up a few boards for Hawaii, and got Pipe coming up, so this is it's good to just get back in the Rashi. I know the waves are completely different, but competing is competing, so just get the nerves out of the way.
How are you liking your new boards?
Yeah, new boards go really good. That recently really just happened. Big decision and it's a massive change, and I was a bit nervous first comp on these boards, and they go pretty good.
Okay, so 2 more events. You are sitting on 10th and sitting above the cut line, and yes, just keep your head game going, and with the way you have performed in this opening round, we wish you all the best. So say a few words of thanks to anyone watching you here and back home.
Yeah, shout out to my sister and my dad back home watching, all my friends as well, they'll be watching, and then shout out to Adam and Alvaro and Mick Kane.
Okay, Winter Vincent, one of the best names for an athlete, I believe. So congratulations again, and back to the live action in the commentary.
Thank you so much, Camille. Thank you, Winter. Yeah, that was a pretty, a pretty important moment, for Winter as well. First heat on those sharp eyes as well. He made the change from Pizel over to sharp eye, and they're looking pretty good. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they're looking really good. I know he's got a lot of thanks and gratitude for the whole team that he was getting boards off there. I think since he was a grommet, he's obviously great relationship with Matt Biolis and everyone out here in the Australian team. So I don't think, like many of these changes, I don't think there was anything other in it than just needing a bit of change, and it can sometimes be one of those things. And unfortunately, the trajectory of it is it always happens in those pivotal moments. Yeah, like he's about to qualify. He rode all the boards all the way to the moment where he's about to qualify on the World Tour, and the amount of times you see that change, you don't have enough fingers on your hands to count it. But it's just you got to go with your gut sometimes, and I think Winter was just feeling it, and. I will say I think his board's looking really good, and I don't really think he's really ridden them that much. He's just jumped straight on them. I think he might have 1, maybe 2 batches, and he's looking at home already. So,
Yeah, a big decision for him there. Massive end section hit there, and a claim from Lucas Cassidy. I'm going to go out on a limb and say there had to be a couple of turns in that wave because of the quality of surfer that he is. I don't think he's claiming one single turn like that.
Yeah.
So we'll wait and see what the judges think of that score. Is that it coming in there, 6.83?
Yep.
Oh, well, I don't know. Maybe it was just one turn. I don't know. Big section, one big turn, but yeah.
It's definitely, I mean, the first couple of heats of the morning Stace has been a little bit tricky. It kind of is feeling like it's had that bit of a morning sickness. Of course, that first heat was really exciting to watch, and then there was heats with a couple of fours and a couple of, of those mid-range scores. And I think, judges rewarding that one big turn. It was a pretty decent section, so 6.83. I mean, Lucas Cassidy, he's from Mexico. He's competed on the World Junior Championship stage 3 times now, so he's feeling really comfortable here. But I love that you can see that personality shine through with those claims, and so early on as well. He must be feeling really confident.
Yeah, big time. And sometimes too, you can let out a bit of emotion just because of the build up. Like this is only one event, so it's not like a series that you get to build into, and you can kind of maybe have a shocker and then come back at the next one or whatever. This is a one of one event, so you have to start strong. And I know these gents have put a lot of time and effort, obviously, into their preparation, their training, their boards, and everything. So. Yeah, maybe it was just a one turn. Maybe it felt good. Good on him. He's a talented competitor.
Yep.
He's won the junior stab high bottle rockets event up in Japan last year. Oh, excuse me, the year before. But he's an absolute weapon, and he knows what he's doing in sort of traditional comps and the invitational comps, and he's from a great part of the world that gets amazing waves. So. Yeah, he's definitely going to be one of those guys that you think you're going to see them on the world tour. It's not a matter of, it's just a matter of time, really.
Yeah, and I was actually talking to Jesse before, obviously Huey, he's made a name for himself in the stab events, in the wave pool events, particularly in the air too. Do you feel like, I know that you speak with Huey a lot, Stace, do you think that, is there a difference in the way he prepares for, an event like this compared to the stab high ones?
Yes and no. I think that the wave pool events probably what they don't get the credit for, which I think is really important as a competitor, is like that you actually don't get a lot of reps. So you might get 6 to 8 warm-up waves. Like if you told someone that coming to an ocean event, you can ride 6 waves before you heat and that's it. I think just getting back to your question about preparation, I think that you do kind of prepare the same, and the intensity's there. The wave pool events are fun. They look fun on TV, and there's a lot of laughing and people are drinking and carrying on and whatever, but it's actually quite a pressure cooker environment just because of the limited opportunities. So I'd say it's different preparation, but it's still very intense because there's good coin on the line. There's all the best guys and girls in the world there. So, as fun as they are, they're still, that free surf crew, they still want to win. They've all got it in them. And so, it's a really good question because it's a different type of preparation, but I'd still say it's a really high level of when you need to be on, you need to be, that's your one ready. Chance and ready. So, it's not like here where you can go for 10 free surfs and sort of figure it out. You kind of have to be really on. But I still think that, I guess probably the question is do they care? Because I can see how sometimes the kids that do less events, people might think they don't care.
Yeah.
Huey definitely cares.
He cares, for sure.
Yeah.
I feel like, I don't know, maybe the difference as well in regards to the amount of time that you need to be on for those wave pool events, it feels like it's really short and sharp. Okay, I'm paddling into the wave, let's go, I'm on.
Yeah.
Whereas here you need to be on for 35 minutes.
Totally.
It's a really long amount of time to just be completely focused. So, I don't know, I could be wrong, but for me it's okay, it's switching on. I know I can hear the wave pool start to warm up.
You're going to get your chance.
You know it's coming, so you don't need to overthink it.
Nah, exactly. Yeah, but that is the hard thing because there isn't that fear of loss.
Yeah.
Because you're going to get the chance. So you're like, well, I better not blow it. Whereas here, you're sitting at the back going, oh, well, if the wave comes, it comes. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. You kind of start blaming the ocean. And the wave pops up. You're going, oh, it's all good,
Yeah.
Whereas, it is. It's a really great question because it's such a unique playoff to have one against the other. And you get a wave here, like you said, 35 minutes. Obviously, you're not surfing for that amount of time, but your decision-making on your wave selection, if you're not sharp in your head, you'll make horrible decisions. And I think, even in the last heat, we saw surfers letting waves go that ended up being really good down the line. And that can really hurt you. You're sitting at the back and you've got first priority and you hear, old mate's just got a 7. You're like, oh, that was actually my wave.
Yeah.
And how that just erodes you and can eat away at you. So, it is. It's, Yeah, you're right. 35 minutes out here would be a long time, particularly if you didn't get a quick start, like I think we saw in the first heat. Lucas Skinner, waited 10, 15 minutes for his first wave. Like, that's just, I don't know, I wouldn't even be able to stand up at that point. I'd be too nervous.
Yeah, you're thinking, oh gosh. And sometimes, you can really get into that space of, I'm just going to keep sitting and waiting.
Yeah.
Or, or you take off on bad waves.
Yeah.
It's so tricky to find that really good balance. Dylan Wilcoxon, he's kind of in that realm right now. He's had that 0.5. He's from Kandui. He is 16 years old and actually got a win at the NIAS Pro, which is a QS 6000, and then backed it up with a Pro Junior win at that event too. So won them both. It was pretty historical. He's up and riding right now. Dylan, he's got a great style. Unfortunately, that wave didn't offer a lot, so waited a while and nothing really came of it.
Yeah, and everyone's obviously got their different styles. Like Lucas, as we mentioned, he might be happy to wait for the bigger waves and take his time. But Dylan, particularly given his age and how talented he is, you can tell he wants to ride a lot of waves.
Yeah.
Like he is the youngest in the heat. He's probably happy to play that underdog role, third priority, to ride a bunch of waves. But you can't really do that here. There's not really... the inferior waves, you can't really surf them up. You still have to be on a pretty good quality wave. So, yeah, that's something he's going to have to, figure out that puzzle.
And this is live action. Ryan Kainalo goes to the air once again, gets a rotation and completion. So he's really eyeing off a 4.27, gets a good two-turn combination to finish. So pretty clean surfing. Nothing, had that really great moment at the start. And he's starting to build his house and gain some momentum stays. Yeah,
definitely. It's well-surfed wave there for sure. It's just going to be obviously interesting for him to see, and how the judges see that. They've been pretty staunch on kind of wave quality and wave height, as good as surfing as that was. So we'll wait and see what they think. But I think with Lucas Cassidy's 6.83 on the board, I can't see them getting too excited.
Yeah.
Just given the wave height of Lucas's wave.
Absolutely. Even thinking back to Lennox Smith's heat, which was heat number 3 of the day, he was surfing really well. He had some great connections, some good turns, but the wave height was, it was too small.
Yeah.
And that's where we saw it get capped at around those high 3s marks, because it was like, you're surfing good, but it's too small of a wave.
Yeah.
We want to see more. Yeah,
the judges want to see that commitment and see that execution on the most critical part of the wave, and the bigger waves at the moment do have a more critical section. This is a fun wave, but it obviously, as you can see, a little slopey, so he's got to work hard to get those turns in, and he's done a really good job. And I'd say in some of those earlier rounds, building up on fours would be pretty crucial, but when you're surfing in a heat that has already a pretty high score in there, I think you've got to start to think about being as selective as you can be, because ultimately the next time that Lucas stands up, he's got priority and he's got the single highest score. At this stage, you'd have to imagine that he's going to extend on his lead just by the way of how good he's surfing. But we'll wait and see that score come in.
Even looking at his backup, it's 1.93.
Yeah.
It's small. But the score's locked in for Ryan Kainalo at 5.5. So he goes up into first place, and it edges out in front ever so slightly. Lucas Cassidy needs a 3.17 to go to first. Dylan Wilcoxon chasing a 7 now, and Dylan, it's really interesting. I've seen him surf a lot throughout this whole year, particularly on the QSs and the Pro Juniors. And some heats, he'll be, really selective. He'll sit and wait. Other heats, he'll be a little bit more...
I thought you were about to say some heat he has shockers and some heats he absolutely blitzes everyone. Is that about it?
Yeah, it's really interesting, like sometimes he'll be sitting and waiting and he's like really in tune with what waves he wants, and other times it takes him a little bit to kind of figure it out. So...
I think you see that right from surfers that come from such quality waves. Like obviously look at where he lives and look at where he spends his time. You can kind of understand how that sort of, happy to wait for the bombs when it's pumping. Yeah. And then otherwise he might just be gromming out. But
it would be so tough as well, coming from Kandui in Indonesia, for Dylan to, be surfing those high quality waves, to then adjust that kind of wave quality in your mind to be like, okay, wait, it's not like this everywhere.
Totally, yeah. And I think we've got a lot of surfers in the draw that have that. Like I was talking to Connor Donegan earlier, he's from the Canary Islands. It's like, Hawaii, but in wetsuits, it's volcanic and there's big reefs and there's heavy barrels and it's got everything, And then you look at someone like Lucas Cassidy's from Mexico, amazing beach breaks, amazing points. And then obviously, Ryan, probably the most wave-starved in this heat, but still I'm sure he gets some great waves around home where he's from. And it's that adjustment that everyone has to make, and it just goes to show how much they want it. Like you mentioned that earlier about the preparation. It's the care. They don't care if it was 1 foot or 10 foot. They want that trophy that's sitting down on the beach there. They don't care how they get it. Yeah. It doesn't have the forecast on the trophy next to the winner's name. It just says you won.
Yeah. As long as you win and
Yeah,
you're getting the spot. Here we
Yeah.
go. He's lining it up. Oh,
Sick.
gets it again. Wow, we've got those on lock for Ryan Kainalo. So a little bit better, a little bit more exciting.
Yeah, that was cool. That was a nice big section and a nice air. And yeah, I was a little critical of his last ride, but I think he's done a really good job there. Like, I thought the judges were going to keep that in the fours, his second last wave. But for him to get a 5.5 and start chipping away at that good range, I think that's a really good job well done there. And he'll probably do the same here on this ride, a similar score, and he can start sort of now putting that pressure back on Lucas, who's obviously, I think, still going to have the, I mean, maybe not. I still think there was a second turn in that wave. Norwood, can you hear me? Did we get all of that? I'm just tripping on the claim. I just can't see someone of his quality of surfer claiming a wave with one turn.
Yeah.
He has huge airs as well. But yeah.
We'll see.
We'll see. I've been wrong before. It's a nice air there. A bit more rotation than the other air. Just a single manoeuvre. Bigger section though. Clicked it really well. This wave, it's such a fine line between the section being like steep enough and not at all. So yeah, he's timed that wave really well, and yeah, he'd be stoked with that. There it is, a 6.07. So yeah, he's starting to put a good score on the board there, and a good total, I should say. Sorry. Outside on a big set wave, true.
Yeah, he's found himself on a bowly one. That was a good two-turn combination for Lucas Cassidy here. There's the passion once again from our Mexican surfer. I mean, he's looking in form, and that's, you know, probably more what you're expecting in that claim, and he's really feeling it right now.
Yeah, and that one had two turns.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I swear the other one must have had a couple, but we'll see. I don't know. His timing on that one was a little off, so I'll be interested to see where the judges sort of put that scoring. But he's a big kid. Like, when he goes anywhere near the lip, it just explodes. So he's kind of got that benefit of just really natural power on his side, and he put that to really good use there.
It's pretty, you know, I feel like that wave, I haven't really seen one come through since maybe the first heat of the morning, something like that. So having that kind of that power and those critical moments on that wave, I think Lucas is going to be pretty well rewarded for it.
For sure, yeah. Like, I agree. There was that wave, like Oliver Zeitz had a beautiful first wave of the whole comp, like two big nice turns, and then he got another wave later in that heat. And the waves are definitely out here, and you can see from that pullback lineup, it's like it's not obviously huge in size, but it's very turbulent. You can see there's so many different rips and there's different wind chatters, and you see this set here, it's like if he didn't catch this wave, he would have got that next one on the head.
Yeah.
So he did well to kind of pick this wave off. Beautiful first turn, amazing second bottom turn. Just under the lip there, really nice. Came out with a mile of speed and probably didn't get the release he was hoping for there out of that turn. Reminds me of True Starling, Newcastle Beach, ABB 2000.
Oh my God. That's going way back in the archives these days.
Deep in there somewhere.
Yeah.
You know the wave I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know. Well,
North Narrabeen to victory.
Yeah, that was a great year.
Snapper rocks. Knives in hearts.
It happens.
Yeah, well, there we go. 7.93. And, yeah, I mean, it seems like the scale is there for, I don't know, I go down these wormholes and I can't get out of them.
That's okay.
So if the 6.83, maybe it is one turn.
Yeah.
Because that one had two and it's a 7.93, so maybe that was it. But yeah, getting back to it, and unfortunately for Ryan, it's sort of, Lucas has done exactly what he didn't want him to do. He had priority. He already had the biggest score of the heat, and now he's put an even bigger score on. So your 6s and 5s are out the door.
Yeah.
Like, I just can't see it getting done in one wave here. 8.69 now for Ryan. We just haven't even seen a wave even close to that today.
Yeah.
I don't think, unless I've been out the back when that happened. But
Dylan, he was in combo, needs a 14.67 to go to first. So that completion for Dylan was so crucial to just really get himself back into this heat. And as you said, 6s and 5s aren't going to cut it right now with the likes of Lucas Cassidy's scores. So Dylan needs to lift. He's so good in the air. If he can find a moment like that, then he's going to really light it up. And because he just is, it looks effortless for him. But unfortunately, a bit of a smaller wave here.
Yeah, he does have a beautiful style. And, yeah, obviously lovely rail work there. But, yeah, it's a tricky situation. I think when you've got all that firepower and all that talent, you can kind of see in that wave there, he was sort of in two minds. You can tell he's almost thinking air, but the wave was a little too flat for that. And so you end up trying to kind of put up a little three to the beach, just get a wave on the board sort of thing, and you end up falling, and you kind of hate yourself even more when that happens. So you think, oh, should I have just done one huge punt and fallen anyway? And so I think he'll be getting pretty fired up here. I don't think he's going to sit and wait around for too much longer. I think he's going to try and find any kind of steepness he can and start showing us how talented he is, because he kind of needs to now. To do the combos there, like you said, 14 points is the total that he needs to get. So with 11 minutes left, you're not really building into your heat anymore.
No, yeah, you need to light it up just from the next time that you stand up. I mean, I guess the good thing about these opening rounds is you're not losing in any way.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, going into the second and third, we'll go into those elimination rounds. First, straight into that round of 16. Just over 11 minutes to go. Lucas Cassidy, 7.93 and a 6.83. Two of the best scores we've seen of the day so far. And we had some great, exciting surfing a little bit earlier on as well. Dylan Wilcoxon, he's having a good look at this inside
Fun little
bowl.
double up on it. Get there.
Just a little late. That was unfortunate for Dylan. I know that his dad, Ray, is here as well. Maybe even his younger brother, Jaden, too. So they travel together a lot. They're a really good group along the Asia QS region. That kind of, we call them the Kandui crew. They just hang out together. They're always supporting each other. So it's really cool to see Dylan here and finding his feet in these World Junior Championships. He's 16 years old, so he's still got fair few years in it.
Massive future ahead of him. Like you said, winning the NIAS 6,000 and the junior of the same event, right? You said.
Yeah.
That's reserved for a pretty special group of people. People that can take out the open and the junior in the same, in the same event. I'm thinking guys like Gabriel Medina, Matt Banting, people that have made a big name for themselves on the world stage. And so it's he's obviously got a bright future at such a young age to be doing that. I think like you said, enjoying this event, enjoying these 35-minute heats. This isn't a 20-minute QS 1000. This is the world title that's going down. So the tour directors here have given the boys plenty of time. So it's good to see him hopefully enjoying his time and seeing if he can figure it out. I was just thinking about everyone that has to travel here from all these different parts of the world, and I think coming from Indonesia this time of year, you're probably not going to miss out on too much. Whereas if you look at the crew that are coming from Hawaii or even Mexico and other parts of the world that are in their winters where they're getting all these big swells, they're probably not looking at the forecast too much. But as here, I reckon this is probably some of the funner waves in the region at the moment. So I think a few of the crew are definitely, stoked to be getting out of home and getting into boardies and coming up here.
Absolutely. And the word that you said a little bit earlier stays turbulent to describe this place is 100% correct. It is really turbulent. It chops and changes. And we saw in an earlier heat of the day, I think it was heat number 2, there was all three competitors had so much space in between them. Yeah,
I remember that heat, yeah.
Yeah, there was so much difference in the takeoff zones and where they wanted to sit. You can sit deeper, kind of in that middle zone, or finding those inside little runners. So now we're sort of feeling like it's starting to, the swell's filling in a little bit. That is kind of swiping on the screen. He's going to come up in heat number 6 along with Iko Watanabe and Gabriel Klausner. So that is going to be a pretty stacked heat number 6. There's 8 heats in this opening round, kind of representing South Africa. And loving the clipboard, the organisation.
Oh, I love a clipboard.
Yeah.
Huge fan of pen and paper. Haven't quite embraced the digital age yet. Still love a written diary.
Yep. It's the most reliable.
You see like Dog Marsh or some of these coaches on the world tour, and they're just there with their book, and it is just this munted piece of old thing that's just done every year on the tour, and it's scrunched up and it's got expletives written in there and lots of exclamation marks and just it's
underlines, question marks.
They're proper relics. Like if people find them in years to come, they'll think they've found the Rosetta Stone.
Absolutely. Live action. Ryan Kainalo straight up and into that first section. That was a really powerful connection, whipping through this one as well, going to the rail. Ryan, he's changing it up once again, just belting it there, really timing those sections beautifully for the Brazilian surfer. He competed in this event last year as well, gets an equal 9th here, but unfortunately coming unstuck. He was on his way to another really good score because he set himself up really well, Stace.
I was happy to eat my words there. He's chasing 8.69. I didn't think the waves were good enough to do it in one. But he's found a great wave selection there, 2 different turns, which is, I know the judges will really appreciate that, and a third. Like the timing there was just perfect. If he was any later, that section would have disappeared. And I do think he probably needed to just put the end section together here to really make the judges think about it. But a really, really, really well surfed wave, and if he doesn't get the score in one, he's going to make a huge difference to that score and chipping away at it. just like the wave characteristics definitely offered him the opportunity to get a big score there.
Yeah, it really did. I feel like he's still going to get a good number, start to roll in. I mean, as you said, Stace, those first 2 turns were so smooth. They had, they were different. They had, different power points in it as well. Iko Watanabe, we just saw him make himself, getting himself ready to head out into the lineup. His nickname is actually Ichi, which in Japanese, of course, is number 1. So he's, he's holding himself to that standard.
Yeah, it's a sick nickname as long as you didn't give it to yourself.
Yes, yeah. Connor as well.
Shots brew.
He's going to be in that next heat. Unfortunately, Dylan Wilcoxon, a bit of frustration there. You can see him just splashing the water, and that's where we really see, the junior competitors as well. They are still so young, and a lot of them have a lot of room to move and a lot of lessons to learn. So maybe a lesson here for Dylan. 6.43 though, locks in for Ryan Kainalo. That's his best wave of the heat so far. He now needs an 8.33, and maybe there's a bit of a question mark or an exclamation mark in that diary there, Stace, and the coaches, because...
Oh, my diary's got exclamation marks in it for sure. But thinking back, watching the replay, I think live action had me on the edge of my seat, but then the replay probably wasn't as kind to him. I guess after the first section, the wave did go pretty flat, unfortunately. But I still think he did really well, like that third turn, his timing, everything, beautiful spray. Spray's a good indication that you're carrying a bit of board speed and you're doing the right things. But the judge has been pretty critical, I guess, of just... You think of Lucas's wave and the second section, how steep it was and how critical, and the big finish, and it was kind of dramatic. Whereas, Ryan's wave just didn't really have that drama after the first turn. So, yeah, it seems like a fair score in the end.
Let's see, Dylan Wilcoxon, beautiful opening arc. He just has that great whip and then just ties a bow to finish that one off. But yeah, again, he needs to break into at least a 5 so that he can break that combination, and maybe for right now that's where he's at to go confidence into that elimination round.
Yeah, I think you're right. Just anything that you can take into that next heat, even if it is like first turn there was really nice. Just even taking that into the next round is enough to kind of get you going. It is obviously a big ask for the youngster. We know what he's like when the waves are good and in the tube, but when you put a 16-year-old against a 20-year-old in an open face environment like this, there is obviously going to be that that natural disadvantage, just because obviously he's still so young, and you look at Lucas and Ryan, that they're men, so it's nothing to be ashamed of. It's just different stages in their careers and different skill sets, really. We know how good Dylan is in the tube and in the air, and he's obviously got beautiful style as well, and that's an important thing. So I think that I think obviously you can see he's pretty upset there, paddling back out, splashing the water, but that's just how it goes, and he'll bounce back.
Yeah, it's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. A 3.43 locks in for that last one for Dylan. Maybe a bit of a grounding moment for him here on his paddle back out to just reset with 3.5 minutes to go. Sometimes it's just about feeling the best in your surfing as well, no matter the result.
Yeah, which is a hard thing to do, isn't it?
Yeah.
How do you do that? Is it possible?
It's a big question.
Punch a board or something? How do you feel better?
Yeah, exactly.
Big public meltdown. Yeah, you're spot on though, True. It is important to sort of break down your performance not based on what the others have done and what you've done, and obviously, he hasn't served an amazing heat here, so there's obviously going to be some critical takeaways he can take out of this, but it shouldn't be anything that would derail you, and as we see here, I look cool from what we saw.
Yeah, okay. I'm intrigued to see what happened on that wave for Dylan Wilcoxon. You never know what you're going to get.
Could have been anything. Could have been a flip, could have been a little tail slide, could have been anything.
He's one of those surprising surfers. You're like, okay, what's going on here? So, to be determined for Dylan.
He is here trying to keep that trophy back in Indonesia. We obviously saw Bronson Matey last year do extremely well, particularly in the final. Bronson just looks at his absolute peak. An amazing final, Winter Vincent. And, I
remember watching that at home and thinking, wow, this is going to go down in history. I think everyone's going to remember this final between the two of them.
Really exciting. Yeah. And they both, kind of getting to your point about, like, judging your performance. Like, Winter in that heat, I think he... sometimes you can be perfect and still not get the job done.
Yeah.
And Winter, I thought, surfed unbelievably. He just got beaten by a better surfer on the day, and that's sometimes how it goes. Wow! That was psychotic. So the board control, to not keep the board spinning when you're in that position, just ridiculously hard. And, they're like what you mentioned. They're the kind of things that keep you psyched going into round 2.
Yeah.
An air like that.
It's those moments, and you can see maybe a difference in demeanour now, a little bit of a change in his paddle back out, a bit of a change in how he's going to approach the back end of this heat. He still has his score to lock in, Dylan Wilcoxon. But yeah, really technical air here, Stace.
Yeah, that was amazing. Just the board control and the landing, just so hard to do, and amazing flight through the air, tail high, and like you said, he should be playing that cheeky 16-year-old third priority role. You've got these guys here that are looking like they're trying to get on the tour, and they no doubt will, some of them one day, and that's cool. They're doing their thing, but those strategies aren't perfect either. And as you see here, he surfed strategically probably not a very good heat versus, say, someone like Ryan, who's done the job, put the sixes on, built in this, but he's just outscored him.
Yeah.
He has the second highest score of the heat, and there's absolutely no way he can't have a 2-minute heat here.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
And that's just the awesome thing about when you're that age. I think you should really, he is enjoying really leaning into that. Plenty of time to be professional later.
Yeah.
He should just be going out there going, I'm the wild card.
I love it. Yeah, being cheeky, playing around on the inside.
Yeah.
Lucas Cassidy looking to defend. Just catches a rail there, but gets a rotation, and you can see just straight into a nice carve, a little bit of a small wave, a bit of a victory lap for our Mexican surfer. A 6.9 was locked in for that last wave of Dylan Wilcoxon, so it actually gets him back into this heat. Second best wave of the heat. As he said, Stace and Lucas, he's taking this one all the way through, so
I've been looking around
this is
nervously
crazy.
too. If
Yeah,
I was Lucas,
I'm like, ooh.
He did not need to be on that wave.
No.
There was never 8 points in that wave, and then you've got the young fella out the back just sniffing around on anything, but it'll be enough to get him done here and through. Surfed an amazing heat, but it was Dylan at the end there that definitely had a bit of momentum.
Yeah, bit of fireworks for Dylan Wilcoxon, a 6.9 on his last wave. Gets himself back into it, but it was Lucas Cassidy who came out on top. A 7.93 and a 6.83. Huge surfing from our Mexican surfer. Don't go anywhere. We have some big heats coming up next. South African, Japanese, and a Brazilian surfer taking each other on. We'll be right back. There's waves for everyone here in La Union, in San Juan in the Philippines. Right now, we are watching the waves of round number 1, Heat 6 for the WSL World Junior Championships presented by Purefoods and Magnolia. Going to swipe in from South Africa in the red, taking on Iko Watanabe from Japan and Gabriel Klausner from Brazil. This is going to be a huge heat and some completely different approaches in this one as well. We just saw Lucas Cassidy take out that last heat. Ryan Kainalo coming in second and Dylan Wilcoxon in third. Bit of a fight back at the end. We'll see Ryan and Dylan moving on through to that elimination round. Once again, I'm True Starling, joined in the booth with Stace Galbraith for day 1 of the World Junior Championships.
Love getting underway on day 1.
Yeah,
it's the best. It's so good. I think all the competitors too, all the judges, everyone's ready to do their thing.
Yeah, everyone's ready to rip in. We just saw Connor have a little paddle. We also have had an update on the rest of the day.
What are we doing?
Well.
Tell me we're surfing all day.
Yeah, we are, Stace.
Beautiful.
We have the women's opening round, heats 1 to 6. They are on. Heat 7 and 8 are going to be off for the day. We won't be able to fit all 16 in with 35-minute heats, but we're going to roll into the women's.
Love it.
Yeah.
Stoked. Waves were fun. They had a little moment earlier, sort of like a little local kind of onshore wind. I think a bit of tide was mucking around with it, but it's looking fun for sure. It's plenty of opportunity too. I think that's the main thing. There's no one sitting out there for 35 minutes and not getting their chances. So it's definitely probably a little better yesterday with just how it was lining up, but I still think some fun waves on opportunity today. So get them out there.
It's always the way, isn't it? It gets pretty fun before the event, and then the next day it's a little bit questionable, but it's starting to get a little bit better.
Yeah, and there's some decent waves on the forecast, and the direction's pretty good. So I think we should be all right.
This is the first wave. Connor Slipen live action right now. The South African surfer deep off the bottom. Bit of a smaller wave, a fatter section through here. Hopefully it starts to wall up. It will. Gets a little bit more critical there for Connor. Foam climbs through that one all the way to the inside. Doesn't get the completed finish or the dramatic finish he was so clearly looking for. Let's talk about the replay.
Yeah, I mean, I try really hard not to say it, but I can't think of anything else other than he's just getting his feet in the waxy.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's $10 in the cliche, Jeff. he just didn't really connect with any section on this wave really properly, and you can see he's got beautiful technique, lovely style off the bottom, and he's a fantastic surfer and a great kid, Connor, but just didn't really get what he was looking for there. But plenty of time on the clock.
Yeah, so much time.
Back out there, Grom.
35 minutes, a 2.5 locks in for Connor. We had some pretty big surfing from our Mexican surfer, Lucas Cassidy, in that last heat. He's down there with Camille.
Awesome way to start his first time in the Philippines. Lucas Cassidy from Mexico. Moving on to the next round. Okay, so Lucas, we all know you threw down a 10.0 last year in July in the Balito Pro. And I don't know if you saw Bronson Mady's 10 here in the final of the World Junior Championships. So from one 10-pointer to another, what do you think it will take to get a 10.0 here this time?
I just think, I don't know, what Bronson did last year was amazing, and I just feel like something around what he did, airs, turns, it's just whatever, the wave, like allows you to do, if it's turns or airs, but it's going to have to be really good, yeah.
So you have 35-minute heats, plenty of time out there, so I'm pretty sure by now you've kind of found your footing around Mona Lisa Point. So what is in your head game? Where is the best place to sit?
Well, actually, I had not much clue of where to sit. I've been really confused for like all the free surfs. I've kind of been trying to dodge the crowd and just trying to get reps in, and just because the travel here was so long, so I'm still sore. I just want to get some waves under my feet. But yeah, I just watched the waves before my heat, and then just try to sit where the waves was sitting, where the waves were before my heat, and just try to pick good waves, and yeah, that's about it.
Okay, so it's always good to get day one jitters out of the way. Words of thanks or anyone you want to say hi to back home?
Yeah, I want to say hi to my, everyone watching, to my grandparents, Nana and Paparike. I love you guys. And also want to say muchas gracias a todos en México, en Todos Santos, en Cerritos, que siempre me apoyan. Mi papá, mi hermana que me están viendo. Sí, estuvo muy complicado el heat, las olas estaban difíciles, los surfistas, los competidores increíbles, entonces tuve que escoger las buenas olas para poder pasar mi heat, y quiero seguir haciendo eso ya para las próximas rondas. Y sí, un gran saludo, muchas gracias por apoyar, y a mis patrocinadores también.
Excited to see more of your surfing, and back to the live action.
Thank you, Camille. And also thank you to Lucas as well. I mean, first time here in the Philippines, and as he said, it's really tricky to kind of find that lineup. We've seen a lot of different places where the competitors are sitting, so finding that sweet spot, it's pretty difficult.
Yeah, pretty good first heat for him to have. I'm sure he's probably still jet lagged, even if he got here 4 days ago. Like, it's big travel coming from, obviously through Mexico and up through the United States and across the Pacific. So massive time change for him, and you take that. Stoked. At least he was honest.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Iko Watanabe up and into it for that first turn. Absolutely belts that section there. Tries to get a little bit of a bonus out behind him. That is Gabriel trying to fit 2 in 1. Good flow. Unfortunately, doesn't find that completion for our Brazilian surfer out the back. It looks like Connor was having a little look on his way back out. So scores to lock in for Iko and for Gabriel as well. This is the replay of that first one.
Oh, this is the kind of wave where you're just looking for one more bit of green face, but unfortunately, after such a strong first turn, couldn't find it. And then kind of the opposite. You got the opportunity, but just got there a little late. Unfortunately, that wave maybe did only have the one big turn in it. It's always your dream when you stand up on a wave like that to squeak 2 in, but just unfortunately, just that time around didn't let him up.
Yeah, you got to be really in tune with your timing out there, hey.
Yeah.
You want to find those, moments where you can go up and into it twice. Even now, it feels like when it's kind of coming at you, it's just focusing on that one big turn.
Totally, yeah. And I think Winter's been doing that really well. Like, you got to be heavy on your feet when you can, and then you have to be really light and down the line in those other sections. And it's just a good mix of, I guess, the judges looking for. It's just flow at the end of the day. Like, are you matching the wave's power, and are you giving it what it sort of is telling you. You're not sort of over surfing it, because if you do, you can kind of get left behind out here.
Yeah, that's Connor. A little bit of a bumpy, funky wave there, unfortunately, for our South African competitor. And yeah, looking and listening to what the wave is telling you, Stace, is so important out here. It's a really tricky wave. I've surfed out here a fair bit, and it's hard to kind of find those moments to go, oh, okay, now I can unleash. So you need to be so in tune and aware of that. A 3.83 locks in for Iko Watanabe, a 1.67 for that last one of Connor, and the 3 locks in for that first wave for Gabrielle. So yeah, small scores to start off straight away. Iko Watanabe, he took out the very first QS of the 2025 season, and then also won the first first Pro Junior of the season at the Cruy Pro Junior as well, which was super exciting. He ended up taking out the Pro Junior series for Asia as well, so
awesome.
He came out on top. And his nickname, as we said, being number 1, is coming out
fitting.
strong.
Yeah,
it's fitting.
look at him go. Here he is now.
Iko straight up and into that first section. He's trying to find some good rhythm and momentum through to the inside. Absolutely belts it there, but you can see the ridge in the wave. He's had to navigate that and find a good moment to really come out on top. That inside section fattens up really quickly. So Iko getting another wave, 3.83 to start off. But maybe just the timing, a little bit of, junkiness right now.
Yeah, you can tell he's fired up. He's just throwing the kitchen sink at every single turn. And unfortunately, it's just costing him a little bit on the flow side of things. As we see, Connor hasn't really been able to get going yet here, True, but hopefully on this one.
Yeah, good first turn. Quick second turn connection as well for Connor. So that was really nice. A smaller wave, but 2 really good connections there for Connor. So that'll be his best wave. I love that first turn, and you can see that patience into the second one was really nice.
Yeah, definitely a nice timing on that wave. It can be a bit of a trick though when you're trying to chase this wave down the line. You think something big is coming, but kind of is probably behind you if you're already thinking that. It's a nice connection out of the top there. It's just kind of charging really hard off the bottom, which is obviously what every coach and every surfer wants to see you doing, coming hard off the bottom, but you've got to kind of pick your time and a place for it. And I think this wave is more often than not, you probably want to be a bit more lateral rather than coming off the bottom so deep. You've kind of seen that here from Connor. So he's just kind of a bit more kind of going along the wave rather than up and down, and got some 2 nice connections there. But probably would have liked to finish a bit harder on the second turn rather than trying to chase it, and this was out the back, just in and out there for Gabriel.
It's so tough, like we've been saying, like finding that moment to really just go, okay, cool, this is where I'm going to do a finner, or, this is where I'm going to really lean into a hard carve. That turn selection is so important. We've got a whole bunch of mascots as well, walking around the beach here at Mona Lisa. That is... It's pretty insane, all the fun going around.
Yeah, there's
events.
heaps going on. There's heaps of people down there already, and obviously we're on the west coast of the Philippines, and it is scorching. This morning was nice and cool. There was the dog mascot was down there. I would have done his job, but I think I'd need a bit of a pay kick to be in the chicken suit today at midday. It's scorching down there. Hopefully there's some built-in AC.
Yeah, I was going to say some fans in there or something.
In there. Yeah.
Yeah, big thank you to our presenting partners for this event, Purefoods and Magnolia. Really supporting these pro junior surfers, and the surfing in the Philippines as well is taking off so quickly. It is absolutely insane how many events we've had in the Philippines, and the level of surfing of the Filipino competitors is just increasing rapidly.
Yeah,
it's amazing to see it.
Yeah, absolutely, and heaps of young kids, heaps of young girls surfing. Great longboard scene here at Mona Lisa Point, and it is. It's awesome. It's awesome to see, and a connected fan group too. Like everyone knows all the internationals. Like it's obviously got the event in Cloud 9 later in the calendar year, and it's like you said, it's a very, very keen surf neighbourhood.
Yeah, that is Gabriel. Gets that first turn in, ditches the fins a little bit. He waited a fair while to get that one, so hoping that this wave gets to the inside. It just really dies out quite quickly on some of them, and then others they do wall up. It's hard to predict.
Yeah, which is a shame, because to be honest, I reckon like in the short space of time that we've seen him on the wave, he's looked like the better surfer in the heat, just with how much board speed he's been able to get. which is obviously a premium out here. You do kind of need to generate your own speed. It's not something that the wave's just going to give you for nothing. And he looks motivated. He looks excited on the wave. Pretty wild first turn there, but he managed to pull it off. And the wave, unfortunately, just let him down after that, because if he had been able to get another turn in after that first one, he would have had a nice score on the board.
He really would have. Iko Watanabe kicks out of his third wave as well. We've got currently just under 22 minutes to go. This is that last one of Iko. We'll catch up with that in a minute. But yeah, Connor Slipen out in front, a 4.5 and a 2.5. Iko Watanabe has the score to come through. He's currently got a 3.83 and a 3.1. And Gabriel, he has a 3 and a 2.73 on his last wave. So he needs a 4.01 to move up into first. And Stace, you were here last year.
I was, yep.
For the event. So what's, some key takeaways that you took out of last year that was important kind of going into heats for surfers?
Oh, probably that everyone kind of needs this round to figure it out. I think obviously you put a lot of pressure on yourself, and you want to, you come out of the gates blazing, which is great if you do, but it matters at the pointy end, So I think a lot of these guys, as long as they don't freak out, even if they cop an early round loss here, just sort of keep moving through their processes and getting their lineups and everything right, I think they'll be fine. The reason I say that is I think we've seen some shockers from some kids that we'd expect to have done really well, and I think they will. I think they'll come good. I think it's a fun wave, but it's a tricky wave. But with everyone having a few more serves out there, I think that's what happened last year, and it kind of as we peaked in the final with Bronson and Winter, they were certainly building all event, but then you saw that. You saw that final obviously, and it was a really special heat to watch. But it was the one thing that takeaway was the wave surprised me. I genuinely thought it was just maybe a better suited to longboard sort of surfing, but it's different moments. It has amazing sections, and I think what I like about it the most is it probably encourages the style of surfing that you'll need to have on the World Tour, which is that kind of longer rail line. You need to have a good carve. You need to be really strong off the bottom. Just a bit more foundational surfing. Obviously, we will see great airs, and we saw Bronson do that last year. We saw Dylan in the last heat. And there'll be these fleeting moments of that. But more often than not, I think you will see the scores coming from that more traditional style of surfing, which I think is... it's important. You need to have your fundamentals really strong at a wave like this, and I think it highlights it if you don't have that. Yeah. So that's the exciting thing for us to watch. It's an amazing turn there from Iko. To see who's got the full act together, because we're all on Instagram all day, every day, and we see your Dane Henrys and your Huey Vaughns, and they're going upside down, and you just can't even comprehend what they're doing because it looks like another sport. Yeah. But at the end of the day, you need to be really good at surfing like this, just straight up and down, off the bottom, big power kind of hacks, and that's what I get most excited about, is seeing those combinations of major manoeuvres, and we've seen that here on a wave like this, and then you get to see how the judges are going to reward you, and am I there, and you've got guys like William Cardoso's judging. He's a CT event winner, he's a CT tour veteran. He's going to be hard on these kids because he knows how hard it is on the tour. They don't give away scores once you get there, so that's kind of, I think, the cool thing about this event, and the reason why I was most excited to come back actually is keep seeing that next crop coming through, and see the whole package. Yeah.
And day one of the event it's nerve-wracking for everyone.
Yeah.
And I always find it quite, I'm not nervous at all. I'm there's got to be a little moment there where you're a bit nervous.
Yeah, I think the nerves are fine, and some people that might think it's a sign of weakness to admit it, but it's everyone's got them. And it comes in different, some people, it shows in different ways, other people might be really organised, and their nerves might make them even more kind of on it, or, triple checking their leggies and all that or whatever, and other people might be nervous in the water, or vice versa. They might relax once they actually hit the water. I think that's probably the most common thing. Once that heat actually starts and the rashy goes on, kind of,
you're on.
You pull your head in and you get it done. But it's it's all those emotions. I think the biggest thing too is you getting on the tour from the qualifying series is the biggest change is the gap in how much you actually surf a heat. So if you're in a pro junior and you do really well, you might surf 5 or 6 heats over a Saturday and a Sunday. Yeah. At home or your local or down the road or wherever. Whereas you come to an event like this, which is the draws modelled off the CT, if you win your first heat, you might not surf again for 7 days. And that's the hardest thing. And that's the thing you have to learn is you don't actually surf that much on the World Tour in your heats. There's huge gaps.
Yeah.
So, that's what it's all, all those learnings, that's what this event's for.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's cool to have these competitors surf in that sort of same format as the CT surfers. It gives them a real taste for it.
Yeah.
And some, or most of these competitors have the ability to get onto that CT, get onto that championship tour. Even thinking back to last year's...
The women, definitely.
Yeah.
Like the women in particular, with how old they all qualify and win titles.
Yeah.
It's actually, your point that you make there's spot on. And for the men, I would say yes, but for the women, it's definitely. It's the men. It's sort of some kids are ready, some probably aren't. But with the women, it's like, well, unfortunately, there's a lot of pressure on them really young to get there, and that's why it's good to have these events because you get those practice runs. But you got Bella Kenworthy here; she's already done amazing things on the World Tour and on the Challenger Series, and now she's at a World Junior event. Same as Luana last year. It's like, getting those reps is super important.
Iko just opening up once again, a 3.27. This wave didn't go into the top two, but the one prior to that was actually a 5.33. So it was his best wave of the heat so far. Gets him up into the lead. And, Iko is one of those competitors where he has really cool moments, and then sometimes you're like, where did he go?
Yeah, what happened? I think, like, if I look at the 5.33, I think he'd be kicking himself. I think there was more points on that wave, and I think, again, that's the beauty of this event. The judges aren't just going to throw you a score because you put yourself on a good wave.
Yeah.
You need the surfing to back that up. And, a great place to learn is round one of a World Junior Championship because you don't lose and you don't go home.
Yeah.
You can figure it out and you know no matter what, you're either going to skip around or you're going to surf another heat. But when you get those quality waves, you kind of start to go into those realms where you need to do surfing you probably didn't think you were capable of if you want to get those excellent scores in an event like this. Yeah. Because the judges, they're super critical.
Yeah, and they have to be. We're talking about world titles.
Yeah,
here.
exactly. Yep.
And it's a moment where it's like, you know what? If you want to be a World Junior Champion, all well and good, but you need to bring your A game. You need to bring your best.
Yep, totally.
And even, talking about the elimination round as well, having round one where we don't lose anyone. It's so different from the formats that we see in the Pro Juniors, QSs, and the Challenger Series as well. Yep. So it might even be a different kind of headspace for these junior surfers to come into and be like, okay, I'm just going to, as you said, figure this wave out, catch a couple of waves, get a few waves under my belt, and then in those elimination and round of 16 heats, that's when you...
Well, your surfing does your talking. Like you mentioned, those Pro Junior heats are 4-person heats. It's essentially a wave catching contest. You got 20 minutes, you might be at some beach you've never heard of and the waves aren't that great and you've just got to get it done. Whereas here it's really a wave selection contest. You need to put yourself on the better waves, and on those waves you need to do the better surfing. Because you're going to be surfing against someone that might be their regional champion or their whatever, and you need to bring your best. You're not the you might be the number one guy or girl in Australia, but coming here, you might be, you might look at them and go, oh, I don't have those bag of tricks. Like, I need to be right on. So, it's cool.
Even thinking back to the final between Winter and Bronson from last year as well, I can just envision it in the future, both of them being on the tour at one point, and then someone saying, back in 2025 they surfed this World Junior Championships finals together.
Massively, all the time. You see those matchups, and those rivalries. And I wouldn't say either of those two guys are super ferocious, and I'm not sure we're going to get some like bloodthirsty rivalry out of those two. But you'll definitely bring up that highlight reel. If they find themselves in a final together or something like that. And I think that if you look at look at the trophy on the men's and women's sides, the names that are on there are no joke. Everyone that does manage to win this event has gone on to do big things on the world tour. It's definitely an important one for sure.
Yeah, and it's crazy, to see how the trajectory of that comes from, winning a World Junior Championship to you then get a spot in the Challenger Series as well. So that is such a huge thing.
It's a real fast track, isn't it? Yeah, it saves you a lot of time, a lot of money, and a lot of focus. Like you can just focus then truly on being, in that first Challenger event of the year. Obviously, we've still got Pipeline and Newcastle to round out this year. But it's just giving you that time and space to then go and essentially just work on your craft. You don't have to stress out and worry about I've got to go and do this regional event or get up to that event or fly here or whatever. You can just go, I'm on. I can just go and get as good as I can in that time frame. So it really is. It's a huge bonus.
Even looking at the talent in the draw again, a lot of these competitors are going to be here in the Philippines, and then they're like, cool, all right, let's get on a plane and go to Hawaii.
Yeah, totally.
Straight after this.
Yep. Yeah, it's it's not a bad gig, is it?
Yeah, not
and
so bad.
And for some of them, they're going to go and surf, you know, a 4-person heated pipeline, which is the best, most crowded wave in the world. So for them to have that opportunity to surf it with no one out that's just blessed.
Yeah, absolutely. And we spoke about Bella Kenworthy before as well. She's the lone CT surfer in this event. She's going to be coming up in heat number 4 of the women's opening round. This is live action though. Gabriel, just a quick up and out there. Unfortunately, you could see that wave just really losing power through to the inside. He needs a 6.16 to go to first. He's got a 3 and a 2.73, so needs to find one he can start to really open up on. And Connor, 4.67 for him to go to first at this stage. So Iko, he's just been surfing himself into this heat. He's had about 5 waves. Each time it's been getting a little bit better. A 5.33 has him out in front, so that's the best wave of the heat so far. And let's take a look at this one.
Yeah, it's one of those things. You kind of see someone else streaking down the line and you go, I want that wave. You can't have it. That's mine. And you stand up and go, this wave's over. Damn it. And unfortunately for Gabriel, he really hasn't clicked into this heat at all. I hope he's able to take some of the positives that I've seen so far, at least anyway, and that I think he's got great down the line speed. He looks like he's ready to rip in. He just has not put himself on a quality piece of ocean yet. I just think, just don't let the wheels fall off here, mate. I just get a good wave and he's going to be fine. He looks every bit ready to rip. He just, like I said, just can't get a good wave.
And good sell there. Really good tactics from Iko. He was like, oh, here we go.
Well, yeah, I would genuinely agree with you, but I actually think from where he was, it probably wasn't a bad wave because he could have hit that section and then he's got himself a 5 or a 4 and he's still building on what he's got. And that's kind of what I mean about where Gabe was. He probably saw that too, but he wasn't where Iko was. He wasn't positioned well enough. And so
he was taking off where Iko would have hit.
He basically ruined it for everyone.
Live action. Let's see if he can get himself back into this heat. Slow and smooth through that first carve for Gabriel. The Brazilian surfer needs to find a good, strong section to open up on. He's been surfing really well. It's just that wave selection throughout this heat, and with just under 10 minutes to go, the surfing was good, just again a little bit lackluster stakes.
Yeah, just no vertical face, unfortunately. And like he said, he's got the good control and he looks ready to roll. But just needs to probably just take a breather, just put himself back. He was sitting a little wider, trying to get a bit experimental. You can see obviously it's a right hand point that goes into the gutter, and obviously it's really easy to say here from the couch, but that's probably going to lead you into a pretty fat part of the break, as we see a beautiful pullback shot here, and just getting back to that turbulence. You see that water moving on the inside. The current's gnarly. It's not so bad once you get out the back, but on the inside and where the learn to surf crew are, that you're getting kind of pumped down there.
Yeah, you really are. You're paddling against it. I had to surf yesterday, and at one point I was like, am I going to even make it out the back?
Yeah. Or once you get out the back, am I going to get in? Because then that rip starts going out. We've got this mad left rip bowl in front of our hotel for anyone that's interested. And, heaps of goofy footers on our squad. You're from Narrabeen, so you're loving it.
Yeah.
But fun, heaps of fun little waves around.
Yeah, it's so fun.
Everyone's really spread out, which is nice.
It is, you can kind of find a little peak to yourself, even a little bit further around when past that left is really fun. I had a fun surf there yesterday, but this is where it's at, this peak here, Mona Lisa Point. We see a lot of incredible longboarders come from here. J.R. Esquivel, to name, probably the best, if not the best in the Philippines on that Longboard World Tour. Right now, Connor Slipen is looking to better a 2.5 and get that 4.67 to go to first. Not much going on straight away. You can see this wave is fat and just has no power right now. So he's in and out there.
This has reminded me of Heat 2.
It really is.
Everyone was kind of spread out. Everyone was trying their best, but they just couldn't quite pull it together. And it is a big, expansive, tricky lineup to read. If you can see Connor here, this wave's got a bit of energy in it. He kind of is hoping for a double up, but just wasn't to be.
Unfortunately, here at Mona Lisa Point, it's very easy to be out of position and really hard to be in the spot.
Yeah.
It's one of those really tricky waves, and that's why, it's a lot of these surfers might even be relying on the locals to be like, hey, can you help me out
Yeah.
here.
Or even in the free serves, like relying on them to go, okay, well, you're sitting here, I'm going to sit here. But in a
Absolutely.
3-person heat, if 2 people get a wave and you're out there by yourself, you're kind of looking at your protractor just going, oh, God, where do I need to be?
It's a big space of ocean.
Massive, yeah. Like, oh, I swear I was sitting in front of that house, but now I was there, now I'm here, and it just is all, yeah. And what makes it harder too is like that you could get a 6 pretty much in most spots. You could sit up the top, find a closeout, do an air. You could sit in the middle, do a couple of turns, or you could sit off the end, and if a bigger one comes and it closes out, you could kind of do a big hit or whatever. Like, so in that sense, that's what makes it even more confusing. There's not like one X marks the spot. Here's where the 8s are coming, and you should just sit here and wait for those waves. It's like, there's kind of average quality waves everywhere, and then every now and again a really good one. So it's that adds to the sort of the task of trying to figure it all out.
Yeah, even first day of competition, figuring out the nerves, figuring out the space that you want to be in and how you want to perform, and then when you see heats and you're like, oh, there's consistent good waves, and then the next heat it's a little bit slower with those ones. So Connor, he's just trying to stay busy and hopefully busy good. Opens up nicely. That one had a little bit of a steeper moment there. Bit of a whitewashy face here, needing a 4, 6, 7 to go to first place. As we said before, a finish would have been nice there for the South African.
Yeah, that would have been real nice, but unfortunately not to be. And yeah, some of these heats at 35 minutes looks like it goes forever, and other ones it goes real quick. And this one's kind of felt like, for these competitors, it's gone really quick. There's like 5.5 minutes left now, and Connor, again, unfortunately able to really kind of make this one count. He did some good surfing up until this point, but he probably did need the finish here to get the score. He's chasing, as he said, a 4, 6, 7.
He really manufactured that wave as well. He was trying to find himself in that zone. Unfortunately, Gabriel, he's just not really found... Well, this is a good wave, actually. Just doesn't hit it with as much power as what you thought.
And he kind of had a bit of a bobble off the back there too.
That was unlucky for Gabriel. That first turn was kind of begging for a big hit.
It was, wasn't it? It's sort of one of those things too. We've seen some moments from him on shitty waves, and then you get yourself on a good one and kind of hold back a bit. It's just like, oh, the wheels are just starting to fall off here. This looks like a pretty fun double actually off the end. No, lets it go.
Okay.
Now this is what makes it so hard to line up.
It's so
he
tricky.
was in the channel, and now he's got to duck dive this wave, and you start to lose kind of where you are at, because it's not like where we're from, where it's just ruler edge points and you can just sort of see exactly where the sand and the gutter is. You kind of you lose that kind of depth of like, okay, the reef's here, the channel's here, where do I need to be? Have I moved down? Have I moved up? You sort of just, the no man's land is quite expansive. So
yeah, it really is.
Yeah, that sort of just adds to the trickiness of it. But it's not a long paddle out, which is a good thing. If you put your head down, you're back out there within sort of 30-45 seconds. So
4 minutes to go as well. So Connor and Gabriel have they have time to get another opportunity. A 3.23 locked in for that last one of the South African surfer. He's still looking for a 4.67. Gabriel looking for a 6.16. He found himself on the wave. Unfortunately, just the surfing wasn't quite there, but Iko, he's in the zone. He's got a 5.33 and a 3.83 and first priority, so he's just controlling the back 3.5 minutes of this heat.
Yeah, he's stoked, and to his credit, he has found the better waves for sure. The 5.33 was an amazing wave, and he was able to unleash at least one really good turn that the judges appreciated. And from this point on, I think horses for courses. A 4.67 and a 6.16 in this heat right now is a huge score. So he can start to play defence pretty easily. I think earlier in the day we saw a heat like this where crew were chasing 4s and no one was sitting on each other, because it's sort of, what's the point? Anyone could kind of turn the heat. If you sit on one person, the other person's going to get it. So you're better off just trying to surf yourself out of that situation. But I don't know, not here. I'd be starting to turn the screws on.
Yeah, absolutely. Just paddling around, trying to find yourself in the zone. Even with 3 minutes to go, just trying to pick one up that maybe looks like it's got a little double up edge to it.
Yeah.
Even that last one Gabriel kind of looked at, it's like, oh, you maybe could have gone it.
Yeah, go huge early.
Yeah.
If you make it, you make it. If you don't, you fall off your back out the back again anyway.
You've covered, 5 metres?
Yeah.
10 metres. So just under 3 minutes to go. We've got a big heat coming up next as well. Dane Henry, he is taking on Alfonso Suarez and Ben Esterhuzy. So that's going to be a pretty stacked heat for heat number 7. And to round it out, heat 8, Rickson, Falcao, Will Dean, and also Kingston Panabianco as well. So last 2 heats for the men's opening round. Then we're going to go into the first 6 heats of the women's opening round as well, which is going to be super exciting. We've got some big names in that one too. 2 minutes to go. Priority is with Iko Watanabe. Ichi, number 1. He's out in front right now, so he's currently living up to that nickname. But if Connor finds himself on a wave of 4.67 is what he needs. Gabriel chasing a 6.16. They've both been surfing really well. It's just, yeah, finding those waves to give them the opportunity.
Beautiful pronunciation.
Really?
There's some great names in there.
Yeah, I was like, you know what? That was my first try of all of them. So I was
Amazing.
Like, hope that was right.
Fantastic.
Happy to be corrected.
I love it.
At any
Talking
point.
to Connor Donegan earlier, and he's from the Canary Islands, represents Spain, but his mum's Irish.
Wow.
And he's got this mad
Amazing.
Irish hybrid accent.
I love that.
Spanish-Irish accent. Gnarly.
Wow.
So good.
Let's
Yep.
get him in a post heat.
Oh, 100%.
That would be cool.
I reckon we get up in the booth for half a. I could listen
Let's
to an
do
Irish
it.
accent all day.
Yeah. I'd love to, chat to some athletes as well throughout the event.
Yeah, they're around. Not
Yeah.
going anywhere.
They're here.
Yeah, everyone's locked in.
Absolutely.
Minute to go.
Wow. It's been really slow this last kind of 9 minutes of this heat. 1 minute remaining. Iko up and riding.
Wow, this looks like it could be a bomb.
Yeah, let's see what he can do. Really deep off the bottom. Unfortunately, catches his rail. So no harm, no foul. He needed to better a 3.83, but he's still in the lead with 45 seconds to go. Priority goes to Gabriel. He's been surfing, pretty good on the not so good waves. So if he gets an opportunity and, does well, he did have a moment there a couple of waves ago for him. So hopefully he can just keep that composure. We'll see. This is kind of having a look at a smaller inside one, a little bit of a foamy wave.
4.67 the requirement.
Yeah, it's kind of feeling like the wave height is going to cap it. That was really smooth connection there for Connor. He's gaining a lot of speed, and you can really see that wave just a bit lackluster in the end. Wow, that was really unfortunate because I was thinking, oh, is there a section there? I was getting excited for him, but with 2 seconds to go. Oh, wow.
Ooh.
Okay. Question mark here for Gabriel Klasner.
Make it easy for the judges. There we go. It's not a 6.16, so it won't matter.
It won't matter for the South African surfer or the Brazilian. It is Iko Watanabe moving on through to the round of 16. We've got a big heat coming up for heat number 7. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this quick break. Mona Lisa Point putting on an absolute show here. Day number 1 of the World Junior Championships presented by Purefoods and Magnolia. We are just plowing through these opening round heats right now. In this one, we actually already have an ISA World Junior Champion in the water, Dane Henry from Australia. He's taking on Alfonso Suarez from Spain and Ben Esterhuis from South Africa. We just saw a quick in and out from on that wave. Another 35 on the clock. Let's wind it back up. I'm Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by my big sister, True. Just a quick, brief couple of minutes in here. I'll take it. I'll take any couple of minutes commentating with you. Oh, that's so nice. Thanks. Okay. Same. No, I love it. I think we have so much fun, and I feel like, for these World Junior Championships and this, World Junior title on the line, it's exciting, and you feed off each other's energy. It's so good.
Let's talk about the surf. It's picked up a foot or two.
Yep, it really has.
It's got bigger. I was talking to Winter after his heat, and he was like, I took out this board, and by the end of the heat, it was too small for the conditions.
Yeah.
So I was shocked about how quick it picked up. Dane was umming and ahhing about what he was going to take out, but he's looking sharp on his equipment here. Straight to work, no mucking around. Dane Henry, hello, 3 big turns here from the young Aussie. He wants to add WSL World Junior Champion to his list of accolades. Goes down on that section there, but a lot of speed under his feet there, Truce.
Yep, a lot of speed, and I can already hear Duffy in my head, Coach Adam Duffner going, let's go, Dane. That's exactly what he's saying on the beach. Big, hard turn there. You can see he really lays into it, drops his arms. Nice connection for Dane. Only criticism, it's a really foamy wave there. It doesn't have that beautiful green face that I'm sure Dane was hoping for. He just ejects out of that one. But yeah, it has picked up, Jessie. That last couple, maybe 9 minutes in that last heat was really slow. But when you see those sets roll in, it's like, okay, here's action. The ocean's, it's being really talkative, but then it does have moments where it's a bit silent.
Yeah, it was a great call from the the guys up top, the head of the WSL, to make it 35-minute heats today. We're really trying to pick the eyes out of it, give our juniors the best opportunity to take home a heat win here this morning. With this tide, there's one tide change a day here at La Union, and at this time of year we get something called the mono tide. So it's where there's not a massive difference between low and high tide. It's only about a foot today. So we're starting to see this tide fill in. It's a lot slower than what you think it is. There's about 10 hours, 10, 12 hours in between high and low tide. So right now, what's going on is we're getting a bit of jumble down the point, but as we've seen this heat, they've kind of readjusted in comparison to the last heat where the surfers were sitting just that little bit too wide, and you can see Dane took that one from a little bit deeper and found himself a good looking wall here. So scores are in 6-6-3. You'll take that for a start of a heat.
Yeah, absolutely. Straight away. I mean, Dane, he, talking about he's an ISA World Junior Champion. He's also ISA Opens champion as well. Gold in both divisions in the same year is pretty crazy, back to back. So for Dane, he's very well decorated, and I know that he is really looking for a World Junior Championships title. He didn't get to come here last year, qualified this year, took out the Pro Junior region in Australia as well, getting that #1 spot, along with Isla Huppets as well. So Dane from Kingscliff, he's got an incredible, surfing history, and for being so young as well and kind of still sort of new to the scene. For Dane, he's making statements, and they're pretty large ones.
Yeah, Dane ranked #1 in the Australia Oceania region. The Europe ranked 1, he's in this heat as well. We've got Afonso Suarez, 19 years old from northern Spain. Gijon is the region. He's working with coach Manu Ruiz, who he's been working with for the last couple of years, had his best competitive year ever in 2025, and he's bringing that energy, he's carrying it through to the Philippines here to try and take home a World Junior title. He's right on cue at this point, up and riding here for Alfonso. Bit of a sleepy start, good section here, drifts up and over the coping, but you need that momentum to get back down and really make something magical happen on that inside section. Dane, he's up again. That's what we know and love. Air reverse from Dane Henry. Just that one maneuver, but it's not a heat without Dane Henry if he doesn't go to the air.
Yep.
But I want to know about what it was like the last 35 minutes out there. Good thing Daiwako, he's down on the glass with heat winner Iko Watanabe.
All right, thanks guys. I'm here with the heat winner Iko渡辺選手、見事第1位通過でラウンド16にジャンプアップしました。ヒート振り返ってみてまずどうですか？
いやもう緊張しすぎてもう唇が真っ青になるぐらい緊張してました。
その中で35分というヒートでしたが、自分の緊張感っていうのはこうマネージというか解決できたんですか？
やっぱりこの会場っていうか久々のその世界戦みたいな感じで、今回ワールドジュニア初めてなんですけど。すごいその緊張もいい雰囲気で楽しめたので、次のヒートもその感じで頑張りたいです。
1位通過したことでラウンドオブ16にジャンプアップですが、やっぱこの1ヒートやらないというのは大きいですか？
結構大きいですね。自分にとってやっぱり1ヒートパスできるだけでだいぶメンタル的にも違うんで自信につながりました。
He's super nervous in the heat. This is his first appearance in the World Junior Championships, so definitely he had a really nerve-cracking moment, but he's kind of enjoying the nervous moment as well because this is his first time here for the World Junior Championships, and he's super stoked to be in the round of 16. たくさんの方日本から応援してくれています。今回はどんな、メンバーでここに来て、準備の方してますか？
今回は波乗りジャパンの、代表で、佐藤力選手と僕メンズで選ばれて一緒の部屋で来て、いい雰囲気でできているのでこのまま2人で勝ち上がっていって日本強いところ見せたいと思うので応援よろしくお願いします。
じゃ次はもう緊張なくフリーサーフィンのようにサーフィン見せてくれますか？
そうですね、いつものお祭りタイムやりたいと思います。
お祭りタイム楽しみにしています。最後に、たくさんの方見てくれているのでメッセージの方お願いします。
スポンサーの皆様、家族いつも応援ありがとうございます。 次のヒートも、自分らしくそのお祭りタイムできるように頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
Thanks, guys. This is Iko Watanabe moving into the round of 16. Back to you guys.
Awesome. Thank you, Dai. Thank you, Iko, or Ichi is his nickname that he goes by, number one. He's a really funny character, actually. Iko Watanabe, he's a good one to hang out with down around the comp sites. And he's moving on to the round of 16. Talk about, setting the standard. Okay. Dane Henry, 11.83 in the first 8 minutes. He's got a 6.33, backed it up with a 5.5 for that last air reverse there in a super critical part of the wave. I mean, that lip was right there. He landed where it was still sucking out and got the rotation. But, he works so hard on these and making these just pop, whenever he wants. And this is exactly what he did here, True.
And how's the grab there as well that he got? It just shows how much control he has and how in tune he is. Just, wow, Dane, honestly, doing what he does. I was really lucky to be over in El Salvador for the ISA World Open Championships, and Dane was doing exactly that to get the win, and we're seeing little snippets of that. And I feel like he starts events off and he kind of is at about 50 to 60%, and then you see him slowly start to turn the dial and increase a little bit more and more each heat. So yeah, I'm intrigued to see how Dane is going to approach the last 25 minutes of this heat, because these opening round heats it's just figuring it out. It's getting your feet in the wax, it's catching a few waves, figuring out the lineup. So for Dane, there's a lot that he can give out here in this wave.
True, I've absolutely adored talking to you, but I just would love to catch up with Dai, if I'm being honest.
Whatever.
So,
it's fine.
Any last words?
No last words. Just, have the best time with Dai.
Oh, I can't wait. Here we go. We do have our South African up and riding, Ben. He's stuck a little bit behind this one. He's deep on it, and he knows it as well. So he's going to get out of there and hit the reset button here with 25 minutes to go. And just like that, Dai Wacko appears in the booth. It's just magic happening here at the World Juniors. Dai, welcome back.
Wow. How's the heat going in this heat?
Oh, it's great. Dane Henry's set the bar. I mean, he's got a 6.8, a 6.33 and a 5.5. Haven't seen much from our other two competitors, but I mean, you can't really expect anything less than Dane going to the air in the early stages of this heat.
He did?
Yep. Air reverse in a big sucky section there. So Dane, he's not mucking around.
He's just showcasing his skill, the reason he was gold medalist in ISA World Juniors and World Open class as well. So, wow, he's showcasing his skill in his heat, and he has first priority now. So he's going to get the chance to get another good wave.
Yeah, we've got ranked number 1 for Oz and ranked number 1 for Europe, both in this heat right now. Oh, looking left. The goofy footer right next to me would be loving this. Up and into it, but late on that section there. Something True and I were touching on as well, Dai. The swell, it's really jumped up here this morning.
Yeah, it's feels like, because I had a heat off and I've been checking surf for like last an hour, and it's getting bigger than this morning actually. There's a lot of big sets, probably like 4 footers coming through the lineup, and then it's a good sign to have a bigger size, but I think it makes it really tricky because it can break down the point or up the point, so it's kind of tricky to where to sit.
Yeah, it's interesting when the tide starts to fill in like it is now. We do see that end part of the point really start to fill up. It becomes quite fat, where you see that deeper part of the point. The locals here call it first peak. And where you take off, it might be a shorter looking wave. It might only offer 2 sections, but you see a lot of guys get scores when they sit deeper up the point and just tag it twice in the steepest part of the section. So it's going to be interesting to see who jumps up the point, who's looking down the point for maybe some rail work. And right now we've got a spread field again in this one. A lot of the surfers sitting in different areas.
Yeah, to me, it's an interesting situation because Dang is the one who want to take it to the sky, sitting down the point a little bit more, but this is a live action from Southern White.
Yeah, bowly looking wave here from our South African. Good tidy turn in the pocket here for Ben, coming off a couple weeks in Hawaii, so this is going to be a little bit different. Gets into the section a little bit wobbly, but gets the completion there. He knew he needed it through that inside section here for Ben, so not connecting the way he would have hoped to on that third turn, but still his best wave so far in this heat.
Definitely, and he's still such a young age, 15 years of age, and still surfing in one of the world best junior events.
Yeah, it's really cool to see this South African class coming through. I mean, we think about this event last year. Luke Thompson was on fire. You know, he was really one of the standouts. I think he went straight to the quarterfinals, and he came up against Bronson or Winter, one of the two, and, you know, they ended up being the top two guys. And now Luke, he looks like he's going to qualify for the championship tour. So it really does correlate between World Juniors, a good result here, and going to the CT. But here's the replay here of this one, Di.
Wow, nice timing right there in the critical section. A little bit hung up on the second one, but still managed to ride out of it. And unfortunately for the last section, a little bit catching the rail there, but still managed to come and run and then ride out of it. But lapped the first down there, lots of spread out the back and straight into the second turn. A little bit hung up there, but still managed to ride out of it and straight into the last section here, catching a rail there, but definitely, you know, good start. I mean, good wave to put 3 turns in.
He did really well to recover on that third turn. You look at the way he bubbled as he went up. His knee basically gave out, but he managed to come around there. And then 2 nice turns for Alfonso, showcasing that backhand there, really quick, tight pockets. And that's kind of what we were talking about, is this deeper peak. Obviously not known as being a left-hander this way, but Alfonso is just trying to chip away at this scoreline now.
Definitely, you know, probably right has more potential to score the point, but definitely just shaking off the nerves is always a good thing, especially in this long heat, 35 minutes. So if you find a left, and then I would say just gotta go left.
Being a goofy footer and looking at this wave, I mean, you get some really steep bowly sections and then a couple of slightly fatter ones as well. And those bowly sections, you see our goofy footers really roll over that rail and get nice and vertical in the pocket. But talk to me about just the adaptability you have to be able to go from steep bowly section on your backhand straight into a bit of a fatter looking wave. We get Dane unfortunately missing that one, but yeah, what's your thoughts on being a goofy footer out there?
Probably I would say don't push your front foot so much, that if you push your front foot so much, then you ended up catching a rail so much. So probably don't rush, wait for the section to stand up for you, and just back-footed surfing will be the key.
Yeah, drive hard off that back foot. And you could see Ben, he was on his way. Those first 2 bottom turns were beautiful. He just rolled over that rail, was pushing half off that back foot, but yeah, just kind of, unfortunately, that's what we're talking about. You got to be ready for those fat sections to maybe not have such a deep bottom turn, come a bit wider and give us a really nice roundhouse, or I don't know, something a little bit different. But yeah, it's interesting to watch the goofy footers on this ride, I think.
Yeah, it's true. And it's, you know, sometimes you always think after the vertical off the top, you kind of want to go straight into the second one, but I think this point, you don't always have to go straight into the next turn. You can wait, and you just do this little check-in turn first and just waiting for the section to stand up for you. So probably don't rush and just wait for the section to stand up is really important key.
All right, got a couple of scores locking in for those last few waves of our surfers. Alfonso, though, he's up and riding here. That's a really nice section. Gets a bit of release there. Just the one. Maybe just underestimating the amount of power that's going to come back towards him. But he's loving these lefts, you know?
Yeah, he's getting those lefts. But I hope it's going to work. But the first down of this backhand attack was amazing. Vertical off the top, navigating the surfboard really well. But unfortunately, didn't get the finishing down there, but still definitely is going to be bettering his 2.63.
Yeah, he's got a 4.17 as his highest wave score right now. Needs a 7.66, so it's still a pretty solid requirement. Ben, on the other hand, an 8.9. He's got a 2.93 for that last string of backhand Rios there for our young 15-year-old. But he's going to need to dig a little bit deeper, because we can't really expect anything less from Dane Henry at this point. You know, he works really closely with a coach and a good friend of mine back home, Jared Detiri, and chatting to Jared earlier, you know, he said in the last 6 months, his headspace has changed. He's really locked in. His maturity's gone through the roof, and it is absolutely a direct correlation. I can't get that word right to his surfing. Dane, though, He's up and riding now, just a little bit sticky on that first section, but he's turned into this really classy competitor.
Definitely, now he has a lot more confidence throughout here as he's getting a good result. And just like you said, I can see his surfing improving a lot. And then I can see a lot of maturity in surfing. But this wave, unfortunately, catching a rail there. But, he's composed. He looks very relaxed out there. So definitely he'll be back out there. There's a lot of time left on the clock. And we're going to be seeing a lot more action from Dane Henry.
Yeah, 17 minutes to go in this one. Just to touch on Dane again, I'm not sure I'm going to spark your memory. Shargow backflip from Dane Henry last year in Cloud 9, got a backflip. But right now, Ben, he's chasing an 8.9 here. Big section coming his way, but just a little late to the party there, but a lot of water coming back down on that face there.
I really like how he approach the section, approach the wave, because you kind of need a bigger set and a bigger section to get the good points, and that's exactly what he did. But unfortunately, just little bit late to the section, and unfortunately couldn't really stick to the landing. But definitely interesting approach.
Yeah, felt like he skipped around a section to get to that N1, which I totally understand. But maybe should have just went up to that first section that he went around. It might have given him that dramatic moment he was looking for rather than chasing that big oncoming section.
That's totally right. If he could have just flowed the section and just generating so much speed, maybe he could have just went into the section really on time. So yeah, you're right.
Yeah, but we're talking 15 years old, so much talent coming from Ben. He just represented South Africa over in the ISA World Juniors in Peru last month. So he's getting used to having this, we talk about pressure in this event, coming up against the best junior surfers in the world, but you're also representing your country.
Oh, so much pressure. Even, I talked to Iko for in the post-heat interview, and he was saying he was super nervous. He was shaking in the water, and yeah, that's how much pressure you can get in the water.
It's out of control, and these were, like I mentioned, 15 years old, so he's getting used to having this pressure of representing his country on his back, and he actually looks really comfortable in this heat right now. Although he doesn't have that scoreline he's chasing, Ben, he looks like he's backing himself, and he's not phased by this, big task at hand. He just wants to surf. Dane, having a look here, check out this bowl in front of Dane Henry. Connects, but too hard there, goes over the toes, unfortunately for Dane Henry, but how beautiful is the shape of that wave?
It was one of the best shapes in this heat, that's for sure, but it was really hard section to hit. It was really horror, a little bit late to the section, and unfortunately, nosedive there, but still that was a good looking wave.
Oh, absolutely. Loving this new swell that we've got coming through here at Mona Lisa Point. It's definitely looking like a different morning to what we saw when we came down here at 7:30 this morning. We're going to see more action. Actually, Ben's not going to take this one. He's not enjoying the look of it, but it just looks fun out there right now. And this is exactly what these guys were chasing. We've got one more heat of the opening round of the men to go after this one, and then it's the women. We're rolling in 6 heats of the girls, so we're going to see almost every single one of our surfers compete today.
It's a big day for the day one of the competition. We're going to see pretty much most of the surfers surfing today, so that's interesting.
I can't wait to see the ladies out there in just over, oh God, how good's my math? 50 minutes time, around about that. But next heat, we've got Rickson, Falco, Will Dean and Kingston coming up. So that's going to be another good-looking heat for rounding out our opening round here. So we've had a couple of bigger names that, you wouldn't expect to go down go to the elimination round so early in the draw. So I'm loving this kind of underdog story that's starting to unfold as well throughout the draw.
Definitely. That's World Junior Championships all about. Underground surfers gets a spotlight in the bigger stage.
We talk about just the mass of this event. You get a straight spot onto the Challenger Series. Ben would love that himself. Good looking bowl, but mistimes it again. And that frustration, it creeps up, and you can see that emotion pouring out of Ben, but it just shows how much it means to these guys.
Definitely, he's just super hungry for the win, and getting in the first place, give him spot in a round of 16, and he's 15 years of age, and definitely he's super hungry for that.
Oh, absolutely. It's one of those things though, when you're in a heat and that frustration builds up and you just want to connect and you can't. I mean, sometimes it's quite a hard headspace to climb out of. You can overthink, you can overdo it. You and I have both been in that situation before where you're like, oh my gosh, why can I not do this? And you can see, like I mentioned, that emotion pouring out. For me, Di, I had to splash water on my face and full reset. What do you think it is right now for Ben?
Probably just meditating a little bit, close eyes, just meditating in the water a little bit, because managing the emotion is the key factor to get into the higher level of the competition. So this is a great running from him, but this is live action.
Yeah, Spanish surfer up and riding into a second section, connected well, but unfortunately a couple of mistakes here from some of our surfers. Dane really deep on that one, unfortunately, so he's going to go back out the back, try and find another one of those good looking waves. Got that his total in the first 7-8 minutes of this heat and hasn't been able to find much more since then. You can tell that maybe a bit of frustration from all of our surfers right now.
Definitely, getting a waves but getting not completion is really frustrating. But this is a replay of lots of blue, beautiful looking waves, nice first stand, and in this last section he was almost right out of it, but unfortunately it goes down, and at the back we've seen Dan just quick in and out.
Yeah, Alfonso connected really nice with that first section though. We've seen him go left a lot in this heat so far. I'd love to see him go another couple of rights. I mean,
definitely.
He was looking really fast and sparky on that wave then.
And he was on the way to the good score, but on screen we have Ben up and riding.
He's racing, gaining speed down the line here, wants some wall to work with. Unfortunately, that one just running off on him. So sometimes, this wave, it can get the better of you. He just needs to pause for a second. He's got the talent to get some good scores in this heat, but this one just running off on him.
Definitely. He took off really deep, trying to, racing down the line and trying to come around. Unfortunately, that wave didn't really offer the space for him to come around. So that was unfortunate for him. But just like you said, probably pause a little bit and just think about, all right, what kind of wave he should get. And then,
Yeah, it's one of those waves where you do really have to hit what's in front of you. When
true.
you race, especially, when we're getting on this tide, when you try and race to get to the open wall down the line, you usually are getting to a fatter wall anyway. So you would have banked more points just hitting that steep section in front of you. And that just comes from repetition out there. We're seeing a lot of love on the beach right now for Rickson Falco, who's coming up in the top seed Rashi. Next, his board's looking nice and sharp under his feet. Those Pizels looking new. Brand new and clean. So he is the #1 rank for the South America region. Actually, him and Ryan Kainalo, pretty interesting, tied on points. There was 4 junior events. He won 2 and Ryan won 2 as well. They both had seconds and fifths as their backup. So maybe I'd love to see a heat with the 2 in a minute. It'd be pretty cool to see who takes the victory. Dane looking to add to his scoreline here. There's a top third carve. Wow. Full rotation, but goes down there for Dane. But really quick spin on that one there.
Really quick spin in a tight section. There's not much time in between first turn and the second attempt, but he did a great job to manage the speed. He went for it. Unfortunately, he didn't ride out of it. But great attempt, great approach from Dan Henry.
Now, American Will Dean, he's going to be heading out there next as well. He's looking like pretty calm, cool, calm, collected. The last heat of the men's opening round. And the last ones to decide who's going to the elimination round and who is going straight to the round of 16. I heard you chat to Iko, about missing that round. What was his feelings on it?
Oh, he's super stoked to be straight into round of 16. He's just taking time off and, maybe refocus again. But this is a replay of last of Dan Henry, and this is where he went into the air.
Wow.
almost right out of it.
So close. Looked like maybe his front foot, his heel slipped off. Yeah, a little bit too far up the board there. I mean, that's usually a turn that we see him just land so easily. You know, his make rate is exceptional.
Above 80% of
Absolutely.
making it, right?
You know, and we see a lot of these guys do these crazy airs, and it might just be like one in a couple that they land this crazy air. But Dane's consistency and make rate, I would say, is probably the best in his age bracket.
Definitely. You know, the heat he had in Siargao was amazing. He had a couple of airs and everything. He just made it look super easy, but he is into the air again.
Wow.
Unfortunately, he couldn't ride out of it.
He's human. He's not making them. Wow, no, it's cool because Dane, he set this precedent. He set this standard for himself, and I love that we can, you know, see another side to him where he's not connecting with these lips as much as he wants, but still another really lofty air here, Dai.
That was a great attempt. Definitely he wants to get another air reverses. But yeah, a little bit of unfortunate for the last two waves for Dan Henry not making the airs.
Could see him potentially for the next 6 minutes just keep going for airs until he makes one.
That's
you
for
know,
sure.
he's that kind of guy where repetition is key for him. He just keeps going. And that's why we do see him have this incredible make rate. The third surfer coming up in the opening round, heat number 8, Kingston Panabianco from Hawaii. So this is going to be a really cool matchup. He looks like a bit of a taller dude. We're thinking of maybe some long drawn out calves here from Kingston. So yeah, I'm excited to see that third heat really start to ramp up in the next, well, just over 5 minutes now.
Oh, just over 5 minutes. So 35-minute heat, down to 5 minutes left. So it's a big heat, long heat, but still goes so quick.
So quick, especially when we're seeing this infill of new swell. We're getting a lot of waves start to roll through here. So we need a couple of scores though. 7.66 is the requirement for Alfonso Suarez. And then Ben chasing an 8.9. Needs excellence, pretty much needs a 9-point ride. He's got 5 minutes to do it as well. I mean, it's a pretty big task right now for Ben, but I also think this is a really good just settler right now for Ben. You know, this would be the biggest event he's ever competed in, with people that he's definitely going to look up to, like Dane Henry. He's really going to be able to find this benchmark for himself and learn to lift in the next round.
For sure, you know, not many people will be, you know, not many people surfing the World Juniors at age of 15.
No way.
I was competing in a national event, so it's a big stage for him. It's a big learning curve for him. So, and then it's not over yet.
No, it's not. He's still got 4.5 minutes to try and find that excellent number there. I mean, 15, I don't even think I was doing Pro Juniors at 15 yet. Still just doing the Oki Grom comp back at deeper. But no, it's pretty cool to see just the talent getting so young and just pushing the bar higher and higher. I mean, we just had the youngest ever competitor qualify for the championship tour in Tia Zabrowski.
14?
14.
That's
14
wow.
years old. And she's just qualified for the championship tour.
It's going to be a great year on the CT.
Oh,
this
exceptional.
year.
We've got Steph coming back. We've got Carissa coming back. The women's field is extending. You know, we've got more surfers, more surfing. I mean, what more could you want? John, Gabby, hello, Dane. He tags that first section here. He's got a bit of speed. Those boards looking exceptional under his feet. Now he gets more to work with. There's that layback we love from Dane. He's really got that one on lock as well here. Might find a bit more to work with on the inside. Usually it starts to taper out here. He's going to keep rolling through, goes to his rail, and maybe an end section. This is something we haven't really seen today. It's not going to do it, not just yet, but Dane finding one that links all the way through here.
Probably finally he's finding his rhythm in ocean. And hey, that was a great two-time combo. Let's take another look on this replay of Dane. Love the floats, generating so much speed. Come around the section and eyes for the last section there, and nice layback turns. A great combination, a lot of variety in the maneuver, and he was sticking to it. I thought he was gonna pull out, but he was just sticking to it, probably trying to look for air section in the end. But here, probably he didn't see anything coming, so he just kicks out the great combination from Dane Henry.
Yeah, 2 minutes 40 here. He has held that lead from the very start of this heat. No one coming close to even challenging that lead so far in this heat. So we can feel maybe a little bit of frustration building from our other two surfers. 5-2-7 was the last for Dane Henry, so doesn't even go in the top two, but yet now has the third highest score of the heat in his repertoire. So he has owned this heat right now.
Definitely, he's controlling this heat from start to, finish. Probably 6.33 is a pretty big score in this condition.
Absolutely, and the first wave in this heat, in this event for Dane. So pretty cool to see him keeping his composure, that class that we've just grown to love. I feel like Alfonso and Ben, they're going to give us more in that next round. Right now, Alfonso, you can see looking left again. I really think he should stick to the rights,
Yeah, same, 100% right, because it's a right point break and right has more potential to hit two big turns in. So probably, you're right. Yeah, I just agree. He should stick with right.
Absolutely. He's done his best turn on a right-hander as well, and I think, it was an interesting call to keep looking left, and if that's what you want to do, create some separation from your competitors, go for it. But you also got to have this mental clock and be like, okay, I have a 4 and a 2. I've just been looking left. My competitor who's winning this heat has a 6 and a 5. I should probably move over to the right. So, you have to have this mental clock going during heats to be able to know when to switch on and when to, okay, I'm going to plan B now. Plan A isn't working for me anymore.
Yeah, definitely. And especially at this high level of competition, you gotta have probably plan B and plan C.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Absolutely. You think about the best of the best, the guys on that championship tour, they would have so many different plans, and then when all fails, you've got to be adaptable, and then you just start freestyling it basically out there in a heat, and that's what the best of the best do. So this is going to be a great learning right now for Alfonso, and good to know he gets another chance. So if there's a heat to do it in, it's this heat.
Definitely. And then this is Dane Henry just make his own way back to the beach. Probably once it was kind of a victory lap from Dane Henry in the 10 seconds.
Absolutely, 10 seconds. We're pretty much wrapping up this heat right now. Dane Henry doing exactly what we thought he was going to do, holding this one down from start to finish. Alfonso Suarez and Ben Esterhuis. We'll see them coming up in the elimination round. But guess what, guys? We've got another heat to roll through for the opening round of the men, heat number 8. It's looking pretty good. We're going to go to a quick ad break, and then we'll roll through it with you guys. We'll see you very shortly. Right, 3 solid surfers who may or may not have competed against each other in the past. I'm feeling like Will and Kingston probably crossed paths a couple of times, but Rickson, we haven't really seen too much of him so far.
No, we haven't, but he surfed at a CS event in Brazil, 9th finish.
Oh, wow.
So that's a big
take
result.
That
That's a big result for Rickson Falcao, aged 18. Still young
so
generation.
Young.
But 9th finish in a CS event, that is a huge, result.
Absolutely. It's so hard to break out of those 4-man heats on the Challenger Series. When you actually look at the Challenger Series and the talent pool that there is, you honestly stop and think, you go, this is the hardest thing ever. Like, the Challenger Series is so hard. Those 4-man heats, and just you get CT surfers joining it as well. It really does force everyone to lift the standard, and I think that's why we're getting such a strong junior contingent of surfers who continuously lift the bar even further. So Rickson, 18 years old, already has a 9th place in a Challenger Series. That's big confidence for our young Brazilian surfer.
Definitely big, confidence is just here with him right now, Rickson Falcao. And Kingston Panabianco from Hawaii is, 3rd at Sunset Pro as well. So this guy, he is quite tall.
Well, let's see these sunset calves. Our Hawaiian surfer out there laying into an end section there. So he's going to be loving this little bit of extra swell that we've got here this afternoon at Mona Lisa Point. But 2 great turns to start this wave off.
Wow, that was a beautiful combination from Kingston. I love the first carve. You can see that he is good at, big wall wave. Really love to join out carve from Kingston and straight into the finishing turn. So it's a great way to start his campaign.
Yeah, really cool to see over on his Instagram as well. He's got great clips from backdoor, absolutely charging. Someone who we love to watch on Instagram. He breaks the internet about every 2 seconds at this point. Dane Henry, he's down there on the glass with Camille Pillar.
You're absolutely right, Jesse. Dane Henry has known to have broken the internet with some of his crazy rides. So I've been wanting to talk to you ever since that crazy quarterfinal in Siargao last year in September against Bronson Mady. And now you're back to the Philippines, this time a different spot. So what is your opinion of the Philippines from before you came here and now that you've seen what our waves are like?
Yeah, I'm absolutely loving my time here. Obviously, I've been to Siargao the last couple of comps we've had for the QS, and like you said, that heat with Bronson was a super fun one, and that whole entire comp is incredible. And this is just as good. I think the waves really showed up today, and I'm really glad to get out, get the job done, and do a couple of big turns.
Yesterday at the opening ceremony, we all saw that heavy, hefty trophy, and we were all making remarks about how that's 15 kilos of extra baggage. And do you remember what you said? We overheard you say a really nice line.
Yeah, I think I said I hope I need to pay the extra baggage for that thing. So I saw that in front of us yesterday, and it got me all excited and ready to go. Glad to kick it off like that as well.
So it's a problem you wanted to have. Okay, so anyone you want to thank, say message back home?
Yeah, just thanks to all my friends, family, my girlfriend at home, Jared Dethiry, my trainer. I was sick as last night, spewing all night, and glad I'm in the best shape of my life and I could push through that heat. So Mum and my coach Adam Duffner here, just a lot of crew, everyone back home watching, the whole community means a lot, and really keen to keep on putting on shows and rip in.
Okay, excited to see more of you surfing. Break the internet some more. Back to the live action.
We'd love to see him break the internet a couple more times. I mean, those airs that he is just so well known for, I mean, it makes you go, how? How did he even do that? It really does leave you scratching your head, and that's what we love about surfing. It's so individualized. You never know what you're going to get, and you never know who's going to break the internet next. But bummer to hear that he was sick all last night.
I know. That's why probably he couldn't make the two
Honestly,
air
that makes more sense, doesn't it? This is the replay here. First, we saw Will Dean here die.
What beautiful surfing, 3-turn combo. It was a hard wave to surf. It was foamy wave, but still 3-turn combo. Huge turns, throwing bucket sprays and straight into this finishing turn there. Finishing strong. This is Will Dean. It was a great combination.
Yeah, Will Dean looking sharp on that board as well. It seems to be an old faithful. I was having a look through his Instagram. Either that or he's got a lot of boards with that spray. But it feels like he's always relying on that board. And it looks really great under his feet. I mean, 3 quick turns on that wave there for Will. You could see that he won the Xander Pro Junior, which helped him get to qualify for this. And it's actually a really important event over there in North America where it commemorates the life of young surfer Xander, who unfortunately passed away a few years ago. And I feel like that event, when it has something more attached to it, it's more than just a win when you win something like that.
Definitely, just more than just a win. Just like you said, it's a big thing. And he's also the under 18 junior national team, so he's got the skill and he's got the good result in the last season, and then now he's got the good points.
Yeah, pretty cool to see all of these guys coming from around the world. Some new names as well. Haven't seen Will Dean in a World Junior Championship event as well. Could potentially be his first time coming here to the Philippines, and there is a lot to get used to, but it's such a lovable country. I mean, we've been lucky enough to be coming here for a couple of years now, and it's quickly become one of my favorite places in the world. Here we go, live action though. Rickson connects beautifully with that first turn there. Unfortunately, that's all she wrote. Not another section down the line. Maybe Will Dean again out the back, but he doesn't like that one. But looking at that wave for Rickson, feels like he's got a lot of foam under his front foot on his board there.
Right, and then I can tell that he's a really powerful surfer just by looking at the surfing on the last wave. It was a great bottom turn and a lot of power in it, and it vertical off the top. That was beautiful. But just unfortunate, the wave didn't really offer the opportunities after that.
Yeah, 3 points just for that one turn, but it does really reflect on what you're saying there, Di. I mean, he looks like a powerful surfer. He looks like he's built, spends a lot of time in the gym, and maybe hence why he's got a bit more foam under his front foot there. But I feel like it's the kind of wave where you can get away with more foam under your front foot. It's going to help you generate speed on these walls.
Definitely. And then if you're training at the gym and you have so much power in your legs, then definitely it will give you a lot more speed.
Yeah, he's looking sharp on those boards there for Rickson. So Will Dean, first wave score of 5.33. You'll take that. That has kind of been the benchmark for opening scores for people going on to win that heat. So Will, you'd take that, as your opening heat, your opening wave in this competition.
5.33 is a pretty good number to start things off, and especially in the first round and the first wave, and getting 5 gives you a lot more confidence in the heat. So definitely it's a great start for Will Dean, and 4.33 is still good scores for Kingston as well for the 2 turns, and pretty much these guys know now what they need to do to get 5s and 6s.
Yeah, this feels like it's going to be a pretty evenly matched heat. It feels like all of these guys really want and are hungry for the win here. Like we mentioned, Will Dean starting off with that best number. You know what I'm excited about, Di? Next is coming up is the women's. And it's already into a big opening heat. Laura Rupp from Brazil, Anastasia Venter, South Africa, Stella Green, Australia. That's what we've got coming up after this heat here. So 25 minutes to go. Kingston spending a lot of time racing to this open wall on the end here. You can see he just gets a little bit fat. Looks like a pretty cruisy guy. Didn't he?
Yeah, it does look like he's a really cruisy guy, but he doesn't rush anything. A little bit of alley-oop in the end, but he seems like he's very relaxed out there.
Yeah, he's not phased at all, was he, on that wave? So we're going to hopefully see a little bit more than that in the next 25 minutes from Kingston, because we love what we saw on that opening wave. Right now, though, Will Dean looking to back up that number. He has a 5.33 and what looks to be a bowl ahead of him here. Goes to the rail, keeps that speed generating down the line. Not too much of an end section, though, so sometimes this wave can deceive you a little bit, but it's going to get him back in the lead with a backup score on the board now here.
I really love how he just approached this wave, because he probably didn't really want to waste any time. He just needs to get the backup score, and that's exactly what he did on this wave. It's not as horror as the last wave he got, but still a couple of turns in, so definitely it'll be back. Well, it hits his second wave, and a quick in and out from Rickson.
Yeah, Rickson, I almost felt like there was a section there. I almost feel like there was a couple points on that wave there for Rickson Falcoa, and like we've said time and time again already on day one, it's the type of wave that if there's a section in front of you, you got to hit it, because you never really know when that next section's going to approach. I mean, we think about a couple competitors today, got a great first wave, and then maybe got caught behind on a couple as well. So, yeah, definitely going to be a learning curve there. Will Dean goes back to the lead there. It's a 2.83. Like we were talking about just before, the ladies, they're coming up next. A couple names I want to throw your way that are really standing out for me. Arena Rodriguez from Peru. Powerful surfer, had her first CT last year over in Brazil, and at the time took down world number 1 Gabriella Bryan. Got to the quarterfinals in her first CT, so pretty cool there for Arena. Another one that's really standing out for me is Talia Swindle. She's got a crazy finishing turn on her. She throws so much water. And then a bit of an underdog story, I'm thinking Reed Van Wagener. Young gun out of the States, and of course we can't go past Bella Kenworthy. I mean, CT surfer. We've got a championship tour surfer in the draw.
Wow. Championship tour surfer surfing in the Junior World Championships. How good is that?
Also, I think it's really smart, because think about, unfortunately Bella was in that 11 to 14 after the cut at Margs, where you don't get to surf the rest of the season, but you're qualified for next year's schedule just based on the extended field we've got going. So it was like a one-off thing that we've seen in our sport. I do feel like you get 12 months off CT surfing.
Right.
I think it's smart to put the Rashi back on before the season starts in a couple months' time at Bells. We'll get back to that Rickson having a look at this one. A bit of a check snap to start, but there's a good bowling section. And that power surfing we thought was going to come from Rickson Falcoa. Little rashy pull down. He liked that one, Di.
That was really, really powerful surfing from Rickson. Just like we were expecting from him. You know, just one turn, but I gotta say it's gonna be a good number for Rickson. It was hard, you know, it was kind of strange takeoff, but he found this a critical section. He hit it really, really hard. That was a great surfing from Rickson Falcoa.
Yeah, it's cool to see that, you know, you can kind of tell when someone's got that power behind them, and it's cool to see and be able to showcase that. You know, you're not ranked number one in your region if you're not an incredible surfer, and that is just showcasing that he's got some power behind him. Only really that one turn on that wave, 427.
427 for one turn, that's a huge number. You know, if you can put two turns together, then it'll be 6 and 7 super easy. And then you already see that on the first wave of Rickson. 3.0 is another one turn maneuver. So he's got some skills, he's got some powers. So definitely, the thing he needs now is just wave selection.
Yep. Give him a wave. Let's see it. I'm all excited to see him, you know, really just connect with one of those waves out there that has those good open sections. Thinking about Dane Henry's 633, a wave really similar to that where you can just open up and tag it twice. And it feels like Rickson would also be that type of surfer with this incoming swell. It would actually suit his surfing.
Definitely, yes.
You know,
I can already see that you know, his surfing just suiting this type of condition.
Yeah, absolutely. You can feel that energy about Kingston as well. He seems like that kind of guy who loves these big waves. He's got a great clip of him charging backdoor pretty recently on a swell that we saw in Hawaii all through last month, basically. They had a great start to the season over there on the North Shore.
A lot of great footage is coming into the internet right now from Hawaii. It's on season, and we're going to have CES Tour next month. Looks like someone's going to be on this one.
I reckon this is going to be a good wave. Unfortunately, it looked like it had a bowl coming through from that drone angle shot, but I didn't like the looks of that one there for Kingston. So that's a priority change. So there's a mistake there. Will Dean now out with first priority. And it does matter in these three people heats.
Right. Probably it will be better in the last couple of minutes, but there's still 20 minutes pretty much left on the clock. So like you said, it doesn't really matter what priority you get right now.
Yes, we're going to see Will Dean have the next roll of the dice. 5.33 and a 2.83. So no one really locking in anything crazy special at this moment. I loved that 5.33 from Will Dean. I thought it was really fast, really tidy surfing. As far as backups go, we're still kind of waiting on them from all of our surfers. Here we go, Kingston. He's got a section here, goes for a big straighty, but unfortunately slips off. But he has this really cool, almost nonchalant approach to his surfing. I love it.
I wasn't expecting, see the air from that section. I was thinking that he's gonna go just float the section, but looks like Blue is up and riding.
Yeah, Will. He doesn't want to let go of first place at this point in time. He's going to give us a couple carves here, lay on the rail a little bit harder through that section, and belt a finishing turn. Wow, we saw something pretty similar from Lucas Skinner earlier in the day, but I think that one's probably a little bit cleaner as well. He's going to take it all the way through, hope for a little bit more on the inside section. It's a bit of a tease sometimes, that one, but Will Dean with what was a really tidy layback to finish that wave off.
That was a great surfing from Will Dean. He only needs to better the 2.83. But on screen, we have the lady. Is getting ready.
Yeah, Stella Green, she had a great season on the juniors back home in Oz. So she came in at number 2 on the rankings. Isla Huppert's taking that one out. And this is the biggest event of her career so far. So pretty cool to see our young gun from the sunny coast. She's going to be out there very shortly. But look at this wave here, Di. I loved it.
Really, he's just relaxing on the wave, just waiting for the section to stand up, just maintain the speed. And then this one was a money turn. Great looking layback turn from Will Dean. I gotta say it's gonna be, improving his 2.83
Oh, absolutely. Even just based on that last turn, I mean, bit of a sleepier start. Obviously, it's not ideal when you start off with 2 slow calves, but he really made up for it here, Di.
Wow. He pushes the tail really hard, and then just like you said, it's cleaner finish. You know, he just right out of it, super clean, recovery nicely, and it was a great surfing from Will.
Our South African surfer Anastasia Ventor, she'll be coming up next as well in that opening round heat against the top seed in that heat, Laura Rupp from Brazil, who had a great run for the title here last year. Kingston not getting much done through that inside section there, but love that we're seeing a little bit more action from our surfers now. But it'd be funny, you know, if the ladies, they came down, had the morning free surf, disappeared for a couple hours, you come back, it's probably 2 foot bigger than what it was this morning.
Completely different day to compare to this morning. It's a lot more bigger swells coming through the lineup now, and then they would be really surprised by how much changed.
It's probably an equipment change.
I would say so, yeah.
I would be riding my bigger board out there for sure.
Definitely.
So it'd be interesting to know if any of them have had any reps on their bigger boards, you know, and see if they're used to riding those bigger boards as well, because I feel like if you're on your small wave or your normal board, it might be a bit skippy out there with this extra push and power that we're seeing.
And this point looks like it has a mellow section, but it actually probably, if you're in the water, it has really punchy on the wave. So even it's not horror as you think, but definitely you need a bigger boards.
We've had a board broken already in competition today. So it really does just go to show how strong this wave is. It's got a great amount of push from out the back all the way through to this really cool reef that we've got going on. We spoke to Camille earlier. She's saying it's pretty much like a finger-like looking reef. You know, they're really small canals with deep holes in the middle of them. But because of a storm, all that sand filling in the holes, so it's kind of breaking the wave up a little bit. So it's forcing our surfers to just push to be a little bit more adaptable in these conditions.
Definitely, you know, there's so many different types of waves coming through the lineup at this Mona Lisa point. So you better be ready for whatever comes in front of you.
Yeah, it's one of those waves. You're never quite sure what you're going to get. We've got some scores rolling through, though. Laster Will Dean goes into the top 2. He's holding down the lead with a 5.33 and a 5.1. Rickson Falcoa got a 4.27 on that last wave, so he needs a 6.16. And Kingston, if he had landed that straight, I reckon that would have been a pretty big score. Unfortunately, he went down, so he's got a 4.33 and a 2 in his lineup. So both of our surfers chasing a pair of 6s each. So 6.16 for Rickson, 6.10 for Kingston. And I feel like if Rickson gets the opportunity, he could be a little bit of a dark horse for Will Dean right now.
Definitely, you know, he's getting 3 waves right now, but everything has just one maneuver on it. So definitely, if he could just put everything together, 6.16 is not going to be a big number for him.
No, definitely not. It's cool to see, you know, these guys starting to reposition, find themselves in that perfect part of the peak there. Right now, Clancy psyching up our girl, Stella Green, coming up next. And, you know, when this is the biggest stage of your career, the biggest event of your career, there'd be a lot of noise going through your mind right now.
Definitely, especially before the first heat of the event, a lot of noises and a lot of pressures coming to your head. But having the coach beside you is a great way to just get rid of that noise.
Surfing Australia sending over Clancy Dawson, Adam Dufner working with Dane Henry as well. So it's cool to see, you know, all these different parts of the world, you know, wanting support for their juniors, sending over the best of the best, because taking home that world title, it means so much to everyone, not just the individual athlete, but think about how excited Indonesia was when Bronson Matey took home the trophy last year.
That was a big moment for Team Indonesia. You know, the Team Indonesia put a lot of budget into the training for the athletes. They gather up every day together and surfing together, training together. So it's a great teamwork there from Team Indonesia, and the biggest win for Bronson Matey, taking out that World Junior Championships. And then again, QS 6000, he took out a winner.
Yep. in
as well.
Siargao. He's actually currently undefeated in the Philippines.
Right.
Pretty crazy. He's never lost a heat in the Philippines before. So, yeah, he'd be loving if an event on the Challenger Series or something went to the Philippines. He'd be like, all right, leave it with me. But it'd be cool to see him. I'm sure he's watching on right now, wishing he was back at La Union Mona Lisa Point, because that was a really cool relationship between him and this wave, and some of the best airs we've seen in competition.
10-point ride.
10-point ride. I
To it.
mean, I hope that gets all the aerialists in this event excited. Let's rewind it, watch it back.
Right.
Let's get everyone excited, because that 10 was out of control, you know, and that's what we want to see. Thinking of, you know, a guy in the draw who's had a 10-point ride last year as well, Lucas Cassidy, got a 10-point ride for a huge full rotation
I
over in
remember that one.
Bolito. Lucas, get excited. Let's see that 10-point ride again. I mean, this is the talent we have in this crop of juniors this year is incredible.
Wow. It's a lot of talented surfers surfing in this junior event. They are pretty much, you know, some of them are surfing on a CS tour as well. So they have a lot of experiences. And just like you mentioned a couple of times, the level of the junior surfers getting really high and high, but looks like we have Will up and riding.
Yeah, Will Dean looking to improve on that 5-1. It's just an in and out there, so nice swoop. He's really showcasing that rail game, but I'm thinking, Di, on a comment you just made, I'm going to say more surfers, maybe more so on the women's side than not, are on the Challenger Series.
Definitely.
I'd say the percentage would be higher. Here we go. The Brazilian powerhouse here. This is Rickson Falcoa. Spray out the back with a finishing turn here. That's the combo of turns we wanted to see, and I feel like he's got more to give than that too.
That was a great 3-turn combo from Rickson. Finally, he's just putting everything together on the one wave, needing a 6-1-6. So it's going to be close. It was a great combination.
Yeah, we're seeing Lara Rupp. She's coming up in that opening heat of the ladies. One of the most informed competitors. I mean, she's lethal as soon as she's in a jersey. Couple of replays here for you, Di.
You know, a couple of check turns and quick in and out for Will Dean, trying to get rid of the 5-1-0. But this is a live action.
Right now, our Hawaiian surfer, Kingston, going to his rail, trying to find a little bit more through this inside. He's got great speed. Unfortunately, that inside section, I said it before, it's a real tease. You think it's going to bowl up, but it just starts to hit this deeper part of the reef when it gets in through to this other reef around the corner. And yeah, it's never got that big bowl back towards you, but let's take a look at this one from out the back.
Nice opening carve to start with. Definitely he wants to get the critical section to hit, just waiting for the section to stand up. Unfortunately, you know, this wave didn't really cooperate with him, but he was trying to stick with it. But just like you said, just teasing wave, not really offering a wall.
Yeah, right now the ladies starting to get ready. We're going to see them out there in just over 9 minutes time. We've got 6 heats to roll through. They've got big names in them. Like we mentioned, we're going to see our CT surfer, Bella Kenworthy. She'll be out there in heat number 4. And I feel like she's kind of the one to watch right now. You know, you think about Luana Silva as well. She won this and then got the wild card to go and compete on the CT again. earlier this year in Bolito, and it feels like she's just kind of rolling onto a trajectory, and she's currently pretty close to qualifying for the championship tour. So this would be another real feather in her cap if she could take home a win here. But unfortunately, always been stuck in the quarterfinals in the World Juniors.
Right, so this is going to be a great challenge for her to just break out of the quarterfinals.
Yeah, she's competed. This will be her 5th World Junior ever. And in the last 4 that she's competed in, she's unfortunately been knocked in the quarterfinals, every single one. Some by the champions, some by people who got second place. We're going to see Rickson, unfortunately, didn't like the look of that one there, but you can see right before we cut to Camille, he was sitting very close to Will Dean. A couple of tactics maybe coming into play here, Di.
A little bit of putting pressure, but, Rickson didn't have a first priority over Will. So a little bit of tactics there from Rickson just by sitting next to him, next to Dean, and then putting the pressure on him. So there's a little bit of mental game there.
Yeah, trying to get in his head a little bit. I'd be frustrated. I'd be like, get away
I would
from
be.
me.
even I had first priority, I would be so frustrated.
Yeah, I'd be like, hey, give a man some space. No, it's cool. It's cool. I love that these guys are so competitive and they're showing all these different, exchanges and just little games that they all have up their sleeve. And I love, a bit of hassling. I think
love
it's
watching
great.
it. Right.
I think it's really great. Thinking back to some of the events we worked together, we saw a great hassle between Shohei Kato. I can't remember the other surfer, but they were paddling each other up and down the point. It's really cool. I love when we see personality flare through our surfers, even in competitive games. Right now, Rickson chasing a 5.46. Wow. Solid second turn there for our Brazilian surfer. Wow, Rickson, that was the connection he was looking for there.
Definitely, that was the way he was looking for, where he can put one turn in and then that solid critical hit. So let's take another look. First time probably he wanted to go vertical, but this time was the money turn.
Wow.
Wow, that was a critical section to hit. A lot of power in it, so definitely it'll be a good number because that last turn was super powerful.
Yeah, definitely had that click feeling that you're chasing on your back end where you just feel like you connect with a section perfectly, and that definitely had that momentum there for Rickson Falcoa. I don't know about a 5.46. When I think about overall performance, I still think Will Dean has the overall performance of this heat and deserves to be in the lead, but the judges, they might just love that second turn there. The scores are in though. It's short. It's a 4.77, so he's still chasing that 5.46. The judges, they want to see it twice.
Definitely, judge wanted to see twice of the last turn. He did a 2 combo, but the first turn was not in the critical section, so probably if it was a critical section, then he could have get one, but this is a live action.
Yeah, Kingston swoops to start this one off. He's got bowls to work with ahead. Solid looking second turn into a connecting finishing turn there, but how steep was that second section there? He likes it. A little look back to the judges like, I see you. You see me, but that was great. I mean, that second turn.
Wow.
There's the fire we're chasing from Kingston.
That was a little bit of fire from Kingston. He doesn't look like he's rushing anything, but if he hits the critical section, he's throwing a lot of sprays. He's got some power in
I love his energy. He had great tempo with this wave as well. So maybe another dark horse story coming through right now.
Definitely, that was a great surfing in this heat from Will Dean, and the last wave was actually another good one too.
Yeah, cool to see the young American moving on through to the round of 16. We're going to see Rickson Falcoa and Kingston Panabianco in the elimination round. Don't go anywhere, guys. We have the women's opening round coming up. Cannot wait to see the top 24 juniors in the world battle it out. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
And I tell you what, the conditions just seem to keep getting better and better throughout the afternoon. We just saw Will Dean take out that last heat. He'll be moving on through to the men's round of 16, but right now it is all about the women. Laura Raup out there for Brazil. We have Anastasia Venter representing South Africa and Stella Green from the Sunshine Coast of Australia. These three women taking each other on for the very first heat. True Starling joined in the booth with Stace Galbraith. And Stace, it's been a big day of surfing and we've got more to come.
Yeah, it's been a huge day. The sun is beating down out there, and there's, yeah, as you said, the waves keep on picking up all day. Some fun waves out front, and yeah, I know a lot of these women have been down here since the crack of dawn. They've been watching it all day, so I know they'll be stoked to get out there and rip in as we see some congratulations on the beach there for Will Dean.
This is Anastasia Venter. Just slicing away, unfortunately. Just maybe a little bit of a knee kind of just buckling there for our South African woman. And yeah, straight into the women's opening round is a pretty big Stace. We've got 6 heats of those to run. We have some huge...
Yeah, I reckon like the periods kicked up a little bit because you see these moments of just complete calm, and then all of a sudden you can't see the horizon, and there's just whitewash for days. So yeah, it's good to see a bit more swell out here, and I think tomorrow's going to be interesting. It's like the swell height drops off a little bit, but the period's still there. So I think that could be kind of the optimum range, like a little bit smaller, but still that nice period. I think it could be lining up real good.
Let's see it. I hope so, because I think we've got 2 good days of surfing, and then maybe it goes to okay.
Yep.
Maybe not an amazing, and then it gets better.
Yep.
Towards the end of the
It's kind of perfect, really.
Period.
A couple of big days at work, a couple of days of golf,
yeah,
and then a couple of days of work.
Love that.
Love that.
A couple of days in the ocean. I wouldn't mind that as well. Surf or 2 here.
I reckon we could be out there at Sabo.
Okay.
Left rip bowl on the Cook.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, actually, I surfed yesterday afternoon. It was very, very fun. All right, here we go. Live action. Laura Raup up and riding deep off the bottom. Lays into the rail to start off. She's got a really cool style. Once again, opening up. There's a really nice responsiveness from her board right now. Laura just staying on that rail. She didn't really quite find a vertical section there so she could go up into it. And we had a great heat to round out the men's opening round for the WSL World Junior Championships. It was Will Dean taking out the last heat of the men's opening round. We'll come back to that. We do have this replay those days.
Yeah, beautiful replay here. A couple of really nice turns from Laura. And yeah, she had an amazing year last year. Got some amazing barrels around the world, and now we see her getting to showcase her rail game. And good way to start the heat there. Good way to start her campaign.
Yeah, she's a spicy surfer. So is Will Dean. He's down there with Camille.
Showing up along with the sets is our junior from America, Will Dean. Congratulations. That was a pretty sick heat. Some of the best sets we've seen today, I dare say. What is your opinion? What are the conditions like from someone who just got out of the water?
Yeah, it was pretty unexpected. It's like way bigger than when I free surfed before the comp. So yeah, it was a bit of a surprise, but I was stoked to just go through the motions. Round 1 had a little bit of nerves, but I was stoked to get it done.
Have you had plenty time to practice, or did you just get in? When did you arrive?
Yeah, I came a little late. I only had 2 full days, so not as much time as a lot of other people, but I loving the waves so far.
And it's your first time in the Philippines, correct?
It is, yes. I love it. Food's been good. People are so nice. I love it here.
Okay, loving your laid-back, chill vibe over here, and I know there's someone out there you want to say a shout-out to.
Yeah, everyone watching back in America, I know it's super late. Thank you to my family, all my friends. And then my sponsors, especially Quicksilver, Evernautical, Josh Everett. Thank you.
Okay, looking forward to seeing you surf in the next rounds. Congratulations once again. Back to the live action.
Thank you, Camille. Thank you, Will Dean, as well. That was a really exciting performance from the American surfer, Will Dean. We have 19-year-old Brazilian surfer out there right now in the lead, 5.83 for her very first wave. This is the first one of Stella Green, Stace.
Yeah, youngster from Australia, Stella. Nice hook under the lip there. Just the one turn, but not a bad way to get things going for the afternoon. Yeah, like I said, I feel like it's must be difficult when you go down for your warm-up surf in the morning and then you kind of got to sit around all day, wait your turn.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think after waiting all morning, she'll be stoked to get an early start in this heat and yeah, get the ball rolling.
Absolutely. A 3-point ride locks in for Stella Green from the Sunshine Coast. Recently taking on the under-18 Junior Australian Champions, which is a pretty big feat in Australia. I mean, there's some great junior champion names on there as well. So Stella, she's got her name on that list, and it's her first World Junior Championships here, so maybe even her first time to the Philippines, which is really cool.
Yeah. Great way to get things underway for her 2026 competitive year. And yeah, like you said, an Aussie junior title, that's a massive feat. I feel like, Australia, we're lucky enough to have some pretty good sort of structure in place around competing, and even if you won a state title like a Queenslander or New South Wales state title, with how many surfers are there and particularly good surfers, it's a massive feat. So to win the national title is it's a big deal, very similar to like the NSSA in America or something like that. It's just a lot of competitors from all around the country, and yeah, if you can battle your way through that many heats and that many 4-person heats and take out the win, you must have done something right along the way. So yeah, Stella's had an amazing 25, and yeah, like I said, good way to start 26 up here in the Philippines for a chance at a world title.
Yeah, it's pretty big. We keep saying it, but it's one of the most important junior events, if not the most important junior event on the calendar. And we actually, across the board in this heat, we have all national champions. Laura Raup is the national Brazilian champion of 2025. Anastasia is a 4-time South African champion as well, which is pretty crazy. So big, expectations from these women in this heat.
Yeah, and I guess it's they're obviously representing their countries, but with those accolades, it's like, okay, well, you're the best in Brazil, I'm the best in Australia, you're the best in South Africa. Let's see who comes out on top. You do have everyone on your shoulders there.
Yeah, you can be the best in your country, but are you the best worldwide?
Yeah, exactly, and that's what we're here to find out this week. And as challenging as this wave is, I mentioned it when we were commentating the men's heats. I do like this wave for not just, obviously it's really nice to see people do big airs and get big barrels and stuff like that, but this wave is so tricky that you need to be able to read the ocean really well, and if you can find the best waves out here, they do let you unleash some pretty good combos, like we saw of Laura on that first wave. So yeah, it's exciting to see, like in the men, who's got their act together, and same with the women, who's kind of got that flow and those combinations and major maneuvers. So this is the canvas to kind of display it. So yeah, it's going to be an exciting week watching it all unfold.
Yeah, it really is. And I think as well for the women, having the men start off the day, it kind of gives them a little bit more of an edge, in the sense that they've been watching it, they can kind of see across the board around where the best place is to take off. So They do have that advantage coming into this round.
Yeah, exactly. It's sort of whoever goes first is always going to be that guinea pig, isn't it? So they get the chance to see it and see where the scores, see what the judges are appreciating.
Wow, big connection there for 19-year-old Laura Raup. Wow, that was a big section and really great commitment. That's going to be well rewarded, you think? Yeah,
that's going to be a really nice score. I think we might even see that go over her wave where she had multiple turns. In one huge turn is always going to get the judges' attention, particularly on a section like that. Yeah, she timed it really well.
It's almost like it's cleaning up a little bit now, the conditions. It's looking like it's getting really fun. I mean, that section just stood up so beautifully for Laura there. She's already got the 5.83. Let's see what this answer back is for Anastasia. Quick off the bottom. It's a little bit of a chattery wave. She gets up and into that section. Unfortunately, just mistimes it and comes unstuck for Anastasia Venter, 18 years old. She'll be feeling really comfortable out at a right point. She is from J-Bay as well, so maybe just trying to find her feet, and then she can really start to open up. Let's see.
Beautiful part of the world that is where she's from, and massive turn there, pushed the tail through the lip. Could have easily just gone up and just sort of rode the coping out into the flats, but she actually, as we see on the slow-mo replay here, great angle, bang, really gets the tail through the lip and gives it some And she'll be stoked with that. And the judges have absolutely loved it. 7-point ride. Yeah. So that's a very, very respectable total for an opening round heat today already, just on her first 2 waves. Like, super professional. I don't think we've seen too many heats where someone's put like 2 keepers on the board, like bang, bang.
Straight away.
That's really, really well done there from Laura.
It's like classic building the house.
Yeah, and just kind of pressure back on the other competitors now. You know, like, it's obviously great for your own individual tally, but now the pressure's all back on them. It's like, she could essentially get out of this heat with that total now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anything from here is a bonus.
Yeah, even looking at that heat, the combined total, and you're thinking that she would have taken out some of the boys.
She's nearly chucked the roof on first.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
She could not catch another wave, as you said, Stace, and be out on top. I mean, having a 7 and hearing that for yourself is like, oh, okay, that's, you know, a real confidence, especially straight away, day 1 of the event. For the other competitors in this heat, they're like, oh, okay, don't love to hear that. Stella Green up and riding. A little bit of a slopier one here, but she tags it there for the Sunshine Coast Surfer. I know that her big sister Taylor Green was very proud when Stella qualified for the World Junior Championships, and I'm sure she's watching on back at home, but needs to find herself on a better wave. Yeah, definitely. That wave actually almost looked like it surprised her a little bit there. I think she was ready to give up on it, but it actually had another section down the line. I don't think she missed out on too much, but it is, the characteristics of this wave are very much unlike anything that Stella would sort of grow up at home. You know, lucky to be from the east coast of Australia, where the right points are really predictable. You know, even where she's from, up on the Sunshine Coast, obviously the Gold Coast gets all the limelight, but there's still some great waves up on the sunny coast. But they're still very much an even tempo, as they, whether it's Noosa or Moffat Head or any of these waves, they kind of just break down the line. Whereas this wave here at La Union, it's sort of like a beachy and a point all mixed into one, so you have to be sharp. You can't give up on the wave. There's always, there could be a bonus, or there could be something going on you haven't really thought of. So that's actually that's a great way to describe it, Stacey. It's a beachy and a point mixed together. We saw Ollie Zeitz going left, and last year with the crew going left trying airs. Like, there's so many different ways you can get a score out here. It's crazy. There's so much opportunity. It's just finding those ones to be like, okay, I'm not going to surf down the line. I'm going to surf in the section. Or I have to surf a little bit down the line because there's this oncoming section. Totally. You just, as we were talking earlier, the wave's going to talk to you and tell you what it wants. Totally. You've just got to go with what's in front of you. You can't be too premeditated, otherwise you'll butcher it. But saying of Stella's year and obviously qualifying for this event, it's massive, and it's pretty lucky for us travelling from Australia. It's one flight straight up from the east coast of Australia to Manila, and then a bit of a drive. Whereas, a lot of these other competitors, they might have to get here a day or two early just to shake off that jet lag. Coming from South Africa, or even Brazil, it's such a long way. Like, diabolical amounts of travel to get here. So, I think that coming from Oz is pretty straightforward. Yeah, it's easy. It's an 8-hour flight and about a 5-hour drive. It's pretty quick. I think it was maybe like 20 hours door to door for us. That is Mara Lopez on screen, as well as Annette Gonzalez. I think she's coming up in this next heat, which is going to be heat number 2 with Zoe Kiner and Sky Suit, which is going to be super exciting. Mara is from Belair, I believe, and she's a really great up-and-coming Filipino competitor. She's the Filipino wildcard in this event. She'll be in heat number 4. That's a big heat with Bella Kenworthy and Catalina Zaraqui from Peru. Just under 21 minutes in this heat, we have Laura Raub out in front. A 7 and a 5.83 on her very first 2 waves is huge. A 3 and a 2.87 for Stella Green has her in second. She needs a 9.83. So now is really the situation for both Stella and Anastasia, where they almost want to just lock into the 6s, and then they can really start to kind of challenge for that lead. But 12.83 is a pretty decent total. Oh yeah, as we mentioned when it happened, like you said, there's some of the gents heats that we saw, not so much just looking at the score line, but just how they were able to structure their heat. They weren't able to find any tempo or any rhythm, and Laura to do that this early is pretty impressive. Yeah, it's huge, and I think that confidence straight away. She's just looking like she's feeling really comfortable, and it's easy for her right now. And I feel like it's so dangerous when you see competitors look like that straight away. Especially someone as good as her. Like, she has the ability to win the event, right? So she does. Now she's got 20 minutes out here almost to herself, like in a sense of
the other ladies haven't even had a start yet. So they're going to find that hard, you know, because Laura isn't going to disappear. She's going to be just as hungry to ride every set wave she can, you know. So it's like the surfer in first now has first priority. And they've got the two biggest scores, just like everything's going her way. So she's going to have, you know, a pretty enjoyable next little part of this heat, unless, you know, Stella, or Anastasia can really start to put the pressure on here. Or not, put the pressure on, but just get themselves back into this heat, because at the moment they've missed the start, and then they also missed the second jump too. Yeah. So, and Laura's just gone, you know, I'm coming through.
Yeah, she's happy about it.
She's stoked.
She is capitalised. And it's, you know, well, you're thinking back to that heat with Dylan Wilcoxon a little bit earlier. Now maybe for them it's more just, okay, I just need to be confident in my surfing right now and see where it takes me. Stella Green, she's got a fair bit of speed, lays into the rail, unfortunately just loses it. So she won't better that score and better her situation. She has a 3 and a 2.87. We had Annette Gonzalez on screen just before Yanire. She's coming up in heat number 5. And talk about sibling duos. I mean, those two women are a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, they pretty much dominate everything over in the European pro junior scene. And, yeah, it's good to see them back out here for a second year together. You saw Annette warming up on the bike there. You might be wondering why she was going so hard on the bike. She's actually coming off the back of a pretty bad knee injury. So I think she was actually trying to give the knee as much as she could just to test it. Yeah. Had a couple of surfs the last couple of days. Admittedly, she said she wasn't feeling absolutely her best, but sometimes you just got to beware of the wounded warrior, you know? You never know. But you've also got to think about your career and your whole year lined up. Obviously, she's going to go to Hawaii after this and compete in the Challenger Series event. So there's a lot on the line here this week, but you also you don't want to put yourself in any harm's way if you're pushing, if you're not quite ready. So I think she's really making this decision right up until the heat starts as to whether or not she'll actually surf or not, I think. Said wasn't feeling that great this morning, just fully braced up when she's walking around. So we'll see. Hope it's all good, but that's was a pretty aggressive warm-up for a reason.
It's a really tricky situation as well when you're thinking about injuries. It's like, do I make the call and stick with it now and potentially make it worse? Or do I just go, you know what, I'm not going to do it and wait until I'm back to 100%?
And it's really hard to weigh up the risk versus reward.
Fully.
It's so hard. That's why you need to be surrounded by good people, because they can really help you make those decisions. We saw Julian Lusser there, her coach, it's Keone's dad, and he's been around this forever, you know, he knows. And as a junior, you know, you kind of you can see it now, you want it now, but you've got to understand, you're going to be competitive surfing for the next 15, 20 years, and you're going to be still hurting in your 40s because you went a bit hard when you were 18 or whatever. It's just like all those things are the things you got to weigh up. So, but it is hard though. The world title trophy's just sitting down there, staring everyone down. Yeah. You know, a lot of these competitors, you know, they've got one hand on it in their minds.
Absolutely.
Especially someone like Annette with how good she surfs. So, it's an interesting one.
It really is. I mean, I don't know if you've tried to pick up that trophy stakes, but it is heavy.
Not that one in particular, but I was lucky enough to be around a few growing up, and they're nice.
Yeah.
Good, great to hold the keys in.
Yeah, you're like, oh, hang on a minute. You hear the cheers in your head and you're like, wait, this is happening. Yeah. Well, 16 minutes to go, Laura out. She's really just in a commanding lead. A 7 and a 5.83. Stella Green in second, Anastasia in third right now. Big scores required for them both. That is Sky on screen there. She's a very exciting young female competitor as well. And got a bit of colour there to just...
So, she just finished crocheting that tree. So she's done a great job. Well done, Sky.
Yeah, great heat warm-up. Just
get the hands
keeping
moving.
Calm. Bit of mindful meditation. Love it. That is, really cool. Yeah, she's such a young powerhouse, Sky. So I feel like this next heat is going to be really exciting. I mean, you've got obviously so many different approaches from the 24 women that is in the draw. Yep. You never know what you're going to get. Sky, she's really good in the air. So hopefully we'll see something like that happen. We're starting to see those airs really make a statement in female surfing, particularly in the juniors as well. We were talking about it earlier. Yeah. It's getting younger and younger, the qualifications.
Either of these two older than 15? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
No, I think they might be about that, 14, 15.
Yeah.
So
Zoe's 15, Sky's 16.
Yeah, it's it's cool to see.
Yeah, Sky taking out the Stab High Ladybird division last year.
Yeah, I can't believe that we're already into 26.
Yeah.
That was at the end of last year, wasn't it? That was November or October. Pretty cool
I was
cool
like,
trophy to have.
2025. That was
Yeah,
this year.
yeah.
but it's
I was
not.
like, no, it was this year. No, it wasn't.
Yep.
It was last year.
Last year.
Yep. But yeah, like I
16.
mentioned earlier, this is the 2025 World Junior titles, and yeah, I think you can be 20 and under. So we mentioned Winter Vincent's 21 at the moment, but obviously he was 20 when he was competing, and just had an early birthday. You know, good on him.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's in the women, the median age, even obviously on the World Tour, is a lot lower than the men. You see that with Katie Simmers and even Caroline Marks. She feels like a veteran now, but she's still only 22 or 23 or something. They're super young.
And then you look at T. Zagrowski, she's 14, 15, who's just qualified, is insane.
She's going to be lethal.
Live action, Laura Raup, she is a fiery surfer in her own right, and we're seeing that right there. I loved that turn and that connection. Wow, that would have been huge, but hopefully a little bit of an insight into what we could see to the back end of this heat from her.
Yeah, or even like the back end of the event.
Yeah.
You know, like what you mentioned,
100%.
she's kind of settling into this heat now, got a really good score on the board. She can start to kind of toy with a few different ideas, maybe a few different turns she's been working on, and sort of see how it feels in a Rashi.
And it's good, these opening round heats where you say no loss. This is Anastasia Venter from South Africa, 4-time South African champion. Staying on the rail through this one. Unfortunately, that wave really fat, kind of lacking that steep section that we've seen from Laura's waves.
Oh, you're nicer than I am.
Yeah.
That wave had a beautiful big section on it, and she had this lovely big fade, and just unfortunately just missed a massive scoring opportunity. And that's like what you mentioned, this wave, it kind of disappears on you. But when it's when it's there, you kind of
you've got to be really reactive.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Otherwise, it goes so quick.
Yeah, it'll just pass you by.
Yeah.
And that was the frustrating thing for Stella on her last wave too. I really feel like she actually did the hardest thing you can do out here, which is identify a good wave. And she had the good speed and the good section and everything like that, but unfortunately just couldn't ride through the wobbles. And you could kind of tell that wave had a few more opportunities down the line. So that's where she's just got to remain calm and sort of go, okay, well, no, they're out here. These waves that I know I can ride really well are out here. How do I find one?
And I guess as well, that really comes back to board selection too, coming into, it's such a big open wave and a big open space of ocean here. Even Winter was saying he was watching the heats before. He chose a board, and by the end of his heat, his board was too small.
Yeah.
It changes so much. So being really on lock and in tune with what boards you're going to be riding out there, it almost feels like you want something a little bit longer.
You could definitely go something a little longer in like a regular shape, or you could stay the same size and go like a round tail.
Yeah.
Just to help you kind of drive through the section a bit more, but it's you don't want to be looking small on the wave. We're obviously off the broadcast cameras here, filmed nice and tight. The judges are a little way set back, so if you're kind of looking like you're a bit chippy and riding too small of a board, they're not going to get too excited. You really want to see the water just kind of flying off your rails and looking like you're using all of the wave face, and that's where I guess a longer board or maybe even a rounded tail, just helping you kind of hold those lines a bit longer, could definitely help. I think you just want to be riding a board that feels really comfortable in the lip if you get that section. There's no guarantees you're going to get that section, but you just want something like a good all-rounder, because this wave's just got so many different characteristics. Like if you were kind of thinking, step up, round tail, long, drawn out calves, you could end up on a wave that gives you a ramp every time, and then you're on this like long, gun of a board that can't even do airs. So it's just a tricky one. You just want something that's looking real versatile, and you see a lot of JSs, a lot of DHs, a lot of Sharp Eyes. All of these boards, a lot of Mayhems, all of these shapers, they know what they're doing. Every one of those board manufacturers has that board in their quiver.
Absolutely.
You've just kind of got to figure out, I guess you've just got to find one that you like and kind of go with that. But it's just part of the equation though, isn't it?
Oh.
Where am I going to sit? What board am I going to ride? All these things, and when the pressure's on, you start making some horrible decisions. That's what all the fun. That's the fun part of it.
It is fully, and then that goes back to having that support team behind you. Being like, okay,
definitely.
The last 4 days we've tried 3 different boards. This one's looked the best in this condition.
Yeah.
And that's like relying on those people and also on your gut instinct as well is so important. I mean, as junior competitors, there's still so much learning with all of these women in the draw and men as well. It's just really, it's
and you can
such
get
a
that
help to have people giving that advice.
Massively, and you can get that help like so many different ways. Like you could be a mum or dad.
Yeah.
It could be, you know, a coach, you know, like that you see on the World Tour that, like, you know, has the clipboard and the camera and all this. Or it could honestly be just a good friend.
Yeah.
Like you do see a lot of guys and girls on the tour, if they've done a lot of competing growing up and they've had that high level of structure, sometimes they get to the CT and go, look, I know what I'm doing. I just want someone that knows me and knows my best. And if I'm not at my best, how can I get there? It doesn't have to be someone with a PhD in surf coaching.
Yeah.
It could just be like a good mate, someone that maybe surfs real good, or even your shaper. Shapers are often the best coaches because they're so brutal.
Yeah.
They're not really pumping your tyres up. Like, they're just keeping you kind of, you know,
grounded.
Yeah, or just simple. Like, this is what you need to know. This is where we're at. This is what board's looking good. Like, knock yourself out kind of thing. So, yeah, there's so many different ways and so many different levels of support these days. And, yeah, at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, it's awesome that the sport has that, you know, because that wasn't always the case. You know, it was like one or two guys on the World Tour might have a coach. Yeah. But now, one or two don't.
Yeah.
It's going completely the other way.
It?
Yeah.
It's so, like, having that brutal yet honest feedback is so important in any sport, but particularly on these stages when you're surfing for world titles.
Yeah, totally.
You know, having that someone to be like, oh, yeah, that board looks good, but you don't take that out.
Yeah.
You know, it's better in different conditions. This is the one you want to be on.
Totally.
And that just takes out all the question marks.
Yeah.
This is live action. Laura, she's got a great team behind her, and she's really opening up already. Nice connection there. Laying into the rail, a little bit of open face through this. You can really see it start to fatten out. She's already got a 7 and a 5.83, so bit of a playful wave there for the Brazilian surfer. Her first ever QS she competed in. She actually took it out at 15 years old.
No way. That's a good start. 1 from 1. Thanks for coming.
That's amazing. So crazy. So she's just... Yeah,
I've been really enjoying watching Laura's career over the last couple of years, but particularly in Hawaii. Like, she spends a lot of time there.
Yeah.
Chucks the helmet on and gets out, you know, off the wall back door, and is not scared. Like, charges some big pits, and that's definitely been the biggest growth area for the women's surf in the last sort of 5-10 years.
Yeah.
Along with airs, it's like seeing what the women are doing now in the tube is unbelievable, and like I think the biggest thing is doing that not in a rashie.
Yeah.
Because, you know, there's a lot of surfers that just wait till they get to the tour to kind of figure that out, and you see surfers like her that are doing it just off their own back, fighting the crowd, you know, putting the elbows out and then trying to get in those good waves. And to see her surfing so well here on the wave face is like, okay, cool, we know she's got it on the rail, and there's always that question mark with any surfer, like, how are they going to ride the tube? How are they going to go when they get to Tahiti, Pipeline, you know, Super Tubos in Portugal, or any of these waves? And I think Laura's kind of doing a really good job of working it all out.
Yeah, that's why I'm really interested to see, you know, the next Challenger Series on the calendar year is Pipe.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see, you know, how that's going to play out, because some people have never been there.
Yeah, or they have, but they haven't made the effort to put themselves out there.
Yeah.
Like, you know, they just go to Hawaii and surf Rockies or whatever it may be. Stella Green up and riding on a good-looking wave here.
Yeah, she's got a good-looking inside connection, lots of speed, absolutely belts it. Stella Green, that's a better connection for the young Australian surfer from the Sunshine Coast. Oh, unfortunately coming unstuck through that inside. You can go in there with so much speed, and then one little bump just catches you off guard. But that second turn that she got there, lots of power and a great connection.
Yeah, you can see she got the power, like natural power when she goes near the lip. Just absolutely hammered that section. She did well to get through the foam here. Even that turn there is not an easy turn to do with that much foam on the face. She did a great job powering down the line here. Beautiful bottom turn. Whack, spray still coming down after that. And then wave kind of not much on offer after that. So I wouldn't say that falling off here did too much of a deal, other than it's a little bit like a, you know, bit of an alt moment. But other than that, I don't think it would have affected the score. And see what the judges think. There it is, a 5.33, which is great. Puts her right back in the game here.
Yeah, only needs a 7.5 to go to first. It's still a pretty decent score, but she's got the ability to. That's a little insight into our morning commute to work. We get to...
I just did that run there.
Did you?
Yeah, across the front. And,
almost
wet socks.
Got caught out.
Yeah,
Oh,
not too bad, though. It could have been wet body. Like, it had been tied super high at the moment. The swell's kind of picking up. It was, like, hammering in there. But, got the heart rate up.
Then.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, good connection. Anastasia Venter. She went a little bit quiet, but opening up in the last 5 minutes of this heat. She's going to stick with this wave. Her best score, a 2.03. If she can complete this one, she's on her way to a good number. Just a little tap there for Anastasia. So she gets back out. She was sitting in a combination situation, so looking to break combo with 4.5 minutes to go, and I feel like she'll do that. But yeah, it's crazy walking to work in the morning. You're kind of just cruising, and then by the afternoon you're running.
Yeah.
But this is a good last wave for Anastasia.
Yeah, she did well here to obviously had that mistake on the last wave where she missed the steepest part of the wave. Not the case here. She squared it up and absolutely belted it. So good to see her kind of rectify that mistake from the last wave and put it to good use there. A little bit of a bobble, but I don't think the judges will mind too much. You know, they're going to give you a little bit of a lenience when they can see you trying that hard to do the biggest turn you can. So not too much after that, though. And then I'm not too sure if this was directly behind. Yes, it was. Wow, beautiful turn in the lip there.
She's just got so much fire in her surf. You can really see that. Yeah, it's her board is responsive, and she's just like seeing every section and just like.
And you can just see that like commitment to the turn,
fully
compared to sort of Stella and Anastasia. Obviously, both great turns from the other two servers, but Laura's just got a little bit more control over her board and sort of the direction of the nose and where it's going.
Agreed. That is the team there for Annette. We can see Yanire as well. Looking to slowly get ready for her heat. She's coming up in heat number 5, but you know, main thing is just supporting on her sister. Scores are in a 4.0 locked in for Anastasia, 5.33 as we said for Stella Green, 4.67 for that last one of Laura Raup. So situation remains the same, but we're starting to see some different scores filter into the scoreboard. 3 minutes, and Laura, she's still out in front, just courtesy of those first 2 waves.
Yeah, exactly. And like what you mentioned earlier, it's like even if the other surfers, which they have done, started to kind of put themselves back in that heat, it's just going to be a matter of time. You know, obviously with only 2.5 minutes on the clock, and the trickiness of identifying a good wave, like a 7.5 and an 8.83, has been pretty difficult for everyone today. So it's just sort of, you'd still say the odds are well and truly in Laura's favour, and yeah, courtesy of that good start, she can kind of just make her way back out the back and look to kind of close this one out.
Yeah, she's in a good spot, and I think we keep talking about preparation. I feel like her preparation coming into this event has really allowed her just to be confident straight away off the bat, and that is so important, and especially such a big leg up going into, you know, a round of 16. You're missing that elimination round, which is when the nerves are actually real. You know, it's like, if I lose now, I lose.
I'm going to throw out a spicy theory.
Okay, I'm interested.
I'd cop a loss here if I was coaching someone here.
Yeah.
And they lost first heat. I wouldn't let the wheels fall off.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
Like an extra heat out here. I think Jessie mentioned it earlier. Both men's finalists went through the elimination round last year.
Really?
And I'm not surprised, just with how hard the wave is to read, and we've mentioned it once or twice. It's fun, but it's difficult to identify the waves. And if you've got an extra 35 minutes out here that someone else didn't have, particularly if we have a long gap in between when we surf again. So those winners from round 1, they might not surf for a few days.
Yeah.
The people who've gone through the ER, they've had a few extra reps, a bit of extra lineup, look at it. So I know exactly what you mean. You don't want to be in that round, but I reckon you could make the most of it for sure.
Blessing in disguise.
I think so, yeah.
2 good turns there for Stella Green. Unfortunately, just catching the nose on that last one. She's got 1 minute, and 7.5 is what she is looking for. But even just a couple more waves under about 55 seconds to go. Laura, she has really just controlled this heat from start to finish. She's found herself with first priority with 45 seconds to go. And I actually don't mind that theory, Stace. I feel like that is definitely a blessing in disguise, being in that elimination round.
You'd be devoed, you'd be spitting chips.
Yeah.
You know, you'd be bummed that you lost, but I think
it's all about your mindset, though.
Yeah, well, just like using that extra opportunity, you know, getting out there, and particularly if you get to look at it under some different conditions. It's just such a different lineup with no one out, and getting that experience, I think, could be really beneficial.
Yeah.
But I could also see Laura walking out of this round with a ton of confidence, which she should, and she's going to be very hard to beat in round 3. So it's no matter what way you look at it, though, I still think that there's plenty to take out of both sides, whether you win or you lose this first round.
Yeah, big confidence boosters for Laura Raup. Stella Green and Anastasia Venter will be moving on through to the elimination round. We've got a stacked heat number 2 coming right up. Don't go anywhere. We'll have a quick break and be right back with more action. Day one of the WSL World Junior Championships presented by Purefoods and Magnolia has absolutely provided. We saw some incredible surfing from the men's opening round. We had heat number 1 just finished, Laura Raup taking that one out for the women. Heat 2 right now, Annette Gonzalez at Stabare. We've got Zoe Kiner and Sky Suits out there. It's just a stacked heat. We've got some young guns in this one as well. Annette, she is 18 years old. Zoe, 15. Sky is 16. So a little bit of experience is matched with a little bit of that younger kind of cheeky Grom energy. So we'll see what happens. 35-minute heats, of course, and joined once again with Stace Galbraith. And Stace, it's been an exciting day. We've got 4 heats left, or 5 heats left, including this one, to round it out.
Yeah, it has been. It's been a ripper day. It's good to see the beach down there packed. The sun's out.
Yep.
Heaps of waves rolling in. Saw an exciting heat last heat. Laura Rubb absolutely got underway pretty early and never looked back. And then we've seen some exciting action from the men today. We've seen some slow heats and some real good heats, and yeah, it's a pretty good day one so far.
Yeah.
Pretty pleased with how we've been powering through this round.
No complaints. Lots of selfies. Heaps of fans down on the beach. Zoe, she's just come off a 4th at the ISA World Juniors in Peru. Nice first turn. She's got a lot of fire and spice, and she's looking to finish this one off. Really, really good intent there for Zoe on her very first wave, opening up her account. And it's nerve-wracking, you know. You get your first wave in an event like this. It's a World Junior Championships, and you can either sink or swim, and she's looking pretty good.
Oh, it's a great way to start. Here's some vision a bit further down the beach. That's where we're staying.
Yep.
And I've just been thinking about like waves around the world that you would want to warm up at for coming here, and I reckon that ISA event's not too bad.
Yeah.
You know, kind of a pretty fun right-hander, and couple of steep sections, couple of bit flatter sections, and I reckon that surfing a few heats down there in a wetty and then coming here and getting to chuck the boardies and bikinis on, I reckon that's a pretty good warm-up, actually.
Yeah,
Well done.
agreed. And as well, it finished about, 2-3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So you've come off that 4th place in Peru for the ISA World Juniors.
You're kind of stoked. We've still got a bit of fire in the belly. You know, you
Yeah.
didn't win, so you kind of want a bit more.
You've had a bit of a break,
Yep.
and now you're like, all right, I'm ready to get the
Yep.
Rashi back on.
Yep.
4.83 locks in for Zoe's first wave. Starting off strong. Zoe's dad is actually Filipino, so she's really happy to be here in the
awesome.
Philippines, to be experiencing the culture. Someone who's also doing that, Laura Raup, she started off extremely strong. A 7 and a 5.83. She took out that last heat. She's down there on the glass with Camille.
Thank you so much. Bringing in the heat is Laura for that opening heat of the women's round. And Laura, you had a pretty good finish here last year. I think you had an equal 5th place finish here in La Union. So between last year and this year, did you do anything differently? What did you do to prepare?
Yeah, first of all, I'm super stoked to made it through this heat. I was kind of nervous because it's the first heat of the contest. I was like, oh my gosh, it's me opening the women's round, so I want to do great, and I did. And yeah, it's much better to be here for the second time. I mean, all the girls that are here didn't surf in like bigger conditions like it is today. And I was like, okay, I got it, because last year I surfed a day that was like this, and I love this wave, so I was like, okay, let's go. And I opened up with a 5.8, I think, and then I grabbed like a closed section, and I was like, okay, let's go for one turn, and the jets like it, and I got a 7, so yeah, I'm super happy to make it through this round.
Yes, and that was the highest single wave score of that heat, a 7.0, whereas the other surfers were kind of struggling to get on their 5s and their 3s. What do you think is the point of difference between your wave selection and theirs?
Yeah, that I was talking about that before, that I surfed these conditions before here, so it was easier for me, but at the same time it was pretty hard out there. It's much bigger than it looks like. I was like, oh my gosh, I should have bring my bigger board because it's looking heavy. And now on the end of the heat, that was a huge side. I think that was like, I don't know, a 5 feet, I don't know. But yeah, super happy to made it through, and I love Philippines.
Thank you so much, and we love you for that. Quick about the board, what size is this, and what size did you want to bring out there?
Yeah, this is a Sharp Eye from Portugal. It's the 550 model. I like it when it's this conditions kind of like softer, and it's a 5.7. That's why I said that I should have bring the step up, but it's working and Sharp Eyes are amazing, so I'm pretty stoked to be doing this work with them.
Okay, so at this point, just say a message of thanks or shout out to anyone back home watching you and supporting you.
Eu queria agradecer a todo mundo que está acordado essa hora no Brasil, é madrugada, mas obrigada por torcerem por mim. E deu boa nessa primeira, eu estava um pouco nervosa, mas vamos com tudo que agora passei direto para o terceiro round.
Time to bring up the step-ups and back to the live action.
It is just getting bigger and bigger. The swell is filling in. Thank you, Camille. Thank you, Laura. And we haven't seen any waves roll through, but before we went into that interview, so Zoe's dad is Filipino, so she's been really happy to kind of be to the Philippines, see where her grandma's from, and
Classic.
experience the culture here.
Yeah, look, I could be completely out of line here. She's obviously representing the USA, as opposed to Sky, who's representing Hawaii, but I'm pretty sure Zoe spends a lot of time in Hawaii. She might live there or spend a lot of time there, or maybe dad's from there or something like that. But the Filipino-Hawaiian connection is legit, and a lot of crew from Hawaii do have a really strong connection to this part of the world. As we see Sky there. Oh, wow. Make that. Oh, wow. That term's sick.
Okay, that could have been huge. Here we go. Annette opening up, really opens the shoulders. Once again, just leaning into the rail.
Kobe Enright.
Yeah, absolutely Kobe Enright. And she's just looking really smooth right now, just turning on a dime. Unfortunately, hasn't really found that steep section on this wave, so you can kind of tell that she's feeling that first wave, though. She waited about 9 minutes for that one, so that's okay.
Yeah.
She can regroup.
That was a great start there for just giving her sort of personal journey. Like I mentioned, did have a pretty big knee injury,
yes.
So just to kind of get one wave on the board that didn't have any like life-threatening end sections that you kind of like question, okay, do I have to hit this or not? Just a couple of nice carves, pretty easy.
Please don't let me hit
Pretty easy on the body, and just test the knee out and see if it still works. And it looks like it does for sure, as opposed to Sky, who had a huge section, gave it what for, but unfortunately came unstuck.
Yeah, how was that turn? That would have been a massive score if she had made that. I mean, we know that Sky is so good in those critical sections. This is that last one of Annette's, though.
Yeah, you can see beautiful, just, coming from behind the section, still trying to aim her board up into that real tight part of the wave. It's real nice professional surfing there, and you can kind of tell when someone's had that experience on the Challenger Series and then they come back to a junior event like this, that level is well noted, as we see Sky here identified this huge section, did so well.
Whoa.
And kind of did all the hard work and just kind of fell off at the bottom.
What do you think went wrong there? Is it just
maybe just like entry speed? She sort of got a little bit hung up at the start of the wave, and did the hard part, like had the courage to hit the lip, but just didn't quite get the projection probably out of the lip. Sort of need to come out of those turns like forward and kind of coming towards the beach, as opposed to like landing down with it. And she probably just didn't have the right like entry speed to get sort of that sort of glide that you'd want. Which is, it's frustrating because, you kind of, as you saw, she was there, but just didn't have that, like, forward momentum. Like, her body was falling forward, but her board kind of didn't want to go with her, which is, just maybe a sign of maybe just not having just enough speed.
Super frustrating, because that could have been a massive
it would have been a great start, and insane. A quick start, too, like one big turn straight out the back, no worries, but that's all right, still plenty of time left.
Absolutely, just on 25 minutes to go in this heat. Sky, we mentioned a little bit earlier, 16 years old, from Haleiwa, Hawaii, and she is the Stab High Ladybird champion.
True, you left the light on.
Oh my goodness, what do you, my bad. Sorry guys, light and aircon is on in my room.
Yeah.
Getting myself sorted when I go back, but that is...
That's our spot. It's looking majestic.
It is. It's absolutely gorgeous. We've got some fun waves out the front of our zone as well.
Yeah. Everyone's saying bring out the... bust out the step-ups. I'm going to run down the coast and bust out the 20, I reckon.
Yeah. Me too. I'm actually kind of excited to take the 20 out. Let's do it. I mean, there's so many fun waves along this gorgeous coastline here of San Juan. Mona Lisa Point, showcasing one of them, probably the best in the lineup, but there's heaps of fun, playful waves all around. Had 2 surfs yesterday.
Did ya?
Yeah.
Surf bender.
I know. I can't remember the last time I've had 2 surfs in a day.
Yeah, I can't either.
It was crazy. I called Dad. I was like, speaking of 2 surf trees.
Yeah, so good.
Yeah, lots.
Fun little beach up around the corner there
Literally,
too.
yeah. There's actually an.
Look at that set. It's like closing out.
Wow. There's also an island off somewhere around here as well that's apparently really fun. But this is live action, Zoe.
Whoa, make that.
Bend your knees just a fraction.
Wow, that was sick.
We both just had the exact same reaction to that. That could have been huge.
Yeah. And then, you know what, the judges would have too, you know, because they sit there all day and there's a lot of surfing that's kind of out and around and in nice form and everything, but it's sort of rare to see like a nice steep section like that where, you know, surfers are able to kind of show a bit more sort of dynamic approach and, you know, you want to write down big scores, you want to see those.
You want to feel that excitement.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, unfortunate for everyone there, and none less than young Zoe. She could have been in a real commanding position there if she was able to kind of get that one on the board.
And that would have been an easy answer.
Yeah,
as
exactly.
well for the judges,
Yep.
an easy reply.
Yep.
I mean, exciting for us to see that commitment from Zoe, to see her be like, yeah, I'm going to be hitting those sections.
Yep.
It's just, those completions, they really come into play and they're so important.
Massive importance on that. And then the like you saw in Laura in the last heat, the judges not scared to give one turn a decent score. You know, the wave then wasn't as big as Laura's wave, but still had a great turn on it. You know, I've only got a couple of 4s in this heat so far, so that could have easily been the best wave of the heat.
Yeah. Zoe and Sky's first ever World Junior Championship as well. So, you know, trying to figure out where they fit in the scores. I mean, there's 24 women, so they're trying to figure out where they fit in the pack. That is Kathleen Casals. She is coming up next. She's from Belair, and then we've got Arena Rodriguez Vargas, and also Maria Salgado as well, coming up for heat number 3 of the women. We're running up to heat number 6, I believe, for the women's opening round. Heat 7 and 8 are going to be on potentially tomorrow. We'll see. Hopefully the surf is going to be super fun. And for Zoe as well, she got first in the Pro Junior in Pismo, second in the QS at Virginia Beach, and also at Morro Bay. So she's had plenty of finals appearances. This is Sky right now, though. She's got a great style, great commitment, big section ahead of her, belts it. That's a better timing, gets that completion, So that's going to be her best wave that she's locked in this heat so far. And I liked how she's kind of just turned it back just a little bit to get a score.
Yeah, exactly. And like you could see there, she really had the time to kind of line up that section and deal with it. It was a beautiful turn, and she's definitely going to put herself right in this heat. Like as we said, there's only a 4.5 and a 4.83 on the board. So even if that comes in under, which I think it will, it's still going to be in the ballpark where you kind of you're in the heat now. No one's running away with this heat with 7s and 8s and 9s. So you've only got to win the heat you're in. And at the moment, she's definitely put herself right in the mix, which is good.
Yeah, it's a fresh slate for this heat. 4.5 for Annette locks in. 4.83 for Zoe is still the best wave. Here we go. Annette Gonzalez up and riding. You can see she's nursing that knee injury, but really navigates those sections well. And wow, it's like she's not even worried, honestly, on those sections. Good strong turn there for Annette. Bit of patience through to this inside section. It can get a little bit wobbly and weird. Snaps it in the pocket. Driving through with lots of speed. Opens up those shoulders. Big swooping wingspan there. So Annette, she'll lock in another wave. Not the surfing that we're used to seeing from Annette, but still the best surfing in this heat.
Yeah, I agree. That's going to be the best wave of the heat for sure. And yeah, I don't know. Sometimes the little injuries like that, or recovering from a big injury and you're not quite 100%, sort of simplifies everything for you. And I think that wave was a good example of that, as we see Zoe at the back.
Deep off the bottom, unfortunately. That wave kind of fattens out a little bit. It's really tough to kind of choose the turns that you want to do. And it's either, do I do that tight bottom turn?
Do I do 2 or just wait for it? Because you saw that wave close out. Obviously, it's like, do I just wait for that or do I try and get one in? That's the head noisy part.
Fully the head noise, those question marks. You're like, what am I doing here?
Yeah, and with the annoying thing for the surfers on not just this wave but other waves around the world that have this kind of like long down the line speed is that you have that speed. You've got enough speed to do a turn, but the wave just doesn't have what it wants. like at that moment in time. So then you kind of have to flag it. Like, I'll get to the next bit.
It's crazy. Sometimes you have too much speed for it as
Yeah,
well.
totally. Yeah, you're like, I'm not just kicking out.
Yeah.
I'll do an air off the back if I kick out. I want to put this speed into something.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
How do I make this speed just work in my favour? It's
Yeah.
crazy. But scores to come through for Annette with just under 19 minutes to go. Zoe, she's got that first priority, best wave of the heat so far. She's got such a cool backhand style, great bottom turns. I mean, she's for someone that surfs so young, that is so young, she surfs with so much maturity already. And you're expecting that in the women's side of the draw. This is that last one of Annette Stace.
First thing noticed for this wave was just the wave selection. Like you could see it had that nice double up on it as she was sort of paddling into it. She was just scratching to get into it. And you could see it had that kind of really nice line up down the line. And then, yeah, those two turns there I think were timed perfectly. Like she didn't push too hard through either of them. And then, yeah, she almost kind of got a bit of wind in her sails here and started ripping right in, and that's sort of where she came undone. But the two turns out the start were proper. This is the third turn on the wave here.
Just gets a little whippy snap in the pocket. I mean, getting any points that she can coming through to that inside. 5.83 is what locks in for Annette's last wave. So she's moved up into first place. A bigger looking wave here for Zoe. Straight up into the lip, and she navigates that section really well. Lots of speed to try and get around this section. It's tricky to do, but she does it. She's found herself on one of those bigger waves. Unfortunately, again, you know, you can have so much speed, but the wave just kind of tricks you into thinking
that
it's
went into
section.
like Bell's Beach end section mode then. Like she's going to
really
run it
did.
right up on the bricks there.
I was like, hang on a minute.
Yeah.
So Zoe, she's got a score to come through. I wonder if she got anything done out the back as well, if maybe she got a quick little turn in. But, you know, it's quite clear that these three women in this heat, they're not scared.
No, they've all had huge attempts for sure. Yeah, I mean, obviously saw that one big turn from Zoe, but it'd be interesting to see if, you know, how the judges really sort of digest that one.
2.73 locks in for Zoe, so just the one turn it's feeling like off the back of that score. She needs a 5.51 to go up into first place. Sky looking for a 7 to move into first, and that, thinking back to the coach's clipboard, the one, couple exclamation marks there.
Yeah.
For sure. That was one big turn. Unfortunately, doesn't get the completion. Kathleen, she is the Filipino wild card in this event. She's coming up in the next heat with Maria Salgado and Arena Rodriguez, which is going to be a huge heat. Arena, an incredible surfer. Deep bottom turn for Sky. Gets that top turn connection as well. She's got a good second connection there too. So 2 good turns so far for Sky, trying to find an inside little section so she can just tie that bow. And it goes into that deep section. So 2 really decent turns out the back for Sky. Gets that little carve to finish, but better surfing from her in the back end of this heat.
Yeah, big time. You mentioned at the start of this round, you know, equipment, what do you go to? Do you ride something that can hold in the bigger stuff, or do you just stick to your everyday shorty? And I think that, yeah, Sky, obviously being from Haleiwa, she's not afraid of riding a board with a bit of extra length in it. And you can definitely tell that there on the paddle back out. Like, she's absolutely flying. Plenty of, like, board in front of her arms there as she's paddling, and you can kind of tell that on the wave, like off the bottom, just looking so strong. Like, this wave's got heaps of chatters in it, and she's not looking phased at all.
If you had a heat right now, Stace, what are you taking out there?
It all depends on like how the surfer surfs, you know. So if I was working with someone who was like quite sort of agile and whippy, I'd probably just have them on their same board.
Yeah.
But I just have them sitting at a different spot. Whereas if you had someone on like, you know, a bit longer of a board, you could kind of say, oh, sit further out, get that early roll in, like, you know, get onto waves like this that give you that big open face and try and impress the judges with like the wave height.
Yeah.
Or you could kind of say like, oh, well, Annette Gonzalez has surf waves that I would probably prefer to see surfers on. But that's just my preference, you know. Obviously, there's more than one way to win a heat, you know. So I'd probably be sticking to more just like that regular versatile shortboard, maybe just making sure I have the right fins in and stuff like that, and then getting on those like more medium-sized double ups and giving it what for. But I could see that, you know, sitting out the back on a longer board also having heaps of success too. So I think it's really personal, like, and that's where, again, getting back to having someone in your corner that just knows you, because that's what we're all guilty of, right? Looking at what someone else is doing. Oh, they're doing that. They're waxing up their step up. Should I wax up mine?
Yeah.
So, well, not necessarily. Like, if that's not your jam, if you grew up surfing beach breaks and, you know, that's whatever, just ride your normal board, do your thing. You're not gonna out tactic someone who's done that their whole life of riding step ups and you know, learning how to ride that equipment and ride those style of waves. So yeah, I think there's so many different little spots out here. I just look to get someone in the spot that suited their surfing the best. And you, at that point, you kind of just you're just hoping that plan plays off. And if it doesn't, you can't really, you're not going to point the finger or blame it. And it's like, no, well, that's, you know, you've got to live and die by that plan. And it's a good thing about this wave. I think you're going to see the winners, whoever's going to win these 2 trophies these next couple of days, like they're going to have to go through a lot of different conditions. They're going to do a lot of different surfing. So yeah, it's that's all part of it.
Yeah, it really highlights the all-rounders.
Yeah.
You know, the people that excel in all conditions. And, you know, even throughout the whole day, those medium-sized ones have really been the best.
Yeah, they're the best shape waves for sure. Yeah.
A 5.5 we saw just lock in for Sky. So she's moved into second now, only needs a 4.84. Zoe looking for a 5.51. So, you know, working to your strengths and really playing on that is so important, particularly when we're talking about a World Junior Championship. You know, it's, as you said, Stace, it can be so easy to look at what someone else is doing and thinking, oh, should I be doing that too? Should I be doing this? And it's like, wait a second, what actually works best for me? You know, where do I excel? You know, what part of this wave is going to suit my surfing?
Yeah, totally.
And suit my approach, and then kind of building off that.
Yeah, and lastly is who have I got in my heat. But that's the kind of the last thing you need to kind of worry about. You got to get yourself sorted first. But you will see that when you get on the world tour, like the really good competitors, like your Jack Robinsons and I think someone like Owen Wright, is super tactical. Like they profile their competitors so hard. They know their strengths and weaknesses just as good as they do. You know, but there's other people who don't care at all. They just paddle out and surf, and they surf for themselves, and that works as well. So yeah, it's it's like I said, there's so many different ways you can win a heat. That's the fun part of it. Lots to think about on the plane home when you've surfed a contest and you go, oh, shit, I should have done that different. Oh, next one.
Yeah, let the surfing do the talking.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's the easiest.
And on the world tour it is, because the waves are good enough.
Yeah.
You know, look at like Tahiti last year, how good the waves were. I mean, you've just got to surf.
Yeah.
You kind of put your head down and go. It's a lot less tactical. It's a lot more performance based. Whereas you come to some events around the world like Bells or J-Bay where it's pumping, but it might be a bit slow. So you really have to be thoughtful of, okay, do I want the inside? Where do I want to start? You know, do I care to get the jet ski or should I just paddle? Like all those things kind of come into it, but most of the time you're lucky enough just to let your surfing do the talking.
Yeah, it's so nice when you're in a position like that and you're like, okay, it's actually all just up to me.
Yeah.
You know, the waves are that good that I can just surf. And
I think that's the beauty of the wave pools. Like, love them or hate them, they obviously play a part in the sport. And those events are, okay, here's my chance. I'm going to get my wave at 12:51. So I better make sure I'm good to go.
I've got 3 options here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And I feel like it's it's a really two-sided thing too, because you know that you're getting the wave, but then you know that you're getting the wave. No matter what, it's going to be on you.
I would, you know, working with some of those guys and girls on the tour, I would say it's equally as nerve-wracking as the ocean. Like equally, it's a different type of nerves, but it's in the same. You know, if you put a heart rate monitor on everyone at like 10-foot chokes or like just about to get a wave at the Kelly pool and the chain fires up, you're like, crew are packing it. Like it's a challenge. It's not as easy as it looks on the TV. That's for sure.
Yeah. Surfing a few wave pools, even just to go and free surf out there, you're like, oh, okay, am I in the right spot?
You know everyone's looking at you.
What am I?
Like,
everyone's
just
watching.
right there. Yeah,
everyone's hearing the wave pool start fire up, and you're like, oh, wait, I'm not ready.
No,
Give me 2 minutes. I need 2 minutes.
Oh, 2 seconds. I thought I was ready. I just need to like straighten up my leash plug or something. Like, nah, here comes the wave.
Yeah, you're on whether you like it or not.
No, exactly.
Well, just under 10 minutes to go. We're starting to see a little bit of action in the ocean. The women just finding themselves out of position. This one maybe breaking a little bit wider. We do have Annette out in front. That last wave, just a 1.83. She does have a 5.83 and a 4.5. Zoe, a 4.83 and a 2.73. She's in third place with first priority, though, so really great positionings for her. 5.5 and a 3.33 for Sky. Sky only needs a 4.85 2:34 to move up into first place. So just over 9 minutes to go. Let's see what Annette can do on this one. Stroked into it easily. Great style. And oh, wow, really opens up. That was an aggressive turn there for Annette Gonzalez. Really love when she is able to lean into that rail. That was, I even think that one turn is going to be rewarded so well. That had so much. It was just such a good moment.
Oh, it was dynamic, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Something different. Really cool.
Absolutely. All right, let's see what Zoe can do on this wave. Looks a little bit fat, a little bit foamy, but she's going to stick with it through to the inside, a backhand calf to stay close to that power source. Hopefully opens up here, and she does. Good connection there for Zoe. Unfortunately, this inside section just fades out. It really comes to that wave selection. I mean, she had one great moment, but lots of downtime on either side of it. But yeah, that dynamic moment of Annette's, that is a really, really good connection. And that's just that fire and aggression we're used to seeing from her.
Yeah, and two, I'd like to, point out that like profiling your competitors, oh wow, let the turn do the talking there. It's like such a cool turn. But the cool thing to me was even when she was paddling into that wave, she's a third priority. And she'd know that paddling out. She's got a couple of youngsters here. They might be a little bit too worried about one another, paddling themselves too far out, all those types of things. And she's picked up a way better wave here than, say, Zoe did. And that's just part of just, being a bit more well-seasoned. She had her eyes open to that. And those are the types of things that you kind of, you have to profile before you paddle out in your heat. Like, oh, have I got a tour vet or have I got someone who it's their first year? And you've got to look to kind of work those angles and make sure you're playing to their advantage. And just, how she positioned herself under the other two there with higher priority was, super clever and sort of got herself on that wave. And, as you said, you're expecting it to be a pretty decent score. So we'll see what the judges thought of that. But I think the most thing that I took out of that is that, Zoe probably didn't really need to be on her wave.
Yeah.
But I reckon she would have seen the spray come off the lip on the wave before and went, oh, I've got to start surfing.
Start scrambling.
So, it's a good move by there, Annette there.
A 3.97 locks in for Zoe. Scores to come through for Annette's. And, even thinking back to that post-heat of Laura, she said, I've been out here in conditions like this when it's a little bit bigger here at La Union, and I know that my competitors haven't. So she already had that advantage and that, experience out here when it was bigger. This is Sky. She's looking to answer back. Live action now. Goes to the rail straight away. She's got that deep bottom turn here. Belts it. Lets her fins fly a little bit. Unfortunately, doesn't get that completion. Annette, she just locked in a 5.77 on her last wave. Gets a good connection in there. Finds a steeper face, unfortunately. Goes down. So you can see that she's starting to really open up towards the back end of this heat. 6.5 minutes to go, but 5.77 for just one turn. Well rewarded for Annette.
Yeah, spot on there, True. Like, you kind of felt like that score was going to go into be right up there with one of her best numbers, and certainly was. So, again, they're the kind of things that as a competitor you're sitting out there like, oh, I had first priority for that wave.
Yeah.
Dang.
Where was I? Why wasn't I on that?
But then when they get to the beach, they'll probably realise, no, it probably was a good leave because there was really only one turn, yada, yada. Yeah. But those are the kind of things, you don't know that in the heat, And so they're the kind of things you got to learn to, like, hear that and go, all right, got to go find myself another opportunity.
And I feel like hindsight is a beautiful thing,
in every heat in hindsight, don't you?
Yeah.
Every heat from the couch, every heat in
You
hindsight.
get 20/20 vision when you're looking in hindsight.
Yeah, it's all just too easy.
It is, really. We've got that Magnolia flight cam as well, really highlighting the conditions and sort of, giving a little bit of an insight into the point and the way this place breaks here of Mona Lisa Point as well. We've got a bit of west in the swell, and I think we'll be getting a little bit more north throughout the rest of the event as well, so that'll hopefully start to see some bowlier sections roll through. And with 5 minutes to go, there's lots on offer. I mean, this place has so many waves all around the event site, and then so much opportunity even just here as well. There's so many different activations. We saw lots of different mascots around this morning. There's some great coffee going on, ice creams left, right and centre. I mean, it's hot out there, so having an ice cream is pretty nice.
That was an amazing drone shot there.
That was. We got quite high. I was starting to get a bit...
RZA just flew that thing to the moon.
He fully did.
Yeah, but you get to see there's like that groundswell. Like, you can see the competitors here trudging through what was a pretty big set. You can see that from the drone, like that proper kind of, obviously this place is prone to getting a lot of wind swell, but it also does get those big, as you said, northwests, which are the swells that sort of boil off and go down to Hawaii. Oh, here we go. Wow.
I haven't even seen a shot like this. This is beautiful.
Uncharted territories.
Yeah. Look at that.
See that right down there?
Yep.
It goes, how's that? I'm whispering like it's a secret. Yeah, mate, don't anybody tell me about that right down there. No, that's about a 500-600 metre long wave, and that's where we're going the Savo on 20s.
Yeah.
Very non-life threatening.
I love this.
2 foot and just goes forever.
Stace, you are speaking my language.
Yeah.
That sounds so
Don't
fun.
tell anyone. But I think, it's probably a bit of a walk. I think we might need to get in the tuk-tuks.
Oh, really? It's that far?
Yeah,
Okay.
bit of a mish.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. I was hoping for just an easy walk.
Yeah, you're a Vogue surfer.
I know.
Yeah, nah, let's go on a mission.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I'm down for a mission.
You had 2 surfs yesterday.
I did.
So have one big one today, like a mission one.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Well, 3.5 minutes to go. We're getting closer to our mission surf a little bit later on, but we still have lots of action for the women's opening round of the World
Filipino
Junior
Malibu.
Championships.
Get a load of that.
Wow.
Golf course down there somewhere. Where is it?
We'll be over there later.
Yep. Thursday, I think.
All right, live action. Annette, she's stroking into this one. It's got actually a pretty good wall there. Good connection for Annette Gonzalez. And you can see that she's aware of her knee, but she's also like, I'm just going to pretend it's not there.
Well, you've been in that position before, right? Like when the rashi goes on, it's sort of just...
You tune it out.
Yeah, you're just firing.
Yeah, it feels dull. It's not even there.
Yep.
The adrenaline takes over.
Yep.
All right, this is Zoe. She had a little bit of a later takeoff, but finds herself in a good connection there. Wow, really spicy turn there for Zoe. The American competitor spends a lot of time in Hawaii. Her dad's Filipino, so she's excited to be here, but that turn there was where the money was at. A little bit earlier on in that wave for Zoe. That was really, really smooth and had that excitement to it.
That was a proper moment. She's chasing down a 6.77, and unfortunately the wave kind of let her down after that first turn. But yeah, the big body belly board in. Thought that she was maybe going to get one turn out the back, but it just kind of went past her. But this turn's sensational.
Wow.
Super dynamic in the lip.
Unfortunately, that inside just did not have much.
She tried her hardest. She kind of knew, right, I've got one huge turn here. I just need to add a little bit to this.
Yeah. It's so tough because that's when you go, do I just pull off?
Yeah, yeah.
No.
And this late in the heat too, you kind of, the time kind of makes it up for you. You kind of just got to milk that one to the death and hope that on the shore it gives you a big section that you just kind of detonate yourself on. And because we did get that last year, I remember Lennox Smith, he got a wave that was just in the middle of nowhere and let him do 3 huge turns with a big kind of closeout finish in a spot that no one had even really seen anyone get a wave there. And you just kind of, with those bigger ones, they kind of move off into deep into the channel and take on a bit of a mind of their own. And yeah, I guess that's just what she was hoping for in that one, but unfortunately no love.
It's so tough when that happens. I mean, we still do have this score to come through, so judges are deliberating with 1 minute to go or just under. Scores for Zoe to lock in. That one turn had so much speed and power to it. She needs a 6.77 to go to first, so feeling like it might not get there, but could potentially put her up into second place. Annette, she's holding down the lead with a 5.83 and a 5.77. 35 seconds to go. Sky, she's got priority, had a good strong paddle into that one. It won't really matter. She's still, no one else is out there in the lineup just yet, so she's in a good position to pick up this inside one as well. Let's see what she can do. Good connection there for Sky, finds that completion. Can she get a second turn in? She will, a little bit late to it though. With 10 seconds to go, she needs to finish this one off really strong. Goes to the rail. Lots of speed going into that inside connection. Slices away on a forehand, finding another turn in there. So really trying to push for a 6.47. Oh, sorry, 6.10 is what she was looking for. We saw that last wave of Zoe. 5.13 takes her up into second, but the heat is done and dusted, and it is Annette Gonzalez taking out that heat, a 5.83 and a 5.77. Sky's last wave, it's still yet to lock in, but feeling like it won't be the 6.1 she's looking for. We have a big heat number 3, local wildcard, Filipino wildcard, Kathleen Casals. She's going to be out there taking on Irina Rodriguez and Maria Salgado. Don't go anywhere. Jessie Starling and Di Wacko are going to come in and take you through the call.
We are watching the 24 best females, junior females in the world, battle it out right now in the opening round of the WSL World Junior Championships presented by Magnolia and Purefoods. Arena Rodriguez, she's out there in the red representing Peru. Maria Salgado representing Portugal, and Kathleen Casals, our local wildcard, she is out there in the white as well. So solid looking matchup. We've got some solid waves coming through as well. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Di Wacko. Di, I feel like it just keeps getting bigger.
Yeah, it is. It's non-stop. I mean, it's definitely getting bigger than this morning and bigger than a couple hours ago.
Absolutely. It's kind of a head scratcher, that one, because it was meant to be smaller than yesterday, and yesterday was way smaller than this. But we'll love it. If there's waves, we will definitely take it. Taking a look at this heat, though, Di, I mean, you've got to put Arena Rodriguez as the standout.
Definitely. She's currently 14th on the CS ranking right now at the moment on the CS tour, so definitely has a lot of experiences. And Maria Salgado is from Portugal, currently 4th place on the QS ranking. So
Yeah.
a lot of experiences up against one of the youngest so far from Philippines.
Yeah, Kathleen Casals, so young, 13 years old. She actually started competing in QS 3000s from when she was 9 and had to get permission to surf in those events because she was so young. So she's definitely had some experience, even though she's still super young. Taking a look at those ladies in the last heat, we've got Zoe Kana and Sky Suit. So they're going to be in the elimination round, but two pretty big names coming up in our junior divisions there on screen. But it was Annette Gonzalez Echebarri taking the win. Live action though, Arena Rodriguez. Oh, cool little stall high line to start that one off, but not much through that inside section there, Di. Tell me, you would have been watching the surf during our break just then. What's your Di breakdown of the conditions right now?
A little bit of onshore winds kicks in more than this morning, so a little bit of texture on the surface. So probably I would say the smaller ones, the inside ones, are better looking shape and cleaner faces. So I wouldn't say just go for the bigger ones. Well, if you have time and if you have a set in front of you, then you gotta go for the bigger ones. But probably first half of the heat aiming for the small ones.
Yeah, definitely. They're a lot cleaner. Looks like they have a really nice running wall as well. So hopefully we see a couple of the ladies pick apart those mid-sized ones there. So Arena coming up with a 0.5 to start this one off. Had her first CT event last year. So competed in Brazil and made it to the quarterfinals. Took down Gabby Bryan, who was in the yellow jersey at the time. Pretty cool for your first CT.
First city, 5th place, equal 5th place. That is a huge result on the CT event. And then, she's just a little bit outside of the qualification for the 2026 CT tour, but she's just there, just right there to be qualified for the CT 2026.
Yeah, pretty crazy to think that we're going to see women like Arena, Laura Rupp as well, just to name a couple, compete here this week in the Philippines. Next week we'll see them in Hawaii competing in the Pipe Challenger Series. So it is all systems go. The year is well and truly underway right now. 31 minutes here. Let's have a look if Kathleen, the local girl, is going to have a paddle. She's not into that one. I'm excited to see her once she gets to her feet, but someone who is looking strong, Annette Gonzalez Echebarri. She's down there on the glass with Camille.
Looking strong, definitely, and looking lovely as well. It's the return of the pretty pink beret that we also saw last year. Congratulations, Annette. You are well through onto the opening round. How was it out there? Was it what you were expecting? How were the waves?
Yeah, it's actually in the morning it was pretty small, and then it's bigger. And yeah, I was trying just to take a couple waves with a wall, but not close outs, and that's it.
Okay, and did you have to change your equipment? What was the strategy like? You know this spot already, so did you do anything differently this year?
No, not really. This is my magic board, and yeah, I was riding this in US Open in Saquarema too. So yeah, just surfing with the best board and having fun. That's it.
And we're really excited to have you back again here in the Philippines. So you arrived pretty early, one of the few ones to arrive and get some practice. But I would just like to ask you, when you're not on competition mode, what do you like to do when you're in a new place?
Yeah, I actually love this place. Last year I came here and it was my favorite trip of last year. So yeah, I love Philippines, and I don't know. I came not that early because I was injured. But last year I came super early, and I just wanted to know the place and the break, and that's it.
All right, so we are looking forward, and we are so excited to see you surf on through to, I would hope to be your best career result yet here in La Union. Okay, so you can do a shout out to people watching you back home.
Okay,
back to the live action.
Awesome. Thank you, Camille. Thank you, Annette. She's going to get ready because her sister is going to be coming up pretty shortly. So heart rate, it's going to stay elevated for the Gonzalez Echebarri family.
Definitely. And I remember last year, two of them in the quarterfinals, a round of 16 at the CS event. And that was a great battle between sisters.
Yes, it's so cool to see those two. They really support each other. Yanire obviously taking out the ISA gold as well. So she's got that, and we actually have both the ISA gold medalists in this event.
Right.
How? That is insane. I cannot believe that both of the ISA gold medalists are juniors still.
That's so true. These guys are still juniors, but these guys have the skill. Just like we mentioned a couple of times, that level of the junior surfers just there, up there.
Oh, they just keep pushing the bar further and further each year. So we've got a couple waves rolling on through. Last one for Arena Rodriguez. It was a 4.67, so we saw it really start to push through a couple of nice carves there for Arena. And Kathleen Casals, like we mentioned, she's super young, youngest in the draw. So she's our local wildcard from Belair, which is a pretty cool part of the Philippines that both of us have been lucky to go to. And her grandma was actually the first woman to ever surf in Belair, which is pretty cool.
That is super cool. So there's a family business in the surfing industries.
Definitely.
Wow.
And you think about, we were in Belair just honestly 6 weeks ago. And it's cool to see how strong that surfing contingent is. Using priority is Maria. That's a mistake there from Kathleen, unfortunately. Wow. Oh no, that's going to feel like it's an interference.
So Maria had a higher priority over Kathleen. She's up and riding again, but really unfortunate for that moment. We're not too sure what's going to happen with that ride.
That's a real shame. That's a hard one because being so young and not having the experience in these international events like Kathleen, it would be tricky to know the situation in that sense, because Kathleen wouldn't have been in scenarios like that before when you have second priority. She needed to pull square right then and there, because now the fact that she's in front of our surfer in blue, that's an interference.
Right.
So if the judges didn't call it, I think it would be quite weird if they didn't call it. But when you look straight away up at priority, Maria had priority, Kathleen had second. So unfortunately, that's kind of worst case scenario right now.
Wow, that's really unfortunate. But just like you said, it's she's 13 years of age, still super young, and this is not over yet. There's elimination round 2, so we're not too sure if judge is gonna call it interference, but it was pretty sure that was priority interference.
Yeah, it feels pretty clear that it was. If you're a Renner, you'd be loving it right now. She was well and truly out of that battle. Wow. Huge turn there for Arena Rodriguez. I mean, absolutely unleashing on that section there. We've got Maria up and riding on this one as well. Just a quick in and out, but if we take a look at our screens, it's called, unfortunately, interference on our local surfer, Kathleen Casals. It was always going to be it, though, Di. The rules are the rules, unfortunately.
That was really unfortunate, but still, there's one more round for her to surf in this World Junior Championship, so it's not over yet. She can just surfing here, just adjusting a little more and just shaking off the nerves right now. But the last wave for Rena, that was something.
Yeah, so priority interference there for Kathleen Casals. It feels like it'll be, I'm pretty sure, I might have to go and read the rule book quickly, but it's your second wave score is halved. So we'll have to see what that comes through at. She still has a chance potentially to make it through, but Arena's already going to start building on her scoreline here because like you mentioned, Di, that last turn was pretty solid. Actually, she loses an entire score, so there it is. She has a 0 locked in her lineup for that first wave and just a small score of a 0.77. So she'll only get one wave locked in for the next 25 minutes.
That is really hard to get into the first place with one single, wave, especially when you're up against one of the experienced surfer on the CS Tour. But the last wave for Arena, that was something. That was a huge turn.
Yeah, I love it. Can't wait to really break that one down. Just one big section too. We spoke about, we've seen a lot of surfers link waves together so far in this event here today, but haven't seen one person really jam one big turn like we have seen Arena. I'm talking across the field, both men and women. So we're seeing a different approach start to come in as well.
That was, really critical section, really horror section to hit. And she was kind of airdropping the section. And then she was controlled everything. Clean landing right out of it, super clean. So it'll be a good number for just one maneuver.
Yeah, we got some scores to lock in for that last wave. Judges not even giving us a hint at this point of what that score is going to be. They're really taking their time to think about it, but there it is, locks in. It's a 5.33 just for that one big jam there for our Peruvian surfer. So pretty cool to see that Arena, she's locking in early in this heat and she's setting a pretty solid standard. So unfortunately, that means Kathleen needs a 10-point ride to get to the lead based on one wave. And you'd have to think that maybe in 22 minutes, Arena will better by 0.1, that 4.67, which will make it out of reach. But like you mentioned, Di, how good is not getting knocked out in the first round? We've got the elimination round coming up.
Even if you made a mistakes in the first round, then you can just rewatch the highlight or replay, and then you can learn from that, and then you can actually try that in the next round, elimination round. So that is a huge deal.
I actually think it's important to have interferences early in your career. That's Definitely. How you learn. I think all of the best surfers would have had a crazy interference, story and be like, yeah, that's how I learned. if they're there, I need to be here. There has to be. You've got to be ready for everything. And like we keep mentioning, she's 13 years old. So if there's a time to learn, it's definitely now.
Definitely now. It is a time to learning. And then it's the best opportunity to learn because she's in one of the best junior level of the competition. It is the highest level of the juniors. So it is the best place to learn everything here. It's not over yet for her.
Yeah, needs a 10-point ride there for first. And then let's take a look at our Portuguese surfer. We've got Maria Salgado out there in the blue. She's currently the European Junior Champion. So she took out our European rankings in what was a really convincing season for her. Competed in some QS events and had an amazing run as well. But a newer name to what we've seen in this junior series. We haven't seen her compete here before.
The first time she's been here and experiencing the World Junior Championships. That's something, for young surfers surfing in the bigger event and outside of your country.
Yeah, she had three wins out of the 5 events in the European Junior Series. So really dominating over there. She's here with her brother, so brought her brother over to the Philippines, and it means so much to have that family support on the beach. We speak about it with the Gonzalez sisters, but to have someone who's not competing but still, just a taste of home right there in your support corner, that would mean the world to our junior surfers here.
Definitely, and especially when you're really far away from home and then you can't really make a call to your family because the time differences.
Yep.
When you have one of the family members with you in the Philippines, that means a lot for them.
I tell you what, Di, the European women are absolutely dominating at the moment. It has been so impressive to see the run they're going on. Maria flying the flag for Portugal. She is one of those women we are talking about. Brings it back to the pocket again. So really nice drawn out carve here. And with a nice finishing tag. So maybe a little bit tentative on that wave. Feel like we can see her start to push a little bit more from now on. But that's going to be a score to lock in for our Portuguese lady. But yeah, like I was mentioning, you think about Tia Zabrowski representing for France. Yolanda Hopkins just qualified for the CT. Teresa Bonvalot, Francisca Vaselko, the Gonzalez sisters. I mean, there is so much talent and results coming in the European side for the ladies.
Definitely. You know, when I did the research for the juniors for this event, and a lot of names from European, they have a good result.
It feels like we've got a cool domination rolling through from our European ladies. This is Arena tagging that end section there, looking fast and whippy on her feet. So she's got such a quick conversion rate between her turns. I mean, she goes boom, straight into another one. There's never any downtime. She's always looking for more down the line. And those big power hacks for her finishing sections, they're really just her power.
True, yeah. She's having a great, heat right now, starting with a good number 4.67 and then 5.33, and then now on this wave, just seems to like really relax out there, and then just hit that section really hard, managed really well, control surfing, so it'll be another good number for Arena.
Yeah, we've got another Peruvian lady that will be coming up in that next tee. So Catalina Zirque representing Peru as well. She's taking on our CT surfer, Bella Kenworthy, and our other local lady, Mara Lopez. So cool to see both Filipinos back-to-back in both the men and the women. We had the Espejon brothers back-to-back in the men. But right now, 18 minutes to go. Score to lock in for Arena Rodriguez. The judges taking a look at that last wave, seeing if it's going to edge ahead of that 4.67, because if it does make it out of reach for Kathleen.
Right. So Kathleen has first priority right now, but needs a 10-point rise. So that's a really, really big number. And we haven't seen any 10-point ride in the women's side.
No, we haven't. Yeah, no, we haven't. Definitely not. So it'd be cool to see one.
Oh, definitely.
Absolutely love to see one. We've got Sierra Kerr in the draw, who is one of the best aerialists in the world, so I really hope we see her take to the sky. I'm not sure if we're going to see her compete today. She is in heat number 8, so it feels like we'll see her bright and early tomorrow morning, but we've seen her do airs here before, Di. I get excited thinking about it. I feel like we'll see it again from Sierra, but right now, 17-minute score for last wave of Arena. It's a 4.4. So Kathleen still in the game here. Last of Maria is a 3.83. So 6.17 is what she's chasing. But maybe the ocean's starting to take a little bit of a breath in. Feels like it's not pulsing as much as it was before.
I think it's been really quiet compared to the last, couple of heats. But I think it's a good sign, because one of the biggest sets breaking at the back, and didn't really give a great opportunity for the surfers. So probably it's gonna be better throughout the afternoon.
Yeah, pretty cool to see our women capitalizing on this kind of bonus swell that we really didn't see coming our way. But that tide, it's still filling in. We've got really a lot of time in between high and low tide, I think it's close to 12 hours in between the high and the low tide. And it's this time of year that the locals here, they call it the mono tide. So there's not a lot of change throughout the day. It's not like being back home in Oz where tide changes every 6 hours,
Yeah, when I checked the surf forecast, and I was kind of surprised, but it's not much moving in the tide, because I think 7:50 in this morning was low tide, and then 4:30 this afternoon will be the high tide, but there's only 0.4 meters difference.
Yeah, there's barely anything in between. That's why this wave, it's so consistent. And I feel like it's pretty cool to see, different parts of the world that have this unique tidal shift to them. Then you go to Europe and they're massive tides. There's huge. Right. So these ladies having to adapt all around the world. Arena Rodriguez, she knows that. She's on the Challenger Series. Hooks up into this first pocket here. Comes around again, lots of speed and drive down the line. Wow, beautiful swoop here from our Peruvian surfer. Love to see an inside section. She's going to get one with a completion here. We're still chasing her down the line. Wow, talk about a great ride there. Arena Rodriguez, start to finish. Speed, she had style, and just absolutely unleashed on all of those sections in front of her there.
Definitely, she checked all the boxes that she needs to get a good point. And it was one of the bigger sets, and it had a great shape. She just hit every section, didn't waste any section, and she managed really well, control surfing. So it was a great combination from
cool.
Arena.
Cool to see it. One of those set waves really link up all the way through. You know, we were talking about those mid-size ones. They've been the ones you watch them and they've got this amazing wall from start to finish. But that was a set wave and it had great tempo.
Definitely. Live action.
Maria, our Portuguese lady, answering back with a really tidy finner there in the pocket. So cool to see a kind of different type of variety here from our young gun coming out of Portugal. So hopefully she got another turn just before that one. But she's starting to level up each wave. But it feels like Arena's starting to, sprint away with this one quite quickly.
Definitely with that ride, she's going to throw in out the 4.67 easy. So I'm super curious what she's going to get for the last ride.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. I feel like the judges definitely love that one. It's nice to see, it felt like she was only kind of just swinging onto that one just really nonchalantly, and then it just popped up and held up beautifully. Bella Kenworthy on your screen right now, looking cool, calm, collected. She hasn't really done too many comps in her off-season. So we mentioned earlier it's about 12 months off for those surfers who are in the 11 to 14. She's done one event.
That's a long time off. So that, just like you mentioned before, it's great to have one comp down, but this is the last wave from Arena. Nice floats the section and straight into the second, and then straight into the beautiful carve. There's smooth transition between turns, and there's going to be another hit right there. That was another beautiful vertical off the top. So definitely great combination. A lot of variety in it.
I loved that carve. You can see that body torque, the way she drives her back foot all the way through. And then this next section, a lot of foam here, Di. I mean, she did well to really control this one.
Definitely, she did really well to manage the surfboard, and just well-controlled surfing from Arena. It's going to be a great number. And this is the last of Blue. Love the one-term finish. It was one-term wave, but still, she pushes the tail really, really hard. And digital fins right out of it really clean. So it'll be a great number again.
Yeah, good looking wave there, and biggest wave score of the day so far. Excellent surfing there from Arena. It's an 8.17. So the judges, they're making it nice and simple. Great surfing on great waves is going to get you an excellent score. Bella Kenworthy looking to do exactly that. So she's coming off a knee injury as well. We saw her in a brace for a lot of the year last year, but now no brace there, Di. So she's looking more confident and comfortable.
She's back. She's back in the great shape right now then. I cannot wait to see her performances. She had a long day, long season off. 6 month or 7 month?
Yeah, already. Since
right?
March.
Yeah.
Since, when was that? In May. Yeah, really long time off. And we're not going to see her compete in a championship tour jersey again until April. So it's a pretty long time off for those women. We think about Vahine Fierro. She's in that crop of women as well. Seen her throw her hat in the ring in a couple of Challenger Series events. And I feel like every CT surfer would probably be trying to get into Pipeline as well. Get another couple reps out there before their pipe at the end of this year. But it's going to be cool to see, which crop of surfers qualify to join the championship tour this year. And Arena, she's not far out of reaching it. 2 good results. She could be on the championship tour.
Oh, definitely. Couple of ranking away from the qualification line. So definitely, her surfing level is up there, CT level. So definitely, she will be seeing her on the championship tour soon.
Mara Lopez getting ready for her heat. This is her fellow Filipino right now, Kathleen. Bit of a foamy face here, but she just needed to get this heat started, start swooping through a couple calves here. One of the most talented junior surfers coming through, goes for it on that end section. Unfortunately, goes down there for our Belair local girl. But Kathleen, you know, like we mentioned, had that heartbreaking start to this heat. So this is all really going to be about building confidence for the next one.
Definitely, and that's exactly what she needs, you know. Having an interference in the first couple of minutes gives you a lot of like frustrations. But now she needs to serve and she needs to build up the scores so that she can be surfing again in the elimination round. But definitely she wants to have a good waves in this heat.
Yeah, 2-5 for that last one. She won't get another score in this heat, unfortunately. She's lost her second wave from the interference at the start of the heat, so unfortunately she cannot get through this heat. 13.5 with only one wave. It's impossible. Right now, Arena, she's holding down first place pretty convincingly, because that last wave for Maria, that one big turn, 6.33.
That is a huge number for just one turn. I don't think we have seen one in a single maneuver got 6-point range.
No, definitely not. That's really crept up the rankings there. So 6.33 for Maria. She's only chasing a 7.18. A turn before that finishing turn, that's the score.
Yeah, that's so true. And then just one single maneuver with a 6.33 and one more turn, definitely get you a 7-point range.
Oh, get excited. Talk about this one here, Di. I mean, we could just watch this all day. This oncoming section, this is all money here.
Definitely. Just vertical off the top. A lot of spray. Air dropping section. Landed super clean. So that was 8-point range.
Yeah, Arena Rodriguez, biggest wave score of the day so far. Excellent numbers. First we've seen of the event, probably plenty more to come, I'm going to say, just with the talent that we have in this crop of juniors this year. If you're just joining in, this is the World Junior Championships at San Juan Mona Lisa Point in La Union, a really prestigious part of the surfing community in the Philippines. We have one of their finest joining us today in the commentary booth, Camille Pilar, and she's just been absolutely killing it on the sidelines. And it's been cool to pick apart her brain, really get to know this reef, get to know this wave. And it feels like it's had maybe 3 or 4 different personalities out there, even just today. I mean, think about what it was like to when we rocked up to now. It's really changed, chopped and changed throughout the day.
Definitely, you know, local knowledge will be playing really well, and then you kind of know every single faces of this point to surf better.
Yeah, you got to know the ins and outs of this one here. So 7 minutes 20 to go. Can see a little bit of pressure being applied right now by Arena Rodriguez. She is staying very close to Maria right now. Priority 1 is to our Peruvian. Priority 2 to our Portuguese surfer. 6.33 for one big turn. That's got to be a big confidence booster right now for Maria, knowing that she's not far from the lead. She's going to have a paddle and a look at this one. Maybe that was trying to sell Arena. So a bit of mind games coming into the back half of this heat dive.
Wow, I love watching the mind games there. A little bit of battling and a little bit of mental games there going on. So the last 6 minutes. And, you know, Arena knows that Maria is capable of getting this 7-point ride. I'm not too sure if, you know, Arena knows that Maria got a one single maneuver with a 6-point ride, but definitely Maria has a confidence to get 7-point ride really easy.
Yeah, we talk about local knowledge. Arena knows this wave really well. She came here last year, placed 3rd in this event, losing to Kana Nakashiro, who went on to be one of the most impressive surfers of that entire event. She got 2nd to Luana Silva here last year, but it's, you know, this is redemption time for Arena because Kana, she's not in the draw this year. So her biggest roadblock here last year between her and getting that trophy isn't here. So that's a big door open and swinging in the right direction there for Arena Rodriguez. And by the looks of it, she's going to be a fan favorite, knowing that she's the only person to lock in an excellent number today.
And it's a first round and already locked in excellent range. So that gives her a lot more confidence. She's already coming in 3rd place last year, but now she's locked in excellent range in the first round. So lots of confidence for her.
Yeah, cannot wait to see who will be joining her in the round of 16. We obviously have that elimination round we got to roll through after we find out exactly who is going to be seated where. That we've spoken about the next heat coming up, heat number 4. We've got 2 more heats to run today after that, and they're pretty stacked. I mean, we look at heat number 5, Yanire Gonzalez Echebarri from the Basque Country. She'll be in it. We'll come back to this good-looking size wave here, and a good section ahead of our Peruvian surfer. Arena goes for a big hack there. One of the biggest sections we've seen of the day so far. Maria, she's not mucking around. She wants more, but unfortunately, that wave not providing what she was chasing, but she's about to cop a pretty solid set on the head right behind her.
Right. Wow, that last ride from Arena, that was something. You know, it was one of the biggest size waves. She only had one section to hit, but she hit it. You know, timed it super right, and it landed super clean. So it's curious to see what she's gonna get. You know, compared to the last. The fourth wave for Maria.
Yeah, and it's interesting as well because when we were watching that wave, we didn't have that panned back view, and I was thinking, oh no, she's caught behind. She hasn't attacked the section ahead of her. Next minute, just absolutely unloaded. This was a nice wave here, Di.
Wow, it was one of the biggest size. Little bit fumble there, but managed to, you know, right out of that turn really clean. So curious what she's going to get.
Double hand drag to get up to this section there. Think about how much speed she had. I really liked that turn, Di. That was the biggest section we've seen today.
Definitely, it was the biggest section to hit of the day. And there's a really, you know, risk to hit the section. And she managed well to ride out of it. So it's interesting how much she's going to get for that one turn.
I'm thinking... thinking about the 633 of Maria, I'm thinking it's got to go higher than that. But judges, they're disagreeing. It's close, though. It's a 603 for that last one of Arena Rodriguez. So extends her lead yet again. Maria now chasing a 7.88 for the lead. So pretty cool to see this growth in 12 months of Arena Rodriguez just looking so confident, so in control. And I feel like as it gets bigger, she gets more excited to hit those sections.
Definitely, you know, she's not hesitating to hit the critical section on the bigger waves, and that's the reason she got the 6.03, and then, you know, make it a little harder for Maria to go into the first place. But 7.88 is not out of the range for Maria. She's definitely capable of getting 7-point range because one turn, 6.33. So.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, she has definitely put her name in the draw today and just been one to watch, you know, 6.33 for one turn. That's pretty incredible, and it was one big finner too. So it's going to be cool to see exactly what she can, you know, bring to the table this event, especially in the elimination round. If she finds herself there, she's going to have to bring her best because no one wants to leave with an elimination round. They want to take home that big trophy. So 2 minutes to go here to find a 7.88 for Maria Salgado. Unfortunately, we know we're going to see Kathleen Casals into the elimination round. I'm so stoked she gets a second chance.
Definitely.
Because she is a really great surfer. She's pretty entertaining. She's full of personality as well. So it'd be cool to get to chat to her at some point. But 1 minute 40 here. Maybe a couple waves starting to roll through, Di.
Wow. A few lines on the horizon coming through the lineup. It is one of the biggest sets, just breaking at the back. So I don't think no one's going to take that one. Hopefully there's going to be another medium set coming through the lineup with the 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Yeah, clock really starting to wind down now, just over that minute mark until we see who is going to be into that round of 16. We've already seen Annette Gonzalez be solidified there, as well as Brazil's Laura Rupp. So we're going to find out just who our top seeds are and who has to battle it out through that elimination round. It's already been decided for the men. That is done and dusted. 60 seconds to go here. It is our Challenger Series surfer with a solid score, highest wave of the day so far, 8-1-7. Backing it up with a 6.03, 14 points in the opening round. I mean, what a statement to make.
Well, that is a statement to make, you know, to get a spotlight. Having a 14 point in the first round is something, you know, gives you a lot more confidence in the competition.
Just past that 30-second mark here. Maria chasing a 7.88. The ocean is now looking a little bit quiet. That set ran really wide on our women out there, so needs close to excellence to be able to make it through this heat, but she's put on an absolute show so far. Just past 10 seconds to go. It feels like it is going to be our lady in red right now, Arena, taking this one out. She's going to be into the round of 16, one of the highest seeds of the draw. Maria Salgado, one to watch. She's going to be in the elimination round along with Kathleen Casals. We've got a CT surfer coming up in the very next heat, Bella Kenworthy. She's the highest seed. We cannot wait to watch her compete. She's coming up right after this short ad break. We're looking to crown World Junior Champions this week here at the WSL World Junior Championship presented by Magnolia and Purefoods. This is a big heat. We're talking CT level. Bella Kenworthy out there in the red. Catalina Ziriquay in the blue representing Peru. And our local lady Mara Lopez, our women's wild card from the Philippines. She is out there in the white. We saw Kathleen Casals, our other local wild card, unfortunately go down in a pretty sad way in that last one, unfortunately getting an interference right at the start of that heat. But guess what? That's a lesson that Mara Lopez can watch on and learn as well. I'm Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Di Wacko. We're straight into action here, Di. This is Catalina.
Wow, quick start from Catalina, one of the biggest sets. Come around the section, nice curve turn, but unfortunately catching the rail and it goes down.
Yeah, looked like her foot maybe too far forward on that wave. So we reset the clock, 35-minute heats. Really looking forward to seeing what Bella Kenworthy can do out here. We've seen her in one World Junior Championships before. It was back in the States where unfortunately she lost to her best friend, Talia Swindle, who was also in this event, and we'll see her coming up tomorrow. But pretty cool to know that CT surfers want to be a part of this draw because they know how much it means to be a World Junior Champion.
And definitely. And then it's surprising that junior surfers can performing on the CT tour level.
Absolutely. I mean, we spoke about it earlier. We're going to be seeing the youngest surfer to ever compete on the championship tour. Tia Zabrowski qualified at 14 years old. She's going to be competing against the world's best. We're talking Molly Picklum, the previous world champion, Steph Gilmore, Carissa Moore, who are making a comeback, Bella Kenworthy, Gabby Bryan, Betty Lou, the list goes on. The talent pool is honestly out of this world.
Definitely, just all the juniors level is getting higher and higher. And then, Bella just came 5th place at Abu Dhabi and Portugal events in a CT event, so that is a huge result actually.
Yeah, in her rookie year as well, finishing in the quarterfinals. I think in El Salvador as well, we saw a quarterfinal there too. So it's really cool to see, a lot of these young women taking charge. As soon as they qualify, they're not letting it phase them. So we'll see what Bella can get done in the next 31 minutes. We've got Arena Rodriguez, who had a CT showdown earlier this year. We'll come back to that in a second. Right now, Bella looking here. Beautiful swoop. Unfortunately goes down. But like I was saying, we saw Arena Rodriguez appear in a CT over in Brazil earlier this year, and she just put on an absolute clinic in that last heat. I mean, Camille, we've got to know what's going through her head right now.
Okay, I am with the powerhouse from Peru, Arena Rodriguez, who finished 3rd here last year. So, wow, that was a 14.20, which is the highest single heat score total of the day. That was even better than everyone who surfed out here so far. So we're all just dying to know what was your strategy, of course, and how do you maintain your headspace? The waves doubled up in size since the morning. So, yeah, talk us through it.
I'm very happy to make my heat through and get a big score. And, well, I think I kind of know this wave. Like, I got to know it last year, and it's again the World Juniors here. So I feel really confident in this wave, especially when it's big. I think it's easier for me, kind of, because I think it's easier to find bigger sections, but it's still tricky out there. So I think it's just keep my cool, really know that when I get my chance, I will make it.
And you had a very stellar, superb year last year. Run us down through some of your highlights. So obviously you won third here, but what was your favorite moments from 2025?
I think I have two. One of my favorite is the fifth place I got at the World Tour in Saquarema when I beat Gabriela Bryan in elimination round. It was amazing for me. I couldn't believe it when I did that. And also when I got fourth in the ISA, it was a really, really bunch of difficult and really heavy days of competition. So very good results that keep me motivated for this event especially.
Amazing. And winning the world title here would be a nice cherry on top for a spectacular year for you so far. So, okay, shout out to anyone supporting you back home. I'm sure they're all going crazy rooting for you.
Cheers to everybody home. Muchas gracias por todo el apoyo que me han estado dando a los que están despiertos y bueno, muchas gracias a mis papás, a mis auspiciadores y bueno, vamos con todo. Gracias a Luis, a mi entrenador. Y bueno, seguimos, ronda 16. Let's go.
Excited to see more of your powerful Peruvian surfing. Congratulations, Arena. And we're going back to live action.
Awesome. Thank you so much, ladies. Arena looking very chuffed with her performance in that last scene, as she should be. 817, highest wave score of the day so far. But our local lady, Mara Lopez, opening her account here, Di.
Great opening carve to start with, and a beautiful carve. So two-turn combo from Mara Lopez, who is also a great longboarder. We've seen her competing in the Belair QS 1000 longboarding event, and then she's now in the shortboarding World Junior Championships.
Yeah, Mara pretty much dominates the Filipino junior division. She's won back-to-back national surf championships. Actually has won them here as well. So it's pretty cool to see, like you mentioned, an incredible longboarder where she's won back-to-back national longboard championships as well. And I feel like she's just got this really deep fire to compete and really represent her country on the highest stages. And she's already in the Filipino national surf team. And we know that the Filipinos get a lot of support, you know, from the government or from their local communities. So it's really cool to come to the Philippines and see just how much the local communities put back into their surfers.
Definitely, you know, big crowds, always big crowd there just rooting for the Filipino surfers, and then especially for the athlete, it's always good to have the good support from the government, you know, to travel around the world. The expenses are really, really high at the moment, so definitely they need the big support, and that's exactly, you know, Philippines are doing. So it's a great opportunities for all the surfers.
Yeah, and it's not an opportunity you want to pass up. Coming to surf in the World Junior Championships, her first wave puts her in the lead. It's a 2-3-3 for Mara Lopez. Bella Kenworthy and Catalina just with a 1-point ride, so nothing crazy to start off their campaigns. Unfortunately, 2 incompletes there for our top-seeded surfers. We saw Catalina here last year. She was actually really impressive. I'd never seen her surf before, and I walked away saying I really like her surfing and her competitive attitude. Unfortunately, just made a pretty big mistake there paddling for that wave. We'll see if priority is going to change, but she might just get away with it there. No, she doesn't, unfortunately.
That was a little bit of a mistake because she had a first priority, and it can be a crucial moment for her, but still there's 26 minutes left on the clock, so it won't be that much of a problem.
No, it's cool to see these 35-minute heats are definitely needed today all throughout the day. We've loved this little bit of extra swell that we've got. It was really unplanned for. We didn't know we were going to get this pulse and swell, but we're very grateful for it. Catalina, only 16 years old. She actually won the South America rankings, so she's the junior champion, and she's been on the Peruvian surf team for a few years now, so she's been competing in the Pan American Games, and it's cool to see this really big group of contingent coming out of Peru. I mean, even look at Arena Rodriguez in that last heat. So yeah, it's nice to see these people from their countries and their cultures really start to feed off each other's success.
Definitely a lot of new faces from all over the world coming into the World Juniors, and I love to watch the new faces just dominating, but this is surfing blue up and riding.
Catalina lays down a rail, gets a little bit hung up at the top of this wave here. Bit of foam to work with through this inside section. She's holding on, sticking with it. Mistimes that section again, so just on the back foot, unfortunately, here for Catalina. You can see there's some frustration there. You know, she knew that there was scores to be held on that wave.
Yeah, it looked like it's going to be a great wave and great opportunity for her to get a good score. But unfortunately, you know, caught behind a little bit. So, but there's still 25 minutes left. And she's only 16 years of age. So she's got a bright future.
Oh,
again.
definitely. Definitely. It's cool to see these women each year keep on improving. I mean, even taking a look at that interview with Arena, this time last year, she had no idea the year that was going to be ahead of her. I mean, whether it was the Challenger Series, getting that CT win over world number one, whether it was, you know, getting that final finish in the ISAs. A lot can happen in 12 months. I feel like her surfing's improved in 12 months. Same thing for Catalina. She's really come out of her shell. And Bella Kenworthy, who would have thought her 12 months too? So she's looking like she's going to have a paddle here, a little bit wide on at that one. So she's waiting patiently so far. The judges knowing that wasn't a committed paddle there. She's going to have a look at this one. This is a committed paddle. Good looking bowl ahead. Air drops out of it. Now we've got some speed and wall ahead of it. Great carve here from Bella Kenworthy. She's got another section to work with. It tags it. Uses that power to really traject her down the line here. She wants to add more scores to the board. So far, this wave having a lot of power and push behind it. Haven't really seen a lot on this inside section yet. Hopefully this might be the one. Great looking carve here for Bella. She's going to get a finishing turn, but unfortunately mistimes it there, Di. So, I mean, it was a great wave. Best of the heat so far, but not very often you see an inside section.
No, we haven't seen anything like that in the inside area, but definitely it was unfortunate for her. But still, some big damages at the back, that's for sure. And I love how she was generating a lot of speed, but before she goes into the section, she slows down. I really love about that too. And then she managed to going for the vertical off the top. So that was a great technique and a great surfing from Ben Kenworthy.
Yeah, Bella, she's looking super strong. Obviously comes from a skating background as well. And you can see that in her surfing. She's got this really cool jam when she starts to surf, and it has that kind of skate on the coping kind of vibe to it. And I feel like when you watch her surf more, you can really see that translate through. She's going to lock in a good looking score. It's a 5.67 here, Di. We're going to get a drone angle shot to replay it.
Well, airdropping the section and love the first turn and just trying to aim for the section and tags it, time it really right, and then come around the section and just waiting for the section to stand up. But she generated so much speed. Even, you know, there's a flutter section there. Managed to get this inside section. This is a beach angle. I really love this beautiful carve off the back foot, generating so much speed. And this is where we don't really see this section inside. And unfortunately, mistimed it there, but still great surfing from Bella.
Yeah, 5.67, best wave of the heat so far for Bella Kenworthy. The thing I love the most is you don't see her surf out of the pocket. She always tries to stay tight in it, which I think is what really does separate CT surfers from the rest, and just those clean lines that they draw. There's not a lot of double pumps when you watch a CT surfer, and Bella, she's really showcasing that class and that she's kind of got that down pat, and you learn that when you're on the best of the best, really.
Definitely. And even, you know, just like you mentioned before, 12 months can change everything, you know, especially for those generations, for like age of 10 to 20. It can change everything in just 1 year. You can learn from the best so quickly. And that's exactly, you know, Bella's doing.
And looking like we might have a paddle here from one of our competitors, Mara Lopez, using priority mid-size one. Good-looking bowl, tags it for a first turn. It's just going to be the one, though, there for Mara Lopez. But she played her priority card there because you could see Catalina really wanted that one.
It was a great, you know, decision from Mara Lopez. It was it looked really good waves, but unfortunately it just shut down on her. But definitely it had a moment. This one was really clean face wave and did get a credit score off the tops. But unfortunately, there's not much offer after that.
Yeah, great looking speed, great looking bottom turn. Just the one, like you mentioned, though, Di. So a 2-point ride there for Mara Lopez. She's starting to extend her scoreline a little bit, but she's going to need to dig a little bit deeper. That 5.67, it's making the requirement of 4.35 there for Mara Lopez. And you think that it's probably going to go up again by the time that Bella does get rid of that 1-point ride. And Catalina, she's a real fiery competitor. She's really got hunger to get up into those first positions. And right now, I can tell that she's probably pretty frustrated with her scoreline.
Definitely, but there's still 90 minutes left, and there's a lot of time left on the clock. So I'm pretty sure that there's going to be another couple of sets rolling through the lineup.
19 minutes here. You might be right on cue there, Di. It feels like we've got some energy starting to pulse throughout the back right now. Bella, she duck dives this one. Unfortunately, the lady's getting them on the head at this point. But sometimes these waves have a really great shape to them, just a little bit down the line. So these ladies maybe needed to reposition a little bit, let those ones go if they're really not into it. But yeah, those mid-sized sets that come through, just like you've been mentioning, they have that really nice, beautiful bowl back towards you. And that's what these guys are chasing, and that's where we've seen those big scores come through today.
Definitely. And you don't really want to be what looks like we're going to have Bella up and riding, but didn't like the look of it.
Yeah, looks at it. I think that's pretty well left, that one. It had a pretty foamy face on that inside. Momo Sato coming up in heat number 5 from Shinzunami, flying the flag there. She's coming up against Laura Mandelli and Yanire Gonzalez Echebarri. Catalina having a look at this one. Beautiful tag. That's a really good section there for our surfer in blue. Just the one, but you can see her emotions. I love it. I love when we see competitors have emotion and let it all out. Maybe frustrated at the end of this wave.
It was one of the smaller size waves, a nice checking turn, just stay in the pocket and waiting for the waves to stand up, and that's exactly what she did. And she hit the section, but unfortunately got a little hang up on the top of it, so probably she wants to have one more hit on that wave. Definitely there's a lot of time left. She's going to get another opportunity.
I'm all about emotions in surfing. I love seeing it pour out of competitors, I think. And it just shows how much it means, how much they want it. This is Laura on your screen right now getting ready. She's having a little sing-along. Love it. Whatever works, get into it. If you need to sing, dance, whatever, to psych you up for your heat. Were you a sing-out-loud person, Di?
Yeah, at some stage I did.
Really?
Yeah, in a car.
That. In the car.
In a car, but I tried a lot of different routine before my heat. But I love how people getting ready for the heat, and everyone has a different routine before the heat prep. So I love to see a lot of them.
What song are you calling? What song do you reckon that was? It
Probably
felt kind of slow-paced by the way she was singing.
Really? I thought it was like a rap kind of
No,
song.
Her mouth would have been moving way quicker.
Really?
I was thinking like Adele or something like that. Maybe she loves like a bit of slow pace to calm her down a little bit. I wish we could get audio on that.
Yeah, definitely. we can get...
Start to listen in. That was cool. I love that. Sing out loud, whatever works. You can see Momo, she was really locking in as well. Momo's first time in the World Junior stage too. So cool to see that she's probably been training pretty hard in that Shinzunami wave pool. Now she gets to change it over here at La Union. So she's got a really cool group of people supporting her here as well. So Momo Sato, Yanire Gonzalez Echebarri, and Laura Mandelli coming up in heat number 5. Last heat of the day, heat number 6. We've got 2 more Japanese surfers in that one as well. Mirai Ikeda, Anon Matsuoka, and Carla Morea de la Val from Spain. So that's going to be a solid heat to round out the day too. But we're going to have all of our Japanese ladies in, 70 minutes?
In 70 minutes. Wow, that's good to know. I gotta
be locked in.
I'll be locked in. Heat 6 is going to be a stacked heat. Mirai and Anon. These two are surfing on the CS tour, so they have a lot of experiences.
Yeah, start us off tomorrow. We'll have heat number 7, Talia Swindle, Vahiti Mahana Inso, Emily Jenkinson, and then to round out the round in heat number 8, Reed Van Wagener, Sierra Coe, and Isla Huppert. So we're going to see those last 2 heats out there tomorrow. You can see right now Yanire gearing up with Julian, who is Keone Lass's dad, an incredible surfer himself, a coach to a lot of amazing people on the Challenger Series, Luca Messinas, Teresa Bonvalot, Leilani McGonigal, and now he's helping some of Europeans' finest juniors try and take home the trophy.
Wow, that is a huge supporter, and great to have someone like that in your corner. So definitely there's a little bit of strategies, advice going on there, but it's going to be a great matchup in the Heat 5.
Julian was like my Julian and Leilani were my go-to in the mornings at Bolito. There was the most beautiful sunrise. You cannot miss it. It's absolutely gorgeous. And I'd go and have a coffee. We'd break down the surf conditions in the morning before we'd start work for the day. I'm like, see you guys later. Same time tomorrow. See them the next day. He's awesome. He loves coffee just as much as me. It's great. And he's just an exceptional coach. You know, we've seen so many incredible coaches down here supporting every single person from all different corners of the world, and Julian really flying the flag for the Basque Country and the Spanish surfers. So he's going to try and help one of them take home a trophy. Unfortunately, Catalina, you can see she's an emotive surfer, still feeling frustrated off that one, but I feel like she should be happy with her turn on that previous wave, a 3.67, but it was a nice connection there. And a couple laughs going down between these two walking up the beach.
Wow, she seems like really relaxed, and seems like they had a good conversation.
Yeah, we'll see all of our surfers paddle way up the beach. There's a cool little channel that you can paddle out just to the left or the right of your screen. And yeah, I feel like this is. But with this incoming swell, we've seen this current really start to rip through on that inside section, and it actually, you do really need to time the paddle out. If not, you're going to get smoked.
On screen, you can see a little bit of movement in the inside area, but once you go outside and see the real ocean, it's moving so fast. And straight away, I knew that there's going to be you need to have a good paddle strength.
Absolutely, and we've seen a lot of competitors unfortunately miss some of the waves as well. There's Samomo Sato, she's gearing up and getting ready. She's always so laser focused.
Super focused, and just talking to her coach now, Omra. She's still competing in the QS.
Yeah.
But she's competitor as well as coach for the Japanese Team Japan.
I didn't know Now was a coach as well. That's really cool.
And there's a Kaisa Kawamura for the men's side coaching as well. So we have 2 coaches from Japan traveling together with the competitors.
Yeah, looking really locked in there for Samomo Sato. So one of Japan's best juniors coming up. We also have Mirai Ikeda and Non Matsuoka, who will be in the following heat. But I feel like those 3, they've quickly become really good friends, especially Mirai and Samomo. They live close to each other. They've been friends for a really long time. And how cool that they're getting to experience the World Junior titles together now too.
That is a great opportunities for them to just spend time together at the highest level of the competition.
Yeah, it's cool to see all the juniors flock together. A lot of friendships are going to be made in this next week of competition, but it all comes down to one trophy, one winner for the males and females. And it's cool to see that's a free ride on the Challenger Series. Straight away qualification. Right now, Bella Kenworthy not looking for it. She wants to stay on that championship tour. Doesn't ever want to go back to that Challenger Series. She's currently in the lead of this heat with a 5.67 and a 1-point ride. Catalina Ziraque, she's looking for a 3.01 for the lead. So door's not shut yet for Bella Kenworthy with a 1-point ride back up.
Nah, not yet. Everyone needs probably one more wave to go into the first place. Bella is just waiting for the right ones for quite a long time. And Catalina is, keeping her really busy in this heat, trying to get as many as she can, but it's probably the time that she posts a little bit and just waiting for the bigger ones. But we have Catalina up and riding.
Wow, deep bottom turn into that hit. Looked like she was going to ride out of it, but unfortunately just gets exploded by that whitewash there. But beautiful looking bottom turn. I mean, that technique was flawless. By the time she got up, unfortunately, it must have just been the impact of the wave that knocked her off her feet.
Definitely. It was one of the biggest, maneuvers in this heat. Unfortunately, couldn't stick to the landing. But, she's just showcasing her skill set right now. So she knows that she can get 3.01 so easy, but definitely she's not looking for the requirement right now, probably. She's just aiming to get the 5-point range.
Oh, that was the score if she made that turn. For sure, that was a 3.01. So Catalina, she's really trying to give herself opportunities here too, which I really love. I love that she's trying to catch heaps of waves. She's just got her 5th wave in this heat. So actually in the scheme of things, and compared to a lot of the other heats, probably the least amount of waves caught in this heat compared to what we've seen all throughout the day. So maybe that's a little intel of what we're seeing this afternoon with the conditions. Definitely,
it's been a really quiet in the ocean. Not many, sets rolling through the lineup, but it looks like we're gonna see some few lines on the horizon.
Yeah, just past this 9-minute mark right now. So that 1-point ride, Bella Kenworthy is thinking, oh my God, get rid of it. But she's just waiting for that exact wave she's chasing. Catalina, unfortunately, last wave, a 1.17. It was a great looking turn, but went incomplete. Having a look at this one, someone looked interested. It is Bella Kenworthy on a mid-sized looking wave. Great first turn, a lot of spray out the back here, bit of foam to deal with. And it was a bit too much there for Bella Kenworthy. Right now, a lot of speed for Mara Lopez. Great section and holds on for the finish there. So Mara, with great projection down the line, she is looking super sharp on her feet.
That was a great surfing from Mara Lopez. There's only one single maneuver, but still a lot of speed down the line and managed to get into the section right time and then right out of it really clean.
Yeah, so Bella Kenworthy, that 1-point ride, even just with that first turn, it's definitely out of the picture. So it's going to ask a little bit more of the other ladies for their requirements. You're going to have to think that 4.35, it's going to go up for Mara Lopez as well as Catalina. So you can see it feels like Catalina's brewing towards something pretty good, though. I mean, she's had a couple incompletes, but she's showcasing that she's got a really solid repertoire in her surfing. So potentially something coming through now, but we're talking about how there's not a lot of waves being ridden in this heat, and maybe it's an intel to the conditions. Luckily, we have our local lady, Camille, who's going to give us a conditions update.
Thank you so much. Yes, I am back here on the beach, just avoiding a surge from that last wave. As you can see, high tide has already pushed in fully, and some of our beachgoers over here are going to have to move further up, not so they don't get wet. Again, this is the conditions update presented by SMC Incorporated, and I would like to note that this is kind of a surprise swell. Like, I was talking to competitors and organizers, and if you check the web forecasting apps, here goes camera, okay. Here goes the more storm surge, not storm surge. Here goes the waves again coming in. And yes, this is an unexpected swell, and all the better for our women to surf in. So we have 4 more heats in the women's opening round, and excited to see more waves ridden, hopefully pushing to the excellent range as we just saw Arena did. Okay, back to the live action, guys. Try not to get wet when you're down here at the beach.
Awesome, Camille. You try not to get washed away by those waves as well. It's pretty cool to have one of the La Union's finest ladies helping us down here, breaking down the conditions. So like she mentioned, a really unexpected swell here today. It's obviously the period's just jumped and we've had this influx in size, and the ladies making the most of it. Last of Bella Kenworthy, she was got a 3.33, so she's still holding down the lead. Mara Lopez, her last wave, a 3.7, sent her up into second place. So looking for a 5.3 now, and looks like we've got a wave to catch up on with Catalina. She has a score to her name yet to be dropped. She's chasing a 5.34 at this point in time. Oh, it's going to go close there too, Di. It's in. It's a 5.17. So let's take a look at this wave. We've got a couple replays to go through here, Di.
Really love the first of the last wave for Bella. Unfortunately, goes down on the last wave, but this was the 3.70 from Mara Lopez. A lot of speed, managed to get in the time and landed really clean. So that was a 3.70. Beautiful surfing again, well-controlled surfing from Mara Lopez. She's still super young, and she's just showcasing her skill set here. And this is the one, 5.17, aiming for the section, hit that section really hard. So one single maneuver gave her 5.17.
Yeah, loved that last wave there for Catalina. I mean, we said it just before we crossed to Camille, felt like something was brewing. She was getting frustrated, but she was creeping towards really landing something pretty special, and that's exactly what she did on that last wave. So she's going to have to battle with third priority, but Bella Kenworthy, she's looking again here. Wants to keep control of that first place. She goes to her rail, gives us a cool kind of kick out at the end of these calves here. She's going to have some room to lay into that end turn there. Just a cool little finishing snap. Nothing out of body, nothing crazy that we've seen. But as far as a well put together wave goes, love that one from start to finish there.
Definitely smart surfing from Bella Kenworthy. She's in the first place, but there's not much difference between red and blue at the moment. But she was on one of the smaller size waves, but she did really amazing job on that wave. She did what she could do on the wave, and she only needs to beat the 3.33, so definitely the 3-turn combo will do the job.
Yeah, I feel like Bella, that, like you mentioned, Di, that was just smart. She needed to be able to do that. She's going to creep ahead, so it's a 4.7, that last wave of Bella Kenworthy. So just really showcasing and kind of flexing that CT experience as well, that she knows exactly what's going on. She's aware of the entire situation. 3.5 minutes to go right now. So Catalina, she needs a 5.21. So she's looking for a mid-range score, but not much more than that last wave.
Definitely, she's already locked in 5.17, so she knows the taste of getting those 5-point range. So 5.21 is not out of range for Catalina. So definitely she needs the wave, and then she will get the requirement.
Yeah, you can see she's already hunting around looking for more on the priority of Mara Lopez. So our local wildcard, she's chasing a 6.67, so it has to be the best wave of the heat so far. She got a 3.7 for that last one. 2 big turns could definitely go there for Mara Lopez. She's surfing with a lot of speed. Her board's looking really nice under her feet as well. You can see maybe Catalina's trying to position herself for this one, but Mara, she's going to go with priority here. So our local junior swoops back to start this one off. Now we get some steep wall to work with. Releases the fins, unfortunately too far on the back foot there for Mara Lopez, so loses control. But she had to go for it, Di.
Definitely, and that's exactly what she did. Unfortunately, she couldn't ride out of it, but still, it was a right time to just hit the section really hard. She needed that requirement of 6.67, so it was just unfortunate for her.
Catalina trying to reposition. She's going to get under this set. There might be one behind it as well, so this is not the ideal time for a cleanup set to come through for Catalina. But it feels like if she can get on another wave, she'll really challenge for that 5.21. 1 minute 40 to go. But look at this really cool surf town here, Di. This is La Union, San Juan, right here on Mona Lisa Point. And you can see just, it's the perfect surf town. It's right on the beach with a gorgeous mountain behind it.
Definitely. My first time experiencing La Union, but I'm already in love with this town. Great setup, a lot of restaurants, hotels on the beach, so it's super easy to access to the surf point as well. So definitely great surf town.
Yeah, just over 60 seconds to go here. We love coming to the Philippines year in and year out, especially for the second year of the World Junior Championships. We're going to crown a brand new world champion here this year. Right now, 50 seconds to go. All eyes to Catalina, chasing a 5.21. She has priority as well, so she can take any wave she wants. She's having a good hard paddle for this one. She's going to get onto it. She's going to miss that first section, and it's going to shut down. Body language looking super frustrated right now for Catalina. 30 seconds to go here, so feels like Bella Kenworthy is going to take this one home. We haven't seen Mara Lopez get back out the back, but what a great fight back for our Peruvian surfer.
Definitely, it was a great fight back from Catalina. Unfortunate for the last wave, but definitely she got the skill to get the requirement. It was just a wave selection, and just wave didn't really offer too much. But it's not over yet. There's elimination round, so it's not over yet.
Yeah, we're going to see these surfers compete yet again in the elimination round, maybe tomorrow or the day after. Bella Kenworthy, our CT surfer, can't expect anything less, taking the win here. All right, we're going to roll into a quick ad break, but we have our ISA gold medalist coming up in the opening round, heat number 5. Catch up with you guys right after this.
What an incredible afternoon of surfing we have seen already at the WSL World Junior Championships presented by Purefoods and Magnolia. We are straight into heat number 5 of the women's opening round. Yanire Gonzalez Estabari out there with Sumomo Sato and Laura Mandeli from Brazil. So it's going to be a very exciting heat full of 3 very talented women. ISA gold medalist over in El Salvador last year. Yanire, she started off with a 4.0. I'm True Starling, joined in the booth with Stace Galbraith. And Stace, there's lots going on out there, and we're coming down to pretty much the end of day 1.
Yeah, we're wrapping up the end of the day, and it's getting towards that Commentators Cup hour. True?
Oh,
if I'm honest.
out. Look out.
I even went and got prepared a little earlier ahead of schedule, but
Did you just?
It cost me dearly.
Did it?
Just did the La Union Triathlon.
Again? Wow. Did
And
you
it
get
was,
come back with wet socks or?
Hard
were you
work.
all
No, I
good?
went the road this time
Uh-huh.
and came back with a bit of tyre burn, but that's all right.
It is what it is.
It's good to see the sights and sounds.
Sacrifice sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. But no, you're right. It's been a ripper day of surfing, and love these opening round heats where you just see the whole world represented. Everyone from every corner of the globe here. It's great.
It's pretty amazing. I mean, we saw Annette expire a little bit earlier on. This is Sumomo Sato from Japan. Good, strong first turn for Sumomo. She got
Good friends with you guys, right? Spent time with you on Kaba or
Yep. In Kaba. She spends a lot of time with us. I honestly, she is so fun. She's got such a cool experience and a different view on things. And I remember the last time she came up and stayed with us, and Sumomo was just loving it. She was like, I love it here. I think she might
Guy
even
Sato's sister? No. Okay, well, I tried.
Yeah,
No.
that's okay.
Yeah.
All you can do is try.
No. I'm getting a hard no here from our Japanese correspondent, Dai Wacko.
He's saying good try, but no.
Yeah.
Let me tell you next time.
Yeah.
But yeah, Sumomo, she's making her way over to Australia for the next QS over in the Gold Coast for Burleigh Heads. She might even be staying in the Starling household for a couple of days.
Oh, yeah.
Who knows? But
why not? Beautiful part of the world down there, northern New South Wales.
Yep. I can't complain about it.
No.
Well, we had an exciting last heat. CT surfer Bella Kenworthy just showing us all how it's done. She's down there on the glass with Camille.
Thank you so much. All right, yes, I am here with CT surfer Bella Kenworthy, and before anything else, I am just starstruck. I've been watching all the CT heats, and you're way up there along with some of my favorite surfers like Katie Simmers and Molly Picklum, and welcome to the Philippines. So yeah, now that the fangirling is out of the way, Bella, congratulations, you did so well in that last heat. How are you liking the waves here?
Thank you. I've been loving the waves here. It's so fun. This place is amazing. It's my first time here, so I didn't really know what to expect, but I've been loving it so far.
Does it remind you of any other spot in the world?
I don't know. It's pretty unique. I'd say it's like a mix of a ton of places I've been, but for the most part, it's a pretty unique wave, but yeah, it's a lot of fun.
What are some of your highlights from your 2025 season?
I would say just like getting to surf my rookie year and just get to experience what it was like to be on the CT. That was definitely a highlight, but yeah.
Okay, do you want to say anything to everyone supporting you, everyone in your corner? Take it away.
Yeah, I just want to say hi to my mom and siblings back home. Love you guys.
Okay, short and sweet, and looking forward to seeing your brand of surfing here in La Union. Congratulations, and back to the live action.
Thank you, Camille and Bella. Short and sweet, but she got to the point, and Yeah, 10.37 total for Bella Kenworthy.
I mean, to be fair, she can't really thank all the siblings back at home because there's about 15 of them.
Is there?
Cute. No, I joke. Big family, though.
Wow.
Big, talented family back
Yeah.
at San Clemente.
All my siblings, thank you.
Yeah, all my siblings and mum.
And
yeah,
mum.
yeah. No, but yeah, super cool to see Bella out here. And, yeah, ultimately, you know, it legitimises the draw.
Yeah.
With a surfer of Bella's, you know, talent and success at such a young age. You know, it's not taking away anything from anyone here. And, you know, Bella might go on to win, she might not, but whether she does or she doesn't, someone's going to have to beat her along the way or surf against her. And it's like, you know, we saw that at Stab High recently with Yago Dora and Molo Picklum. Like, just the fact they turned up was enough to kind of legitimise the whole thing, you know.
Yeah.
It was already legitimate, but you know what I'm trying to say. It's like,
Yeah.
just brings out another level of professionalism. And, yeah, it's really, really cool to see her out here. And, yeah, it's going to be a fun week watching it all unfold.
Absolutely. I always find it really interesting when you kind of see people's perspective when there's maybe CT or Challenger Series surfers surfing on a QS or in a, you know, World Junior Championships level, and some people are like, well, why are they here?
Yeah.
I have a completely different view. I'm like, they should be.
Oh, for sure.
Like, if you want to be on that level, you have to beat them. So use that opportunity.
Yeah.
You know, and it's so funny. You know, sometimes you hear people being like, "What is going on?" And
No,
others
it's
are
a
like,
great point to make.
I want to be in that heat with Bella.
Exactly. Yeah, you want to be against that person, and even too, like back to that person who might have the, you know, the reputation or the name or the results or why you know what's going on there. It's like, it's such an important event. Like it really still holds that you know, high prestige. And you know, Gabriel Medina, the year that he won his World Junior title, he was on the World Tour. Admittedly, the event was pretty close to home for him. That it was in Brazil, but it still, you know, it still showed how much he cared and how much he wanted to win.
Yeah.
And then he went on to win the world title, the men's world title, that same season. I think it wasn't the same year. I think he won a World Junior title in December, and then he won a world title that next 12 months in a way. So
That's
it's like,
amazing.
you know, you still, you know, and he'd done 2 years on the tour at that point. He had a really, really good year where he won 2 events, and then he kind of had a bit of a rough year by his standards. And I think winning that World Junior title was a massive confidence booster for him.
Yeah.
You know, like even the best of the best still have their up and down moments, and they look for those, you know, those rhythm changes. And yeah, I think that was a massive part in his campaign for that first world title in 2014 for sure.
You kind of see those penny drop moments.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, okay, the penny's dropped for this
Yeah.
person. And,
Yep.
and it's everything's just lining up. It's like everything's going, yep, cool, we're working with you, not against you. It's pretty cool to see that. I mean, even looking at the last 2 heats for the women's, particularly that last heat, Sierra Kerr, she won in Oceanside 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And for a WSL World Junior Champion. So she's already got that title.
Yep.
And she's coming back for another one, which to have 2 is huge. And yeah, she's from that.
I don't know the women that have 2. Is there any that have 2?
I don't think so.
So Andy has 2, Parko has 2, Jack Freestone has 2 in the men's. Maybe Pablo Paulino as well. I'll have to confer that with my Brazilian correspondent, William Cardoso. But there's a few of the lads have 2, but I don't know if any of the women do.
Yeah, I don't think so. We'll confirm that.
Yeah.
We'll have to confirm that
Yep.
because that could be also a huge thing.
Oh, it'd be very Sierra Kerr to be the first
It would
person
be.
to have 2 for
Yeah.
sure. You know, to go along with her long list of already achievements at such a young age.
Yeah, she's incredible. And this lady right here as well, she is an ISA gold medalist. One big connection there for Yanire. She's got a different approach to her sister, goofy footer versus natural footer, but Yanire, I feel like she's able to drive a little bit harder off the bottom, bit of patience here through to the inside. Starting to, looks like it's cleaned up a little bit out there, and it's glistening right now into that afternoon. It's about 3:20 local time here in La Union, and Yanire, she's just going vertical.
Good family holidays, one goofy footer, one natural footer.
Yeah.
Not like you lot.
Yeah.
All natural
I
footers.
know, all natural footers. We
No splitting
end up
the
going
peak.
to left.
That's
all
what I
the
mean,
time.
but you wouldn't be splitting the peak.
No,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
very often Dad
Yeah.
will be like, "Are you going left and a right?" And I'm
Yeah.
like, "Daniel,
Yeah.
what do
Yeah,
you mean?"
Please. Yeah.
He's a funny man.
Yeah,
that one.
yeah. Anything to get away from the
Yeah,
youngsters.
literally.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what we'll be doing out there later.
Oh,
Are you
yeah,
gonna go
no.
left?
I'm going to go. Well, we're going to hit that left rip bowl.
Yeah.
I've changed my mind.
Oh,
I've given
okay.
up. I've given up on the.
On the other one, it's
Yeah,
a little bit
I
of
think,
a trek.
I think we're going to run out of time.
Yeah, I think we are
Yeah.
too. I thought that was a little bit optimistic.
Right.
But it's okay.
Well, it's early in the event window.
We've got a couple of days.
Yeah.
We've got
Yeah.
plenty of time. 25 minutes to go. 5-point ride locks in for Yanira on that last wave. So she got a 5 and a 4. And out to a pretty early lead, Sumomo Sato, the Japanese competitor. She spent a lot of time surfing at Tsunami wave pool as well. Pretty much learned to surf in that wave pool,
Really?
which is pretty incredible.
That's really cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
super cool. So she,
The
you know,
trippy thing about that wave pool is it's right next to the beach.
I know.
It's like 200 metres. So
Yeah.
you can have an ocean surf and a wave pool surf all within the same hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
wild.
She dabbles in that a lot, and then
Yeah.
also the beach. That's also like in Hainan as well. The wave pool
Yeah.
over in China is pretty much a 5-minute walk away from the beach.
Wow.
It's
Yeah, that's
crazy.
wild.
Yeah. This is live action. Laura Mandelli goes to the rail to start this one off. She's got a really nice approach here. I mean, staying nice and tight in the pocket. You can see that fade back to just be in that power source. Trying to find a steep section on this wave. It's looking like it's just going to hit that dead water, unfortunately. So Laura, she's opened up with a 1.83, has another score to lock in for that last one with 24 minutes to go. This is the second last heat of the day. 2.23 comes in for that last wave of Laura. Next heat, we've got Mirai Aikeda taking on Anon Matsuoka and Carla Morera de la Val, which is going to be a huge heat as well. 2 Japanese competitors in that one.
Yeah. One of the first double ups we've seen today, I think. We haven't seen 2 Aussies or 2 Japanese or 2 Americans much. It's been pretty well rounded, actually.
Yeah. It really has been that last one of Laura. Just a throwaway, you'd have to think, by the end of this heat.
Talk about the men that have got a couple of World Junior titles, and you look at the Brazilian men who have all got their individual men's world titles on the tour. It's it's awesome to see, you know, Laura Rapp and Laura Mandelli here, like representing that next generation of young Brazilian women surfers, because it really has been, and I mean this with all due respect to Luana and Tatiana Weston-Webb, who grew up in Hawaii, and you know they're obviously family members from Brazil, so they've obviously represented Brazil now, but we haven't seen a lot of homegrown talent from Brazil make it to the tour and go on to challenge for titles on the women's side. So yeah, it's awesome to see that they've got some great talent down there, and yeah, it's excited to see and watch it all unfold for these young ladies.
And you're really seeing that fire, particularly from Laura in that first heat as well. You know, you're seeing
time.
that fire go. She's just lighting it up, and it speaks volumes to the hunger of her being like, hey, I'm challenging for a World Junior title in this. That's Mirai Aikeda on screen. She is probably one of the nicest people on land, but then you get her like this in Arashi, and I honestly kind of have to walk away. She's a bit of a pocket rocket.
Locked in.
Yeah, she's locked in and ready to go. She's got a really mean backhand. She's also got a pretty incredible forehand attack as well. So that's going to be an exciting heat. And on Matsuoka, she'll be in it too. She's a strong, goofy-footed surfer, taking out the Asian region Pro Junior rankings. And then Carla as well. It's going to be the first time I've seen Carla in Arashi, so I'm looking forward to seeing what she can do in that next heat.
Yeah, no, that'll be cool.
You waited all day.
We have, yeah. Last heat of the day, they'll be fired up to get out there as well.
Ready to rock and roll.
Yeah.
Are you thoughts on if you were in a heat? Would you prefer first or last heat?
Oh,
if you had to
they
choose?
both have their like psycho kind of hurdles that you've got to get over. Like, I can think of 1,000 heats that I've had to coach that have been the first heat in the morning. I've got a couple of bambling stories I could ramble on about. Okay, they've missed that wave. Sorry about that. That was a great wave. We distracted them just as much as we're distracting each other. I can think of one heat in the morning where I remember me and Jack were at Trestles, and just before he was about to paddle out, it was like really cold for America in the morning, like for some reason, like colder than usual. And he just started pissing out blood. Like first heat of the day. And it was like, oh, we can't really like hold the comp up, like got to get this thing going. And I just remember thinking, I don't want him to be the first heat of the day. Like so that was that. And then being the same thing in Margaret River of an afternoon, the wind comes up on shore, the sun's just like blowing down your face as hard as it can. You're like, oh my God, and like how can the judges even see that? And like just same thing, the heat just went to absolute shit, and I was like, oh, last heat of the day, of course.
Yeah.
In the car park, just so spewing.
It always happens like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they're both really tricky. But the first heat of the day is hard because you've got to set the tone, or you think you do, like for everyone else, but you don't. But you see the free surf with 100.
You feel like the guinea pig.
Yeah, well, you've seen 100 people free surfing, and you think, okay, this is where the waves are. This is what kind of surfing I'll do, and or what you'll expect to see, and then the heat starts and there's only one other person out there, you kind of go on like, oh, did we get our lineups right, or should we be in that spot? Oh, you kind of everything just, you feel like it's naked out there as opposed to being fully dressed, and it's like it's so petrifying being in that first heat sometimes, particularly in a long wave. It can be quite challenging. And then last heat of the day, I think like stamina comes in and mental kind of strength, because you've been watching it all day, and you. Not only if you've had a few free surfs, but like mentally, if you're like cheering other people on or whatever, you're giving them that energy, and so you've got to make sure you save a bit for your own sort of situation in the afternoon. But
you're in the heat.
I haven't answered your question. I'd probably say Arvo.
I agree.
But then you surf and free surf, you come in the same wetty and just chuck your rashy on, you're straight back out there.
Yeah,
that's cool too. I don't know.
See, I would get changed.
Yeah, I definitely have seen that superstition in people before. So you would change wetsuits?
Yeah.
If you were first heat of the day, would you definitely free surf?
Yes.
Okay, so you have to have a free surf. So you go out and say a short arm or a steamer, say, and then come in and surf your heat in a short arm, something like that.
But if it was like this, I'd probably just go out like 15 minutes before my heat.
Oh, and ride a few waves in your comp rashy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. How hard would you surf those waves?
Oh,
do you know what I mean?
60%.
Yeah, but you say that.
Yeah, and then you don't.
Then you don't.
Because you're out there in the rashy already,
exactly.
so you're like, hang on a second. Yeah, it's a tough one.
Yep.
Oh, it's a coffee for me. I'd have to be having a coffee early.
Yeah.
That fires me up.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, interesting.
Bit of pre-heat prep there for Carla. She has no choice. She's last heat of the day, so she needs to be fired up and ready to go. And it looks pretty fun. This is live action. Sumomo Sato, she was trying to get around that section and unfortunately gets a bit of bump and lump on that wave, a little bit of a bobble. So it's been really slow in this heat. 2 waves apiece per surfer. Yanire getting the best of it. A 4 and 5 has her up in first place. And the Exobari clan, they just going from one strength to another. Annette taking her heat out a little bit earlier. Yanire, she's looking out in front at this moment in commanding lead, and we have some incredible people supporting us, and lots of amazing people on the beach as well supporting all the teams. So I think that was a bunch of the sponsors just checking out the event site.
Yeah, it's been cool, like getting up and close personal with the athletes, a few photo ops going down.
This is live action. Laura racing down the line, unfortunately doesn't get to that section. And maybe it was a moment at the start of that wave, but it's a lot easier said than done. We can sit here and criticise all day.
Yeah, well, that's our job. Yeah, we're nice about it.
We are.
Yeah. Everyone's ripping.
Everyone is ripping, It's the talent of this, year. I've never been to a World Junior Championships for the WSL, so to be here and seeing that talent is pretty high. It's amazing.
It is. It is like we said at the start of the day. It's cool to see everyone from like all around the world. Again, because it's not a series; it's just a one-off. So you kind of you got to come in at 100%. You got to come in feeling fired up and ready to roll. And this day's definitely had everything. We've seen some real standout performances, and we've seen some a bit lost at sea heats. And I think that hopefully with any luck we'll get a few days of competition in a row, so crew can kind of get their eye in and really get to learn the lineup as best they can, because that's all it is. It's just identifying where the best waves are at, which is really challenging here.
Yanire finding a medium inside bowl, good strong first turn. That's going to really set her aside throughout the rest of this heat. Getting a good strong start, unfortunately just forces it a little bit too much on that last turn, so Yanire regroups, but she's got such a strong style. I really love that backhand approach that she has. She's able to get just a fraction tighter in the pocket.
No, you're right. It's really strong surfing, and obviously the difference in the sisters is their stance, but also too, like you said, their approach is a lot different. And it's quite whippy and technical and sparky, whereas Yanire is like sits a rail a bit deeper in the water and carves really hard. And both great surfers, and it'd be pretty cool, as you know, doing a few comps with your sis.
Yes, they're stressful. I'm actually so kind of thankful that we don't do that anymore, because I think I would have been grey by now. She stresses me. Here we go, Sumomo. She's found herself on a bigger wave. Patient off the bottom. Really waiting for this one to stand up. She identifies that section, goes down once again. So Sumomo, she's been a little bit off for the first 20 minutes of this heat, but she's got 15 minutes to regroup. And we mentioned she grew up surfing in the Shizunami wave pool. She's an incredible surfer. Got second, I believe, on the Asia Region Pro Juniors to Anon Matsuoka, who ended up taking it out. But Sumomo, she finaled and got to the semis in a lot of the Pro Junior events and QSs throughout this whole year. And chased a couple of Challenger Series events too. It was pretty crazy. It was a stacked year.
That's a stacked year, yeah. When you start mixing juniors and QS events and CS events all together in one season, you kind of you're missing a lot of birthdays and whatnot. If you're on the road that much, like there's a lot going on.
Yeah. Lots of incredible places though to see. There's two sides of the same coin, right? You know, you're missing a bit at home, but then you go to some pretty cool places. I know Sumomo was started the year off in Oz. She got to go to El Salvador for the ISA World Games. She went to, Siargao, Taiwan, and now she's back in the Philippines for the World Junior Championships. So everything just leads you to where you're supposed to be. 1.67 is what she gets for that last one. So 14 minutes to go. Sumomo needs a 6.17 to go to first. Laura right now chasing a 6.77. What she got? Bit of a bumpy one there and just can't quite regroup, unfortunately. So that really catching her off guard early on that wave. Yanire had a little look at that one, opts out of it. And it's moments like that where
Yeah, her and her sister are onto it.
Yeah.
Like as far as they've both been taking the same waves, like that same characteristics of like those small double ups. And I know that their coach Julian would be. He came here last year and he's really using that knowledge to his advantage because both of the crew that he's coaching, she didn't get the most out of that wave, but the waves that she's been taken off on have definitely been, her and her sister have been looking like they definitely know where they want to be in the lineup. But I'm with you. There was massive points gone begging on that wave, unfortunately.
Yeah, it kind of felt like that. All right, Sumomo, she started off a little bit better, patient off the bottom, and that's a good connection for Sumomo Sato. Gets a two-turn combo in, and I liked how she was had waited that extra beat, and then she timed it really well to get that end section snap.
Yeah, it's a good point, isn't it? It's like the difference between just an okay turn and a really good one
Yeah.
out here. If you can wait for that section to get as steep as possible, she absolutely cracked it.
It's so easy to just force it out here as well, to kind of go up into it because you feel like you have to, as opposed to just going, wait, okay, now this is where I'm going to go. So... yeah, I liked that from Sumomo. She's got a score to come through. That last one for Yanire, a 3.23, and maybe, underlining that one for Coach Julian as well on the beach.
Oh, there'd be some exclamation marks there. There would be some big exclamation marks, yeah.
I'd love to have a little fly on the wall, kind of go around and looking over the shoulder of a couple of coaches, just seeing what's going on.
You get some good blow-ups on the CT, between, some crew are real animated, other crew sort of put on a straight face. But I can think of heaps of coaches running in the water with their shoes on and exclamation points in the notepad and up on the stairs at Bell's or whatever, Snake with his orange towel, waving sets, and it's just there's plenty of characters in the coaches' boxes, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
I kind of love it though.
Oh, Nice waves. So did Keone, but
it was a bit clunky.
It was clunky, that one. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a tricky heat. It felt morning sickness. It wasn't really hitting the bank. It was here, there, and everywhere. But it's those heats where you just got to get it done. You just get the job done. Get a couple of fives. You don't have to do much more than that. And you're laughing.
Yeah, you're cheering. You're stoked. Doesn't matter how you get it done.
Yeah, as long as you do it.
This early in the game.
Absolutely. Well, first goes into the round of 16, second and third through to that elimination round. Anon Matsuoka, she is a force as well. Also in the Challenger Series, super smiley, but she's definitely in the zone right now. I feel like actually all the Japanese competitors, they're the nicest people on land, and then as soon as you get them out in the lineup, you're like, ooh.
I feel like she's been on the Challenger Series for about 5 years.
Yeah.
The name's been around for...
in this heat, because she surfed a lot of heats this year, and her backhand I feel like just keeps getting better. And here we go, live action. Momo leans into the rail, patient off the bottom once again to get a good strong second snap. Has to wind the windows up for just a moment, but gets that completion, which is super important. And if you're looking back, a 4.93 she got in that last one. She only needs a 4.08, so biggest difference in my opinion is wave size of that last one, but very similar surfing.
Really similar surfing for sure. Obviously not chasing a huge score. Control definitely going to be an issue. I don't think the judges are going to lose their minds over that score, but it's not a big one. And this is where it comes back to Yaniro's wave, where she sort of tried to, ride the section and kind of carve under the lip and keep her speed down the line, as opposed to just squaring up and snapping it.
Yeah.
If she had to push that requirement out any higher than what it is now, you'd say, that she does turn the heat here.
Yeah, it's really touch and go with 6.5 minutes. You can sort of see Yanire realising that now as well. She's thinking, oh, okay. Momo got a 4.93 in that last one. She doesn't need much. I think I could be in trouble right now. So the goal is to win these heats, of course. This last one is Momo. It's a 4.08. It's right there.
Yeah.
Whoa. Thoughts?
Yeah, really nice positioning, nice turn. I think it's a 4.08. It's probably like a 4.2, 4.33, something like that. But yeah, not going to be a huge score. But the judges really considering it. They've got a lot to look at. They've got Yanire's 4, they've got Yanire's 5, and then they've got Samomo's 4.93. So you have to think it's not as good as any of those waves, or if it is, it's just slightly better than the 4 is kind of where it could land. But I'll leave it to the men and women upstairs.
Yeah. That's why. She's got that 2.23 as her best so far. No indication of this last score of Samomo's just yet. So with 5 minutes to go, we've got a pretty important number, and this is when the competitors start to be like, hey, can we hear what's going on?
Totally, yeah. And it looks like she's going to get it.
Yeah.
It's,
wow.
3 say yes, 2 say no.
She gets a 4.1.
4.1.
Oh, she was looking for a 4.08. So really, really close. Samomo goes up into the lead. Laura, she now needs a 6.8. Unfortunately, just a little mistimed there for the Brazilian competitor. Yanire now she's got first priority. She only needs a 4.03. So you'd have to think the next wave she's going to potentially get that. I mean, she's been looking so strong this whole heat, and she's definitely one of those competitors who
This is good news for Samomo. She's just seen these huge sets roll in, just wipe everyone out. She'd be like, 10 wave set, do it.
Yeah.
I don't mind.
Keep breaking.
Yeah, keep washing us in. But for Yanire, she'd be absolutely spitting chips, and so would Julian. The exclamation marks would be out in the book for sure.
Yeah.
Because she should be a point in front, not fighting for the lead like she is.
Yeah. It's definitely one of those heats where it's just being on those waves is key right now.
Yeah.
I mean,
and when you're on it, like making your mark, I don't think either one of these surfers has really sort of shown. And that's why it's so close. There's 0.2 in it. or 0.3, excuse me. So it's like, yeah, if
Yeah.
so that's why being a judge is such a thankless job. They have to pick a winner.
Yeah.
They're not really looking at the strategy perspective. They're just looking purely at the performance, and that's where it's a really tricky job, because it's like can be hard to differentiate the good from the bad when it's all kind of everything's kind of wobbly. And
Yeah.
So going, okay, well, who out of this heat as a overall pack? It does have a lot of impact, like you said. Winner skips around, the other two go through the elimination round. So it is really important, and the judges take it really seriously. That's why they took so long to put in a 4-point ride. Like it's an important score. She only needed a small score, so that's why they took a lot longer than say a normal 4 at the start of a heat, where you just get it in and then compare from there. This one, there was. This is what I think, but you very rarely will you see it spread that big on such a small score. 4-7 to a 3-5 on the high and low end, and that's where the average worked out at 4.1.
Yes, Momo takes the lead. Yanire, she's up now, looking to get herself back in that top spot. That was a strong turn there, a good moment. That dynamic connection. So let's see, are we going to see another lead change? This is all back to that as well. 2 minutes to go. This score now for Yanire is super important. Samomo on the answer back. This has been, unfortunately, Samomo just catching some rails, so she has to eject. That could have been an opportunity for her to better that 4.1, and she's got time to get back out the back and find another wave, but it's this last one of Yanire which could change the whole situation.
Yeah, it was just really clean, wasn't it? There wasn't any wobbles in it. Really nice surfing, so you have to think that one's going to be a bit easy. Of the heat, the only thing they could do as a courtesy to Blue is just get it before she gets back out the back. With this amount of time remaining, Blue needs to understand: am I trying to defend this lead? If I can, I don't think she can. She's going to not have priority anyway. But you know what I mean? It's like, do I need to try and defend this position any way possible, or do I need to chase? And what's more important for Yanire? Like, am I going to sit on her, or am I still looking for a score? So
it's such a tricky battle, that one. They're tricky decisions. To say no. 4.03 is what she's looking for. One more judge to enter in that score. Comes in at a 4.27, so situation changes with 15 seconds to go. Yanire goes up into first. Samomo Sato down in remaining, chasing a 7.04. Good first turn. She found a fun little inside bowl, but unfortunately it doesn't look like this one's going to offer a good connection to finish. It might actually just stand up. I'm going to eat my words. She goes back to the rail, but it won't be the 7.04 she is looking for. So it is Yanire Gonzalez Championships presented by Purefoods and Magnolia. Mirai Aikeda from Japan taking on her fellow teammate Anon Matsuoka, as well as Carla Morera de Laval from Spain. It's going to be a very, very exciting last heat. The day we just saw just flipping the leaderboard in the last 5 minutes of that heat right now. This is Mirai Aikeda up and riding into that section, gets hung up, and you can see her just jump off the back of that turn. Mirai, she's got the wild card into this event. She's been an incredible surfer to watch. Anon Matsuoka took out the Asia Junior rankings. She's up and riding as well.
Oh,
wow, belts it for that connection stays. That could have been huge.
That would have been one of the
My goodness, it is lighting up right now. There's lots of waves rolling through. Carla just hits the eject button to get back out the back. It's funny. It's really interesting. Sometimes you see these swell lines roll through and there's a lot going on. There's a lot of water moving and then it just has a moment of going flat.
Tomorrow's going to be really interesting. Like I said, the wave height's not as tall, but the
that
all the
would
way
be
into
amazing.
the bay.
Let's see it.
So we'll see. But yeah, it's a unique little surf spot. How it gets its waves. Like if you look at it on a map, it kind of doesn't really make sense how it even gets waves at all. But it picks up so much swell, and as we heard last night at the opening ceremony, it's the capital of the North Philippines surfing world.
Yeah.
Obviously, you got Cloud9 on the east coast in the middle.
Yeah. Pretty crazy heat. Yanire taking it out in the last 2 minutes. She's down there with Camille.
Thank you so much. Yes, I am here with Janire, who in the last 5 minutes of that heat, you were kind of in a serious paddle battle.
The start went really good for me. I get like 2 fast, pretty normal waves, so I was like confident, but then I was like wanting to get a better one and just better my just pass me for 003 or something like that. And then I was like, oh no, I need a way. I didn't want to go to like ripper charges, and I made it, so not bad.
I know that you particularly love lefts, and obviously this is a right-hander, so
if it's something good or if it's something bad, you have your sister and you can count with her for everything. So it's really special to do all these things with her and hope her for everything. So it's really special to do all these things with her, and hopefully we meet each other in the finals.
Okay, yes, that would be, I'm rooting for that too. You and Annette in the finals. Let's see what happens, and word of thanks, shout out to anyone back home.
Bai, bueno, eskerrik asko etxeko guztiai apoiatzeagatik eta laguntzagatik. Barkatu sufrimenduagatik, baina bueno, horregan ikustea. Eskerrik asko. Salamat.
Salamat. Time to free surf some lefts, Janine. Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay, all right. A couple more heats left. Back to the live action.
Thank you, Camille. Salamat, Camille, and also Yanire. And yeah, the sisters are actually on opposite ends of the draw, so we could see a sister match up for the final.
Move on, bit early now.
I know.
Hey.
A girl can dream.
A girl can
Let
dream.
a girl dream.
A boy can dream.
Yeah.
A girl can dream. Let's shoot for the stars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
May as well.
No, just I'm a bit superstitious like that.
Yeah.
Even
you
Huey
are.
and Lennox were talking about this morning. I was like, boys, you gotta get through about
Settle down.
100 other heats before you...
Yeah. Slow
and
down,
you're supposed to
please.
surf like garbage this morning. Like, come on, lads. Yeah,
It's day
love
one.
it. I love it. No, I do love it. You see it on the tour with like Griffin and Crosby. They've both been in a few semis, and one will get through and the other doesn't. And it just it's like you want it to happen. It's a cool headline, but it's so difficult.
Yeah,
it's difficult to make one heat on these tours, let alone you and someone else have the perfect run. But hey, why not? Can happen, like you said.
It could. It could. There's a possibility.
It's too early in the week to be that grumpy, Stace. Lighten up.
Yeah, it's day one.
Day one.
Come on.
No, I'm frothing.
It's been a big day of surfing. Last heat of the day, Mariah Ikeda, she's trying to get excited about this wave. Unfortunately, just a little bit too deep. You could see how much further up the point she took off on that wave as well. It's really, really far away. So 29 minutes to go in this heat. And not really much on the scoreboard. We've got scores to come through for this last one of Anon's locks in at a 4.0. So she goes up into the lead. She's a 4 and a 1. Carla, she's got a 2.5 and a 0.6. She needs a 2.51 to go to first. Mirai, she hasn't really found the groove just yet. She's got that 2 needing a 3.01. And it's these tricky moments when you've been watching the surfing all day and you just say, all right, it's my turn now. And then you need to really light up.
Yeah, and like Yanire said, it's like, it's all well and good travelling, obviously, with your sister and whoever, big team and that, especially if they've been making heats. But if you're the last heat of the day and crew have been getting belted all day, it's like, oh, am I going to be the one person at dinner tonight that can lift this? So it's all part of travelling with the team. Obviously, surfing's incredibly individual, but it's definitely, yeah.
You feed off each
You
other's
do feed off
vibes.
each other for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Carla up and riding on her backhand, goofy-footed approach. Stays tight in the pocket of this wave. She's really lively on this one as well.
Great style.
She's got a cool, really, wow. She's just found some really good connections on this wave, finding herself in those really steep parts of it. That last turn was strong. She's quite young, but she's got a really cool approach out here at Mona Lisa Point. And a bit of energy on this one as well, Stace.
Yeah, it's like perfect size. It sort of just ran down the middle part of the reef nice and had a few steeper sections on offer. And being on the backhand, I think on some occasions today has had its advantages for sure, particularly in sections like this that are a bit fatter. You can kind of, quote unquote, ham it up a bit, sort of bang it on and sort of, kick the tail out and try and throw as much spray as you can, whereas front side it's been a bit harder. So, yeah, she made the most of that for sure.
Yeah, she's been really showcasing her talent. She needs a 2.51, feeling like she'll get that. 27 minutes to go. And as we're coming down to pretty much the last 27 minutes of competition for the day, we'll see scores come through for Carla and Mirai. Mirai needs a 3.01. She's a very exciting competitor. Priority is with Anon. So she's going to sit out there, wait to hear these scores. Anon, she's had some pretty impressive results this year on both the QS and the Pro Juniors, also chasing the Challenger Series as well. So she's triple dipping, really. She's doing all of the tours and vying for a championship tour qualification as well. And the winner of this event will get a wild card into the Challenger Series too. So that is a massive leg up as well for some of these junior surfers. Still waiting on these scores. 26 minutes. I dare say that we would see heat number 7 start off the morning tomorrow morning. Talia Swindle taking on Vaihiti Mahana Inso and also Emily Jenkinson. That could be the very first heat of the morning tomorrow.
That's a great way to start the day.
That is a good way. So scores are in. 3.6 comes through for Carla. Scores slowly starting to filter on in for Mirai Aikeda as well. It won't be the 4.1 that she's looking for. So Carla out in front. She's got a 3.6 and a 2.5. Anon Matsuoka with the best wave of the heat so far in a 4, needing a 2.1. And Mirai, a 2.87 and a 2. She's looking for a 3.24 to go to first place. So it's been a really slow, sleepy heat for the first 10 minutes of this one.
Yeah, it has been. There's been some shades of brilliance. Anon's first wave was like nearly just a lights out 9.1 turner.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, couldn't bring it down. So yeah, it should be. Honestly, I reckon she'd be looking for that again. She's such a mad dog that I reckon that she would just go, you know what, I was this close to making it. Get me another opportunity like that. I won't fall this time.
And something that I find is really impressive with pretty much all of these people in this draw is the awareness that they have as well. They can come out of a heat and pinpoint moments in that heat to be like, I know that I did that wrong, or I know that I could have been here or there, and the recollection of that is just pretty incredible for surfers at such a young age. Beautiful drone angle of San Juan, a couple of beaches along the way. There's plenty on offer. And that is kind of coming around, so the back end, is that where we are now?
So
no, I'm lost.
We're staying just there, and that's where you were surfing that little right,
yes.
just into those rocks there.
I was like, I know where this is. I've literally been. That was my landmark.
That was
yesterday.
you were lining up with that building yesterday.
Yeah. I was like, I'm lost with where we are, but I know this. Yeah, that is actually a really fun wave. There's so much on offer around beautiful San Juan. There's heaps of waves, heaps of
Riz,
food.
go way up into the sky again and check that right for us.
Is it worth the trek? Hopefully. Could be worth the mission.
That's what surfing's all about, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not really about surfing.
It's about the journey.
It's about the journey.
23 and a half minutes to go. No changes to this situation. Big heats to round out the opening round of the women's. We'll see them tomorrow morning, potentially. Heat number 8 is going to be actually stacked. Reed Van Wagner from the USA, Sierra Kerr and Isla Hupperts. That is a very, very stacked
We're
team.
saving a couple of best seats till last there in the women's draw. 7 and 8 a stack house.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good way to start the morning tomorrow.
Big time. Oh, this looks like a great wave.
Here we go. Anon. Lots of speed and power and drive. She's got good flow. One really good strong turn. So that was it. And then here we go. Mirai answering back. Smooth off the bottom. She's great on rail, extending a little bit through that second turn. Driving once again in a nice hard carve, and she kicks out of that one. So very different approaches to the waves, 3 turns compared to that one immediately just powerful moment of Anon's.
Yeah, it wasn't quite as similar as her one previous, but very similar kind of approach. That wave, it definitely tempted her in to want to be further down the line, but it just ran off a bit too quick. But nevertheless, one really nice turn there.
Yeah.
Here we go. This is looking back the other way. This will get your bearings back.
Yes. Okay, fully aware.
How's your right looking? Yeah, not that good.
Yeah, feeling like we won't be there.
No.
Sadly. That's okay.
That's all right. I reckon we could be like on the continent, maybe just cheeky off the end. Not getting any of the way of the world title hopefuls, but just sort of,
Just
there's the plane
picking
you
up
came in on.
scraps. I actually noticed that yesterday. I was like, wow, okay, this is different. I love it. That's a morning commute to work. It's actually quite lovely. I feel like on a sunrise it'd be pretty nice.
Yeah.
And there's lots to do. There's lots of different learn to surf zones. And we got a paddle battle on our hands here as well. Anon and Mariah absolutely going for it. Who is going to get it? Looks like Mariah gets second priority over Anon. So she found herself in a position where she was like, I'm going to keep paddling to try and get closer to first priority. And it worked.
Yeah. And she's going to keep going. She's not too happy with where, the other ladies are sitting, so she's going to put herself a bit deeper and try and work some magic a little bit further up the point.
21 minutes to go. Scores to lock in. Carla, she's looking to defend first place. Nice first turn. Opens up for the second one. Gets a little bit caught in that whitewash though. And she's looking for this inside section. Tags it there, throwing a lot of spray, but just completely disappears. Two scores to come through. She's got that 3.6 in a score line. This last one of Anon's, though, is looking pretty strong. It's a 6.5. So she goes straight up into first place. Scores for Carla and Mariah to lock in with just over 20 minutes. Let's go through the replays. There's a fair few.
Yeah, I think she just might have got a bit suckered into this one by Mariah. Was sort of having a look at it a little bit deeper, and similar to another wave in the men's earlier today where, like, if Carla was deeper, it probably would have been a right wave to take because it would have had an extra turn in it. But where she took off, she sort of ended up on the shoulder and didn't really have any steep face to work with, and sort of, look, unfortunately, probably not the best way to use the first priority there. But still 20 minutes left, and she'll have plenty of time to get back out and get herself a quality wave as we see the last score come in there for Mariah. And a really good example of like what the judges are thinking there. Mariah had 3 really nice turns. Anon had 1 clearly better turn, and she was rewarded with a higher score. So Anon had the 6.5 and Mariah with the 5.93. Still a good score to have in your scoreline, but just if you're trying to get in the psyche or trying to get in the head of the judges, which you never should.
Yep.
It's absolute bats up there. But you've got it there on paper. That's what they're looking for, and it's pretty clear across the world tour too. Like they want to see those big moments where you kind of get put back in your chair. Like, are they going to make that turn? And when they do, they'll reward it. And as nice as Mariah's wave was, a couple of really nice carves, it sort of just didn't have that same sort of dynamic feeling of like. You never thought that she was going to fall off through any of those turns.
Yeah.
Is one way of putting it.
Yeah, it didn't have you sitting on the edge of your seat.
Nah, not as much risk as Anon. So. Yeah, it's a tricky game to navigate sometimes. Like, what are the judges looking for today is a question that you get at every surf comp, but it's pretty much the same thing at every comp.
Yeah.
They want to see the biggest turns on the biggest sections. If it's 1 foot or 10 foot, it's still the same thing.
Yeah. And it honestly doesn't really matter if it's a Pro Junior QS,
Nah.
CS, CT.
Yeah.
It's the same everywhere
Nah,
you go.
only club rounds in Australia, does length of ride still count?
Even then, it gets disputed.
He rode the wave from out the back to the beach. That's an 8.
That's an 8.
That's an 8.
Couple wiggles,
Yeah,
but
yep.
still an 8.
Yep.
Well, 18 and a half minutes to go. 5.93 for Mariah's 3 turner. A little bit earlier on in this heat. A 6.5 comes through for Anon, and a 4 has her out in front. Mirai chasing a 4.58 to go to first. She's got that first priority. Carla's last wave, 2.67, goes into the top 2. She is looking for a 6.9 now to go to first place. It's a decent score. It's going to have to be the best number of the heat so far. So she really needs to find at least 2 good, steep, critical sections to open up on. And we still have... We're pretty much halfway down in this heat, so we have another half to go. 17 minutes, 40 seconds. Priority is with Mirai Aikeda. We saw that paddle battle. I love a good paddle battle.
Yeah,
I'm a
yeah,
fan.
me too. Yeah, just a couple extra layers.
Yeah.
I've seen a couple of good ones on the World Tour last year.
Yes.
Leo and Jack had a couple of battles.
Yeah, I love it.
Good.
It brings out the fire, the mongrel.
There's that awesome photo of Carissa and Tyler, I think it is, at Bell's. And they're just the 2 absolute titans, elbow and elbow, just right into each other. I'm pretty sure it's those 2. I'll have to think. But yeah, love a good paddle battle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a fan.
Yeah.
And anytime it happens, I'm like, yes.
Yeah. It's the closest we get to racing.
Fully. Yeah. Actually, yeah, you're not wrong. Well, Mirai won that race. She's sitting out there with first priority right now, and it's pretty important for her. She needs a 4.58, and it's priority in these events really comes into play, particularly when those good ones come through and you're like, oh, yeah, this is mine.
Yeah.
Everyone back off.
Big time.
You can see that walk, the high tide, it definitely makes it tricky. I
think the socks aren't at risk of Sabo.
Well, I actually just spoke to Jessie and she said she got
cleaned up. That's Jessie though.
I know, yeah.
Yeah, she's different to you and me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's probably off with the fairies.
No, she would have been appreciating some beautiful bird that flew past or something, or looking at someone getting maybe a little pit on the left rib bowl, or she needed to be laser.
It actually happened this morning.
She needed to be laser.
Yeah, this morning she was about to go and I was like, wait.
Yeah.
Wait. Let's just give it just 30 seconds.
Yeah.
That was quite funny. Yeah, she just sent a message. She goes, everyone be careful walking back.
Yeah.
It's quite funny.
I hit the road on the way home before. Scorching hot.
Yeah.
I'd go to the beachfront.
Absolutely.
Dip the tootsies in if you'd so please.
It's quite nice, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it was nice this morning.
Nicer vibe as well.
Oh, going left.
Scenery. Oh,
Love
wow.
That.
Goofy goggles are on for Carla. Good first turn.
How's her style?
Oh.
Wow.
Gets a strong second one in. Wow. And a third. Best left of the event so far.
Yeah.
Falling.
Yeah, she just beat Ollie Zeitz for the best left of the event. He was holding on to it so far.
Yeah,
and
that was so nice.
I don't want to give away any trade secrets, but there is actually some big left closeout sections out there. I've seen Bronson go left a couple of times last year.
I was going to
airs.
say,
but I don't want to.
Okay, that's fine. We'll keep it down.
But I will appreciate this wave. Wow, beautiful style. It's, this is a great example. If you don't need to be the biggest in stature to sort of throw water and have really nice clean rails, if your technique's really good, that will carry you through your power. And see that there. It's just a pretty nothing wave. But she certainly made something out of it. I don't think it's going to be a huge score, but definitely a little confidence booster for sure.
Yeah, it's a 4.3 it comes through. So best wave of the heat so far for Carla. She now needs a 6.21. And someone that comes to mind for me that has really strong technique but is small in stature is Coco Hope.
Yeah, oh yeah,
that
for sure.
She has so much power, and she throws so much spray, but she's so little.
Her influence on all the girls from Oahu, you can still see it now with Sky and there's a few other youngsters. They just have that same sort of beautiful off the bottom, amazing technique off the top wrap. And you still see that looks like Coco. Just glimpses, not exactly the same, but you still see her style shining through so many of those girls.
Yeah, I definitely used to watch a lot of her surfing growing up because, it's as a small person, speaking on behalf of all the shorties
small
out
people.
here.
Yeah, no, it's all, it's all in technique. I think about Will Cardoso, he's judging right now. He competed a lot when I was coaching guys on the QS and the tour, and he was so dynamic when it was small. and he's a big unit. Like, you know, he's 3 of you.
Yeah.
And his grovelling power was unmatched. Like, just, you know, he'd be racking up results in events all around the world in just the tiniest conditions, and just comes down to technique.
Yeah. Here we go, live action, straight off the bottom into the
that's
lid
better.
for Carla. Bit of a disappearing act. She kicks out of that one. A 6.21 might not be that, but she's in a good position to claw her way back into this heat. And she's gaining that momentum. I like it.
If the judges aren't too critical of her getting a bit hung up there, they could actually, which I hope they do, they probably might go above the 4.3, which then she'll chip away at the 6.2 and kind of make it all a bit more achievable. If she can just bring that requirement under 6, I think that's you know, definitely heading in the right direction.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we do have a call for tomorrow. It's a 7:30 a.m. call for a possible 8:05 a.m. start. We've got the women's opening rounds, heat 7 to 8 on standby, and then the men's and women's elimination rounds on standby. So big heats, but that was a strong turn there for Carla. 3:17 it comes through.
Oh, they absolutely didn't like it. Not as much as me and you.
Yeah, I liked it.
See, we're being nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's just a little late, wasn't she? Did sort of that angle didn't help it. The behind angle looked sick, but in front you can just kind of see she just didn't quite get the timing right.
Yeah, that's a bit of a bummer as well, because it was such a good moment for her to unleash. But it's my angles, they really come into play and they make things look better than they are. But it was still a strong turn. This is Mirai. Smooth surfing off the bottom into that second connection. And that one just, that's all she wrote. Not much more on offer for Mirai. She was looking for a 4.58. 11 and a half minutes to go. So slowly ticking away for the last heat of the day. We'll be back for a 7:30 a.m. call tomorrow, as I was saying. And straight into the women's last 2 heats of the opening round.
I've been sitting on the fence all day. I'm just going to go out and say it. I think it's going to be cooking.
I love to hear that.
I think it's going to be pumping.
I love to hear that. Okay.
I think the recipe's good.
It's just the spider senses are just tingling.
Just trying to bring it on, I guess. But
Love
yeah,
that.
I don't know. I think that today's been like a little too big, like a bit too. You're kind of a bit overloaded. So I think, like I said, tomorrow drops a little bit, but it's still got that sort of enough period in the swell that won't completely disappear. I think we could be on.
Okay. I really hope tomorrow morning we wake up and it's just corduroy lines.
Yeah, that would be cool.
That would be amazing. For the rest of the event, that would be good.
I think we'll get another day and a half maybe, and then it's anyone's game after that.
Yeah. Wake up and see.
Yeah. Lots of Ambrose golf going on.
Let's make it happen. A 4.67 locks in for Mirai. So situation change. She goes up into first place. Anon Matsuoka down in second now, looking for a 4.1. That requirement increases for Carla. Moreira de Laval as well. She needs a 6.3 with 10 minutes to go. So 10 minutes remaining in this one, and it's really a battle right now. We've been saying, you know, you want to obviously take out heats and be winning, but then there's also that advantage of going into the elimination round and finding yourself in a bit of rhythm throughout the event. Mirai deep off the bottom, just a little bit of a washy wave there. We've seen some glimpses of some really good moments throughout the whole day, but then also some weird kind of wobbly ones as well.
That was a funny wave, that one. That wave actually came from way deeper, and it was a hard one for the crew with first and second priority. They kind of passed it up like, oh, we know we're not really in the spot. Whereas Mirai in third priority was like, oh, yeah, I've got nothing to lose here. I'll have a go. But yeah, if they were 20 metres further up, they would have been onto a big score.
Here we go, another left. Carla.
What?
Wow. Enjoying some rail time there on that one. And, oh, wow, that was sick. Belted that last turn, just gets a fin. I really, really like that wave.
I mean,
a lot.
It's the best surfing of the heat. Like, just purely based on how well she rode the wave. The wave was just 1 foot.
Yeah.
And, you know, Anon's got these big, tall set waves that she's belting, but technically, like, to surf a wave that small, that good is really hard to do. But when you've got waves this big coming through out the back, I just can't see that being a huge score. But it's always a really good sign of a surfer when they can do a full wraparound rebound in one moment, like without having that double pump. It's such an underrated skill. Beautiful board speed. Just look at the way that her board is going through the water. It's the fins just throwing so much spray, like rails just so clean. It's, is it a 387?
Yeah.
It's the best 387 I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Look at how nice this turn is. Bang! Great upper body rotation.
I love this last
Great
turn.
style. There's no lip there. That turn had no right to be that big.
Yeah, literally. She had no right to do that on that section.
It's just the wave height. Like,
Yeah.
unfortunately, there's no critical section there. The wave is really flat, but it's very pleasing on the eye for sure.
Wow, that
She
was...
needs to do that on a right. She needs to find a big steep section and put that technique and put that style into a right. And I think that she should be, you know, kind of scoring a bit higher in this heat. I think maybe just a little bit of nerves, a bit of inexperience on the wave selection side of things.
If we're looking at left, like if this was the left, Carla would be winning this heat.
No, exactly. You can tell the techniques there, the styles there. It's all there. But maybe in another universe, true, not today. It's a big bombing right-hander.
Yep, except reality.
And the goofy just neck just needs to go back this way, back to the rights.
Yeah, absolutely. It's tricky to do, particularly when you see some fun little playfulness on the inside.
Time.
You're like, wait.
Yeah, can't help myself.
Yeah, please let me go.
But I would argue if you can do that on your forehand, you can definitely do very similar surfing on your backhand. Like that rotation off the bottom is how you see surfers get so vertical, like a Conor O'Leary or a Gabriel Medina or any of these greats on the backhand. It's like it's just all about that rotation off the bottom and not being scared to like commit to the lip. As you know, growing up one of the best lefts in the world, it's like belting and feel on the backhand kind of sometimes easier than like teching out frontside with all the different options that you have. And you just kind of get like looking at an on 6.5. It's sort of you've just got to be brave.
Bread and butter.
Yeah, just get up and get under it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Come down with the explosion, flick the hair back, and thanks for coming.
There you go, a bit of drama to it.
Oh, you got to add some drama. Yeah, you got to add some drama.
Some excitement.
Erin Brooks got the best hair flick on tour at the moment, I reckon.
Oh,
at the end of every wave, she just goes,
fully.
"Thank you." You know,
she really does.
Big tube or something, just kick out and
hair flips.
Too easy. Yeah.
Did you guys see that? Is what she's saying.
Yeah. Did you see that? Did that look as good as that felt? Because that felt pretty bloody good.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like those moments when you kind of flick the hair or you do the like nose wipe claim, it's like, that was sick.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, it's like when you see John smile, you're like, oh, okay, it's game over.
Yeah. No one else is even in the ballpark.
Nah.
Well, coming down to just over 5.5 minutes to go. Mariah, she's still holding on to that lead. Anon, she's scrambling for a 4.1 and a 6.3 for Carla. And sometimes also the curse of going left as well is you do get stuck on that inside for a little bit. It can get quite tricky to get out of those little fumbly, washy sections. So Carla, she needs to find herself another good right with 5 minutes to go. The lefts are sick. The surfing is so good, but unfortunately the lefts just aren't the ones to be on a day like today. We are at pretty much a right point, so they do have the better waves, a better opportunity. Just under 5 minutes to go. Anon holds first priority. She's one of those very controlled competitors. She knows what she has to do. She's very happy to sit and wait, and then when she needs a score, she just lights it up. So I have no doubt the next time she gets to her feet, she's definitely going to find a good opportunity. And she's hopefully can do that as well. I mean, big turns.
Big turns, big tubes.
Yeah, let's see it.
No lefts.
No lefts.
All rights.
I'd love to see some lefts, but
yeah.
Unfortunately not on a day like today.
Not today. But it's been a great day. Like
It
we said
has.
from the start, it's awesome to see the combination of major manoeuvres like on these big open walls. It's like a very much needed talent on the World Tour. Obviously, the highlights on the World Tour are always pretty amazing, but that's a 30-second snippet. you know. At any event during any day, a 12-hour day of surfing, you're going to get some high tide heats. You're going to get some onshore heats. You're going to get some heats that could even look like this. So you've got to have it all.
Yeah, you need to be prepared for anything. That's like you just don't know. You're going to put your rashi on, and as soon as that hooter goes, it's a completely different heat.
And even between heat to heat, we keep referencing it today, but like heat 1 was, okay, cool, waves pumping. Heat 2 turned to shit, and you're like, okay, well, we've got to figure this out. You know, how do how do you get out of that heat? So it's been adaptable to every event, but also every hour.
Yeah.
It's such a live environment out there. It can change in a second.
Yeah, you have to really be able to just switch off and be like, okay, I'm just going to adapt instead of having that real structured mindset of this is where I'm going to sit. And it's like, okay, hang on, it's shifting. I need to shift with it. And it's if you're one of those really structured, regimented people, it can be quite tricky to do that and be like, but that was my plan A.
Speaking from experience.
Speaking from experience, definitely. Because I would be like, but that's plan A over there.
Yeah.
True plan A hasn't been working for 3 hours.
Exactly. But that's what I think.
Yeah.
No, it is. Yeah, it's a very fine mix between being, convinced in your own methods and then also being real flexible. It's it's an interesting sport to get into.
Yeah.
But here we are.
We're here, and we got 2.5 minutes.
Yep.
And then we're going to wrap it up. We'll be able to have a chat with the winner of this heat as well. So, a bit of an insight into the conditions for this last heat of the day. Mirai Aikeda, she is out in front, looking the goods for a win in the next 2 minutes. If she can hold on, Anon Matsuoka has first priority, needs a 4.1. Carla, she's been finding a couple underneath the priority. She needs a 6.3. So if she can do that if she can do the surfing she's done on the left, on the right, she's definitely challenging for it. She just needs to find that opportunity. 2 minutes to go. We've had some big scores throughout the whole day as well. I think the best in 8.17. So might even catch up with that too at some point. But this right now, Mirai Aikeda, the current heat leader. Big opening swoop to start this wave off, and that one just fattens out very quickly. So identifying that, she kicks out, 90 seconds on the clock, and Anon, she's praying for another wave to come through.
Yeah, big time. Small score required. It's given me flashbacks to that last heat with Yanire and Samomo. Very almost identical scores required. You could do it pretty quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
She keeps looking at these tiny lefts.
Yeah. I mean, I love it. Been loving the surfing.
No,
but
I think we've got to get away from plan A now.
Competitive structure.
I think we've got to go to plan B, which should be plan A.
Yeah,
big,
absolutely.
Big rights. Yeah.
Plan B is stick with plan A.
Yeah. Plan B is I just ripped a left and got a 3.6, 3.87. I need to go back to plan B.
Yeah, absolutely. 45 seconds. Let's see if she finds an opportunity. Anon still has first priority. She's having a good look here. She knows that she's running out of time. Has to do something. Quick check turn to start. Lines it up there. Gets a little bit aggressive on that turn. I liked it for Anon Matsuoka. She's going to stick with this one. She knows she needs a very small score, a 4.1. It's not a big score, but it's kind of hard to get in conditions like this. That wave goes a little bit funky on the inside, and you can see that frustration.
So happy to be down here and not up there.
Yeah, that was tricky.
It wasn't as convincing. I know it's a different heat, different scale, similar scale, but it's not something that I would be super convinced that that's going to be the number. Yanire's had that one big moment in it in the last heat, kind of made it real easy, like 4, easy, it's 4-5. Whereas this one's a lot closer.
Yeah.
The judges will look at every wave here.
They really will. A 4.1 for Anon. We haven't got any indication of the score just yet. So we're going to throw to a quick break, but we'll be right back with more action and a chat with the winner of the last heat. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.